Chapter 585. What do you mean every patriarch of the Yang family is an above a mortal ascension boundary master? Yang Yinghao smiled mysteriously, because the patriarch of the Yang family has special treatment, and this treatment can only be enjoyed by the patriarch of the Yang family. As long as you accept the position of patriarch, you can learn this secret. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai didn't react, but the other 7 patriarchs all breathed heavily. Obviously, they had heard of this secret of the Yang family but didn't know what it was. Is great uncle trying to tempt me with benefits? Yang Kai smiled. That's right. Yang Yinghao didn't deny it. Yang Kai was a person who would never suffer a loss. To put it simply, he was a mercenary. If he didn't see the rabbit, he wouldn't act. He didn't believe that the Yang family's secret couldn't move him. Can you reveal a little bit? Yang Kai really became interested. Yang Yinghao smiled and opened his mouth. Yang Kai's expression changed, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The patriarchs of the 7 families scratched their ears and cheeks as they stared intently at the silent communication between Yang Kai and Yang Yinghao, but none of them knew what the two of them were talking about, causing them to feel as if they were being scratched by a cat. Although I'm a little tempted by this secret, great uncle, I really don't want to be the patriarch. Yang Kai frowned again and said seriously. The future of the Yang family will be created by you. Yang Yinghao's expression was equally serious. The central capital's 8 great families have struggled for so many generations, but after so many years, they have only developed to their current level. When the ash-gray cloud evil land attacked, the 8 great families were unable to resist, and half of the central capital fell. But you. After returning to the Yang family for only 2 years, you have already created a situation that is more prosperous than any of the 8 great families. Your mansion is now the true overlord of this world. I have to say that you are more suitable than anyone else to take charge of the Yang family. If not for this, do you think these old fogies would be relieved to hand over the position of patriarch to a child whose hair hasn't even grown yet? What they are relieved about is not their own children, but you. The 7 patriarchs all nodded and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, no longer showing any contempt. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. When he was the enemy of the 8 great families, Yang Kai didn't care if they lived or died, but now that they had all expressed their desire to make peace with him, they had also made some concrete actions, making Yang Kai somewhat embarrassed to target them. The 8 great families had taken great pains to resist the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion. Uncle, I still have to let you down, Yang Kai said sincerely. However, given the current situation, I will be in charge of the Yang family for a period of time. After this matter is over, big brother or second brother will take over as the Yang family head. My future is not in the Yang family, nor is it in the central capital. This is just a part of my life, not the end. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a look of yearning and anticipation. Perhaps you won't believe it, but I always feel that somewhere in this world, there is a stronger cultivator, a stronger sect, a stronger family. Compared to them, the 8 great families are nothing. I'm afraid it's nothing. At the very least, Yang Kai knew of a place like Water Spirit Temple that could cultivate a master like Shui Ling. The 8 patriarchs all showed shocked looks as they glanced at each other, seemingly unable to understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words. In this world, what force could be stronger than the 8 great families? Although the ash-gray cloud evil land was powerful, it was only on the scale of the combined territory of the 6 great territories. That's fine. Yang Yinghao hesitated. Nodding gently, if you have greater ambitions, I naturally won't stop you. During this time, you will temporarily take over the position of Yang family head. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I can take over temporarily, but there is no need for a succession ceremony. Yang Yinghao sighed. No longer forcing him, Yang Kai could only agree. When the news of the central capital's 8 great families changing patriarchs at the same time spread out, the world was shocked, especially those who were still in the central capital. The 7 great families held a real succession ceremony to formally hand over the position of patriarch. As for the Yang family, they only issued a statement to the outside world that in this life or death situation, Yang Kai would temporarily take over the position of patriarch. Such a big event should have been treated as the biggest event of all, but with so many masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land eyeing them covetously, the 7 great families decided to hold the succession ceremony of the 7 patriarchs together. This way, they could better guard against the ash-gray cloud evil land's actions. Fortunately, during this time, the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator was quite well behaved, and the 7 great families urgently arranged many matters for the ceremony. During this time, the task of defending the patriarchs was handed over to the many masters in Yang Kai's house. With the masters in Yang Kai's house defending, things here could proceed in an orderly manner. Time passed by, and 3 days later, Yang Yingfeng and his wife arrived at Yang Kai's house. After receiving the news, Yang Kai quickly came out to greet them and greet his 2 elders. Su Yan bashfully followed behind Yang Kai, blushing as she greeted them. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju were both experienced people, so when they saw Su Yan's shy appearance, they immediately understood the relationship between her and Yang Kai. Dong Suju immediately pulled Su Yan aside and began chatting with her, feeling quite satisfied with her future daughter-in-law who was as beautiful as an ice doll. 4th Master Yang even silently gave Yang Kai a thumbs up, a look of envy on his face. Auntie, in fact, he has another one. Su Yan suddenly whispered to Dong Suju. Another one? Dong Suju heard this and snickered, but her small face quickly became serious as she said to Su Yan, "Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson. This little bastard, his wings have hardened, he's actually playing with women." She thought Su Yan was jealous and wanted to complain. "No, it's not like that." Su Yan quickly waved her hand, "It's just that junior sister's skin is thin, so she's a little embarrassed to come out, and junior brother has never expressed his feelings to her, so it's not appropriate to waste her life like this. So," Dong Suju looked at Su Yan with some confusion. "Little girl, you mean, I want her to come and see uncle and auntie?" Su Yan said. Dong Suju was secretly surprised, not having expected Su Yan to be so magnanimous. After a while, she said, "As long as you don't mind, I'll naturally be happy to see her and give her an explanation. Then I'll bring her over." Su Yan said with a smile, her figure flickering and disappearing. "Mother, where did Su Yan go?" Yang Kai was talking to his father when he saw Su Yan run away and immediately asked. "Humph." Dong Suju snorted sarcastically. Yang Kai scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. After a while, Su Yan really did bring Xia Ning Chang over. The little senior sister's cheeks were red as she gracefully bowed to the 4th Master Yang and his wife, then obediently sat to the side, motionless. Only when Dong Suju asked her a few questions would she reply. Looking at this, looking at that, Dong Suju was especially satisfied. One was cold and beautiful, the other was clever and lovely. What kind of good fortune did his son have in his life? 4th Master Yang was very envious, but with a stern face he reprimanded, "Kai, you can't treat these 2 girls unfairly. Quickly set a date and settle this matter." Yang Kai laughed mischievously, "No need to rush. We're still young." "You are young, but your parents are old." 4th Master Yang said in a muffled voice. "Old what?" "Look at mother, sitting next to little senior sister Su Yan, we're like 3 sisters." Yang Kai smiled and looked to the side, his heart filled with warmth. "Is that so?" Dong Suju liked to hear these words the most. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. "Good, then we'll be sisters from now on." Dong Suju was very excited and affectionately pulled on Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. Su Yan and the little senior sister's beautiful faces turned pale as they stared at Dong Suju in shock. 4th Master Yang and Yang Kai's faces also darkened. "Your aunt often goes crazy, don't pay attention to her." 4th Master Yang hurriedly explained. "Father, why did you come here today?" Yang Kai also changed the topic, lest Su Yan and the little senior sister think too much. Yang Yingfeng said, "Your uncle wants you to go back." "Go back to the Yang family?" Yang Kai frowned. When? As soon as possible. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Did uncle say why? He didn't say, only that it was an important matter and that you must return to the Yang family in person. Since that's the case, then I'll go right away. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, Father, Mother, please wait a moment, I'll arrange it. After entering the mansion, Yang Kai informed everyone that he was returning to the Yang family. Qiu Yimeng and Huixing were not in the house right now and had returned to their respective families to prepare to take over the position of patriarch. Yang Kai could only let Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya take care of the mansion for now. Young master, don't blame old servant for speaking out of turn. The Yang family is so eager to invite you back. Is there some kind of conspiracy? The old demon suddenly became vigilant. No. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I've already agreed to join forces with them, they have no reason to target me. That's not necessarily the case. The old demon smiled grimly. The 8 great families are accustomed to being domineering. Now that they are forced to serve under someone else, I'm afraid they are filled with resentment. As long as young master has an accident, the strength of the mansion will collapse, and at that time, the 8 great families will be able to reap all the benefits. We have to guard against that. Meng Wuya also quickly said. If they really do so, then they're too short-sighted. I have nothing to say. Yang Kai sneered. Now that the crisis of the ash-gray cloud evil land occupying the central capital had not yet been resolved, these 8 great families were already trying to carve up benefits from Yang Kai's hands. If such a situation really occurred, the 8 great families would no longer need to remain in this world. No matter what, old servant will go with you. The old demon quickly said. Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually, good. He always felt that the 8 great families would not be so idiotic this time. The young masters of the 8 great families were also serious about taking over the position of patriarch. In the face of such a great disaster, they had finally done the right thing. This made Yang Kai feel that there was still a way to save them. Yang Kai had participated in this war only because he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had died. Now that a battle had not yet begun, Yang Kai needed to create some kind of opportunity. Merging the 8 great families with his mansion was the best opportunity. Chapter 586. Central Capital, Yang Family. The head of the 8 great families was located directly south of the central capital, so this time, the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land had not damaged the Yang family. When Yang Kai returned here again, the entire Yang family had not changed. The only thing that had changed was the Yang family's attitude towards him. As if they knew that Kai Yang was coming back today, the family's guards all straightened their backs and stared intently in front of them, their faces solemn. Just after entering the Yang family, Yang Kai saw a group of people waiting for him, led by Yang Tai, the 3rd brother of the Yang family's younger generation. Greetings, Patriarch. Yang Tai suddenly shouted, and the group of people behind him also hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he quickly stepped forward and asked softly, 3rd brother, what's the matter? Great uncle asked us to greet you here. Yang Tai also responded softly, you are now the patriarch of the Yang family, so you should act like one. Acting patriarch. Yang Kai nodded. Same. Yang Tai straightened up again, smiled, and said loudly, Patriarch, please, the elders have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Kai nodded gently, adjusted his expression, and stepped forward. Behind him, 4th Master Yang, his wife, and old demon followed closely. The faces of the 4th Master Yang and his wife glowed with pride. Yang Kai had become the patriarch of the Yang family, so as his parents, they were naturally proud. Old demon, on the other hand, was constantly vigilant. He was an old demon, so he was naturally suspicious. He was quite worried that the Yang family had hurriedly summoned Yang Kai back this time for some ulterior purpose. Under the leadership of Yang Tai, Yang Kai, and the others soon arrived in front of a large hall. At the front of the hall, 2 rows of people stood quietly. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 of them. These people were all Yang family elders, including Yang Zhen and the elders Yang Kai had met before. The several elders who had once ridiculed Yang Kai couldn't help but feel complicated when they saw him again. They were secretly worried that Yang Kai would cause trouble for them, but Yang Kai turned a blind eye to them and directly walked past them, as if he didn't know them at all. Those people couldn't help but sigh in relief. Yang Yinghao clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the hall, exuding a dignified aura, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the approaching Yang Kai. When Yang Kai arrived, everyone saluted in unison, "Greetings, Patriarch." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Ignoring the discomfort in his heart, he walked straight through the 2 rows of elders with a solemn expression. Arriving at Yang Yinghao's side, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Uncle." "Patriarch." Yang Yinghao smiled, "Please come in." Saying so, he took the lead and led Yang Kai into the hall. The 3 Yang family grand elders beside him stepped forward and stood in front of Old Demon, the Yang family 4th master, and his wife. "Heh, what's the meaning of this?" Old Demon laughed strangely, his aura gradually becoming more dangerous. "Your Excellency, please forgive us, this is my Yang family's most important place. Besides the Patriarch, no one can enter. Your Excellency, please wait here." One of the Transcendent Realm Grand Elders said lightly. "That won't do, I have to follow the young master at all times." Old Demon slowly shook his head, an expression that said there was no room for discussion. The reason he had come here was to protect Yang Kai's safety, but now someone wanted to separate him from Yang Kai. How could Old Demon agree? "Old Demon, you stay here." Yang Kai turned around and ordered. "Young master." Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "Then young master must be careful." Old Demon frowned and cautioned. Yang Yinghao's expression changed slightly as he laughed dumbly. "Your Excellency is worried that we will harm the Patriarch? You may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature." Old Demon sneered. "Old Demon, don't be presumptuous." Yang Kai coldly shouted. "Yes." Old Demon quickly responded. The 3 grand elders looked at each other for a moment before suddenly laughing and directing praising looks towards Old Demon. "Your Excellency's loyalty to the Patriarch is obvious to all of us. May I ask Your Excellency's name?" Although they all knew of the existence of the Old Demon, they never knew his name. Old Demon calmly replied, "This old master is called Old Demon." The 3 Grand Supreme Elders understood tacitly and did not mind. One of them said, "Then Brother D, please wait here. If it's quick, it'll be 2 to 3 hours. If it's long, it'll be 3 to 5 days. Then, the Patriarch will come out. Someone, serve tea." Someone immediately went to prepare tea to entertain Old Demon. Yang Kai followed Yang Yinghao step by step towards the main hall, and after a while, they arrived in front of it. Looking up, Yang Kai muttered, "Soul Root Temple?" "Yes, Soul Root Temple." Yang Yinghao nodded gently. "This is the most important temple of my Yang family and is also the foundation. Except for the Patriarch, no one is qualified to enter it, even the Yang family's grand elders. If not under certain conditions, they can't enter." Yang Kai nodded gently. He had heard of the name of this temple and knew that it was an important place for the Yang family. Its degree of secrecy and preciousness was even higher than the dragon transformation pond, but he never knew what secrets were hidden inside. "Great uncle, I'm just a substitute Patriarch, and I don't care about any of the Yang family's affairs. It's only because the 8 great families want to unite with my house to resist the ash-gray cloud evil land that I have this title. Is it really okay to go in like this?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "A substitute Patriarch is still the Patriarch." Yang Yinghao smiled lightly. "Don't worry, go in." Saying so, he reached out and pushed open the door of the Soul Root Temple. With a creak, the door opened and Yang Kai looked inside. To his surprise, the hall was empty, except for the incense burner in the front. There was nothing else. Following Yang Yinghao into the hall, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, suddenly discovering some unusual things. In the four corners of the hall, there were four majestic and lifelike stone sculptures standing tall. An azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. The four stone sculptures stood in four corners, and there was some vague connection between them. Yang Yinghao led Kai Yang to the central position, curled his finger, and used his fingernail to make a small cut on his palm. With a wave of his hand, 4 drops of blood suddenly flew out and accurately entered the mouths of the 4 stone sculptures. As if there was an incredible reaction, the 4 stone sculptures suddenly lit up with spirit array lines, and an inexplicable energy sprayed out from the mouths of the 4 stone sculptures and quickly gathered in midair. Yang Kai looked up and saw that in the void, a white light suddenly burst out, and as the energy from the 4 stone sculptures poured into it, the light grew brighter and brighter. What you're about to see is the treatment the Yang family patriarch has enjoyed and is also the Yang family's top secret. I asked you before why every Yang family patriarch was able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. This secret is now right in front of you, so instead of me telling you, it's better for you to experience it for yourself. This is one of the benefits of being the Yang family patriarch. Yang Yinghao looked at the halo in the sky and explained. Great uncle, Yang Kai hesitated, is this appropriate? What's not appropriate? Yang Yinghao raised his brow. Since it's a benefit, if I take it, when big brother or second brother comes here in the future, won't they lose everything? Yang Kai was a little worried that if he took the benefits, he would have to take responsibility. Yang Kai didn't want to be bound to the Yang family for the rest of his life. Yang Yinghao stared at him blankly for a moment before laughing and shaking his head. Your appetite isn't small, you want to take it all? And, if you have the ability, you don't need to worry, take as much as you can, but I don't think you can take it all. Don't ask me too much, after you go in, you will know why I said so. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai became more and more puzzled. But remember, once you enter, there will be a certain amount of danger. If you feel something is wrong, quickly withdraw. I know, Yang Kai nodded gently. At that moment, the halo in the sky suddenly stabilized, and the energy shot out from the mouths of the 4 beasts in the 4 corners of the hall no longer transmitted, everything returning to normal. When he saw the light in the sky again, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he finally remembered. The ball of light in the sky now was basically the same as the one he saw in the Seal Temple. In the Seal Temple, the transcendents of the 8 great families gathered their spiritual energy and opened up a will space that only they could enter to communicate. In that will space, they exchanged martial skills and comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao. This way, they could use their full strength without worrying about damaging the surrounding buildings or causing unnecessary casualties. At this moment, the huge ball of light in the Soul Root Temple and the one in the Seal Temple seemed to have originated from the same source. Faintly, Yang Kai somewhat understood what secrets were hidden inside. You can go in, release your divine sense. After listening to Yang Yinghao's words, Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately released his spiritual energy and poured it into the ball of light. Yang Yinghao turned his head and glanced at him, secretly looking forward to it. When he entered that place, he obtained a lot of benefits. After coming out, his cultivation rapidly improved without any bottlenecks, climbing to the above immortal ascension boundary step by step. Over the years of the Yang family, only Yang Kai's aptitude was the best. Yang Yinghao was also very curious and looking forward to how much benefits he could obtain from that place. Inside that will space was a collection of the precious experiences of countless generations of the Yang family. Inside that huge ball of light, Yang Kai's soul avatar gradually appeared. Just like when he accidentally broke into the will space of the 8 great masters in the Seal Temple, this world seemed to be different from reality, a purely illusory world. A strong wind blew past, the blue sky was clear, and everywhere was filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. Around him, there were groups of white dots emitting faint light, flying around Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at these white dots curiously. Suddenly, his expression became dignified as he stared at these white dots, showing a vigilant expression. With a burst of laughter, the white dots quickly spread out and surrounded Yang Kai in a circle. Immediately, these white dots wriggled and transformed into clear soul avatars. Each of these soul avatars was extremely powerful, all of them having reached the transcendent realm. There were both men and women, but regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them had white hair. Chapter 587. The soul avatars of these white-haired old masters all looked at Yang Kai with great interest, some showing interested looks, some gloomy looks, and some even laughed strangely, exuding a dangerous aura. How many years has it been? Suddenly, a voice sounded. It's been almost 20 years since that boy named Yang Yinghao came here, right? A full 20 years. Someone replied. 20 years, in the blink of an eye. It's only been 20 years, how come someone else came in? Is Yang Yinghao dead? No, if he died, his soul avatar should have come here. Did he die outside? Heh, I already said that boy wasn't patriarch material, and sure enough, it's true. This boy isn't good either, he looks too young, how could he come in when his hair hasn't even grown out yet? The Yang family seems to be getting worse and worse with each generation, reduced to letting such a young boy be the patriarch. What kind of scandal is this? Hey, you little brat, are you a member of our Yang family? Answer honestly, if you dare deceive us, we'll make you beg for death. Shouts came from all directions as these white-haired soul avatars expressed their opinions, as if they hadn't talked to anyone for many years. Now that they had finally caught a living soul avatar, they began to talk incessantly. Yang Kai remained silent, looking around coldly, his mind turning rapidly, gradually understanding what was going on in front of him. Not talking? Is he mute? I don't think he's a member of the Yang family. Just swallow him, heh. If he's not a member of the Yang family, he can't come here. The 4 sacred beast statues can only be opened by someone with the Yang family bloodline. This boy doesn't show any panic at all, his temperament is quite calm. When that Yang Yinghao came here, he was scared by us. Yang Yinghao, rotten mud can't support a wall, I'm afraid he's dead somewhere now. Shut up, all of you. An angry roar rang out, and all the soul avatars immediately fell silent. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old woman with white hair and a ruddy complexion. She held a walking stick in her hand and silently floated not far from him, staring at him with cold eyes. It was obvious that this old woman had been a beautiful woman when she was young, and an absolutely powerful one at that. Her seniority among these soul avatars should also be very high, otherwise, when she shouted, everyone else wouldn't have fallen silent. Turning around, Yang Kai faced her and cupped his fists. Yang family direct descendant, ranked 9th. Yang Kai greets all ancestors. A look of surprise flashed across the old woman's eyes. You know we are the ancestors of the Yang family? I can guess a little. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The old woman looked at him approvingly. Good, your eyesight is good, better than Yang Yinghao's. When he first came here, I had to explain to him for a long time. What happened to Yang Yinghao? Is he dead? Great uncle is still here, he was the one who opened this place and let me in. Yang Kai replied with a straight face. The old woman nodded lightly and asked, do you know where this place is? Great uncle said it was the top secret of the Yang family. Yang Kai grinned, in my opinion, this should be the place where the divine senses of the Yang family's ancestors gathered after they died. Everyone's expression changed, all of them staring at Yang Kai with a strange light flashing in their eyes. You can see that? Yes, it must be that little bastard Yang Yinghao who told him. I already said, you can bring people here, but don't say anything. Let me explain, it's rare to be able to talk to a living person, but such a good opportunity was ruined by him. I'm going to come back to life and kill that little bastard. Third master, please calm down. Yes, I'm afraid your bones have already turned to dust, how can you come back to life? These people seem to have not said a word for many years, but now that they saw Yang Kai, they were all very excited. Once they had the opportunity, they would talk non-stop. The old woman glared at them fiercely, and everyone quickly shut up. Yes, as you said, this is the place where the divine senses of the Yang family's ancestors gathered after they died. The soul avatars here were all Yang family's grand elders before they died. The old woman paused her walking stick and said in a deep voice, "This old woman is the Yang family's second-generation grand elder, Yang Yi." Yang Kai was slightly moved. The second generation of the Yang family, who knew how many years ago this was. The Yang family's above immortal ascension boundary masters, if they perceive that their time is up, will come to the Soul Foundation Temple and escape their divine senses into the 4 sacred beast statues to preserve their life experience for the younger generation to come and absorb. It took countless years to gather to today's scale. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He roughly counted and found that there were at least 40 to 50 soul avatars of Transcendent Realm Masters gathered here. Such a huge number, such a huge amount of resources, if they could be completely absorbed, the benefits they could get would be huge. Only the patriarch of the Yang family can enter here and get benefits from the soul avatars of this old woman and others. With our experience, no one will have a bottleneck before they break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Can you understand this? Yang Kai nodded gently. With their insights, there should be no bottlenecks before they break through to the transcendent realm. As long as their own strength can keep up, they will continue to break through without any worries. Yang Yi said again, "Since you were sent here by Yang Yinghao, it means that you are the current patriarch. We are already dead, so we should not care about what happens to the Yang family now, but this old woman still has to ask, why is a young man like you the patriarch? What qualifications do you have?" "What qualifications do I have?" Yang Kai looked strange and thought for a moment. This junior is not yet 19 this year, but he is already an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master and has 27 Transcendent Realm Masters under his command. Is this enough qualifications? This old woman can feel your cultivation, and the strength of your spiritual energy is unheard of by this old woman and others. But what do you mean by Transcendent Realm? Yang Yi frowned and looked puzzled. The others also looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai was surprised, only now remembering that the Transcendent Realm was something only the top masters in his family knew about. These Yang family ancestors had probably never even heard of it before. Transcendent Realm is what you call the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai explained. It turns out that the world already has a name for this realm. Yang Yi nodded enviously. Her understanding of the above immortal ascension boundary was very vague. 27 above immortal ascension boundary masters? Someone exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, laughing, "Little brat, you have to pay a price for lying." The others also showed a funny look, thinking that Yang Kai was bragging. "Is it necessary for me to lie to the dead?" Yang Kai looked indifferent and turned his head to look around. Everyone gradually calmed down. Only then did they realize that what he said might be true. However, they still couldn't accept that there were 27 above immortal ascension boundary masters under his command. This number was a little too large. "Whether what you said is true or not, if you want to get benefits from us, you have to show some ability." Yang Yi coldly snorted. "Senior, please enlighten us." The second generation of the Yang family painstakingly created the statues of the 4 divine beasts with the intention of leaving behind some experience for the younger generation. Over the years, we have also done the same. Everyone who has come here has obtained great benefits. But it has been too long. Yang Yi's expression was slightly pained. "This old woman can't remember how many years my soul avatar has been trapped here. After so many years of endless silence and nothingness, no matter who it is, there will be some uneasiness and panic. Our will and original intentions have been distorted by this long-flowing time, Great Emperor." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned and suddenly found that the auras of the soul avatars around him were a little different. One by one, they were all exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura, staring at him like a beast staring at a delicious meal. "Yang Yinghao should have told you that there is a certain danger in coming here, and this danger comes from this old woman and the others. Yang Yi said coldly, "Our greatest wish now is to leave this place, and you are the best carrier. You want to seize my body?" Yang Kai was shocked. This is the instinct of our soul avatars after being trapped for so many years. Although we will also restrain it, you have to be careful. Yang Yi reminded him loudly, "Since you have come here, either you get experience from us and leave safely, or your soul avatar will be swallowed by one of us, occupying your body and living in your place." Yang Kai looked around and found that, as Yang Yi said, the soul avatars of these Yang family ancestors were all looking at him expectantly, as if they wanted to devour his divine sense, but each of them was struggling to resist the instinctive impulse and restrain their desire to do it. This situation can be severe or mild. Those who have been trapped for a long time have strong desires and instincts, while those who have been trapped for a short time have mild symptoms. Over the years, there have been many soul avatars who have lost their own minds in the flowing time Great Emperor and have become unconscious violent energy. We have destroyed them together, and the fate of all of us in the future is the same. Then you are really sad. Yang Kai looked at them with some pity. Perceiving the meaning contained in his eyes, everyone was secretly surprised. Everyone who entered this place was either ecstatic or frightened, but no one had ever sympathized with them. Yang Kai was the first. Yang Yi's slightly ferocious face suddenly eased, and she stared at Yang Kai for a while before saying, "Sad or not, this is our own choice. Your evaluation is meaningless. If you don't accidentally die elsewhere in the future, your soul avatar will also enter here, leaving your own cultivation experience and insights for the younger generation of the Yang family." "I won't." Yang Kai shook his head slowly, looking firm, "But your sad fate will be ended by me today." Chapter 588. At the place where the spiritual energy gathered, the 40 to 50 ancestors of the Yang family all looked at Yang Kai in amazement and were silent. After a while, there was a burst of laughter, boasting shamelessly. Yang Yi also had a strange smile on her face. "You mean, you want to swallow all of us?" Yang Kai nodded. "Ha ha 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 ha." Countless laughter came out, and it seemed that Yang Kai had told a very good joke, which made everyone unable to control themselves. Yang Yi nodded gently. "If you really want to do this, we will be willing to be swallowed by you. After all, this is the biggest wish of our soul avatars, but it is impossible for you to do it. Then, seniors, please wait and see." Yang Kai grinned as he released the throbbing sensation that had been suppressing his soul. Since coming here, his soul avatars had involuntarily produced a strong suction force, which was the attractive force of the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea. However, before he could figure out the mystery here, Yang Kai suppressed this suction force. Now, he released the restriction of this suction force, and a huge suction force suddenly swept the entire space. The soul avatars of the 40 to 50 Yang family ancestors were all moved, and before they could react to what was going on, they were all sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, and the seawater under his feet was clear. A colorful treasure island stood quietly on the surface of the sea. The sudden change of the scene made the 40 to 50 soul avatars confused for a while. All of them looked around in a daze, and none of them reacted. "Welcome everyone." Yang Kai's soul avatars gradually appeared, and with his hands behind his back, he greeted everyone warmly like a master returning home. "This is your knowledge sea?" Yang Yi exclaimed. "Yes, this is disciples' knowledge sea." "How did you do it?" Yang Yi looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. She clearly couldn't figure out what he did, and actually sucked all the soul avatars into his knowledge sea. "I didn't do it. It's because of this." Yang Kai pointed at the solitary golden eye floating above the island. Following the direction he pointed, Yang Yi and the others turned to look. They didn't know why, but everyone's heart inexplicably gave birth to a sense of uneasiness, as if the unknown object was their nemesis. "What is this?" Yang Yi panicked. After the endless flowing time Great Emperor passed by, she clearly could not remember what she had felt before. But now, she clearly understood what fear was. Not only her, but the other 40 to 50 soul avatars were also the same. Their hands and feet trembled involuntarily, and their expressions became ferocious. They stared at the solitary golden eye like a dormant beast, extremely dangerous. I don't know what it is, but it can cut off the painful shackles that have bound you for countless flowing time, Great Emperor. Yang Kai gently took a breath, looked at Yang Yi and the others, and said, I don't know what kind of mood you are in before you die, but since the endless flowing time, Great Emperor, has distorted your will, then today, let's end it here. As he spoke, the closed solitary golden eye slowly opened. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense, and was ready to start directly. The majestic golden pupil made everyone unable to help but feel a sense of fear. Brush, a golden light shot out from the solitary golden eye, and a soul avatar standing in the same place didn't even have time to react, and was hit by the golden light. There was a crackling sound, and the consciousness and thoughts contained in this soul avatar were instantly purified, leaving only a large mass of pure energy. Xiao xiao xiao, golden light shot out one after another, and one soul avatar after another was purified. In the face of the supreme majesty of the golden light, these soul avatars didn't even have the strength to resist. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with fear in an instant. She finally understood why Yang Kai had so much confidence to say that he would swallow all of them. This strange golden light could purify their thoughts and consciousness, and the remaining pure energy could be absorbed by anyone. I don't want to be destroyed. Suddenly, there was a roar, and it was unknown which generation of the Yang family's ancestors saw so many soul avatars being destroyed, and the suppressed energy finally broke out. He roared like a ghost, and rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to restrain Yang Kai and gain a glimmer of hope. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, and his eyes were slightly complicated, both pity and regret. Pity was that their soul avatars had been imprisoned for so many years, and had suffered countless torments from the flowing time, Great Emperor. Pity was that their wishes and original intentions were good, but with the passage of the flowing time, Great Emperor, their natures were gradually changed. Stop! Yang Yi suddenly shouted. Hearing her shout, the soul avatar who wanted to attack Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and a pair of eyes were struggling with thousands of emotions. He stared at Yang Kai, and although he was close, he couldn't do anything. Do you want to destroy the pride of the Yang family's ancestors for so many years? Yang Yi said lightly. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and the man's eyes restored a moment of clarity. With a long roar, he abandoned Yang Kai and turned to rush towards the open solitary golden eye. The golden light shot down and purified him. The next moment, the remaining soul avatars rushed up together, and each of them had a complex expression, both happy and frightened. Xiao xiao xiao, Yang Kai looked on coldly, and did not stop them, nor did he take any action, and let them rush to the solitary golden eye like moths to a flame. Soon, only Yang Yi was left in the entire sea of consciousness, and all the other soul avatars had been completely purified. Yang Yi took a breath gently, and looked at Yang Kai with relief, and said in a deep voice, I want to say thank you to you on behalf of them. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he whispered, You're welcome. This generation of the Yang family has a patriarch like you, it must be a big deal. Yang Yi showed a smile, and her old face slowly changed. After a while, she turned into a beautiful woman. She had a head of beautiful hair that gently fluttered in the wind, a pair of supple eyebrows, a pair of charming starry eyes, a straight nose, slightly red cheeks, a pair of sharp cherry lips, snow-white cheeks, and jade-like skin that was as soft as snow. Her figure was absolutely beautiful, to the point that it was suffocating. Yang Kai was slightly lost. This is what I looked like when I was young. At the last moment, I hope to die in this posture. Yang Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly she snapped, Junior boy, if you dare to reveal this matter, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I dare not. Yang Kai had a strange expression. Yang Yi nodded gently, and her body flickered, turning into a streamer, and rushed up. The solitary golden eye once again shot out a beam of golden light and hit her body. A piercing sound came out, and Yang Yi's thoughts and consciousness were quickly annihilated. At the last moment, Yang Kai seemed to see a look of serenity appear on her face. The solitary golden eye slowly closed, and the sea breeze blew. Above the entire sea of consciousness, there were 40 to 50 pure energy clusters floating. Yang Kai waved his hand and gathered all of this energy into one place. The ancestors of the Yang family painstakingly escaped their soul avatars into the statues of the 4 sacred beasts before they died, hoping to give some help to the younger generation. However, no matter how good the wish was, no matter how thorough the arrangement was, it was still eroded by the flowing time Great Emperor. Yang Yi said that in this endless flowing time Great Emperor, there had been many soul avatars who could not stand the torture of time and became unconscious, leaving behind brutal energy that was destroyed by them. In this case, I am afraid that this is the final ending for each of them. The Yang family's move was to help the living, but to blaspheme the dead. Not knowing whether it was right or wrong, Yang Kai did not want to comment, nor was he willing to comment. After a long time, Yang Kai came to the pure energy cluster, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb. Gradually, he found a problem. The increase in strength that this energy could bring to him was too little, so little that it was almost negligible. The ruthless and endless flowing time Great Emperor made the spiritual energy of the ancestors of the Yang family constantly deplete. Now, how much energy was left in their soul avatars? It was probably less than 1,000th of their peak. This kind of energy naturally could not bring about a rise in power to Yang Kai. However, the insights and understandings of the heavenly way and martial Tao that belonged to the Yang family ancestors that were hidden in this mysterious power had been completely preserved. Just these insights alone were enough to benefit Yang Kai greatly. Indeed, as Yang Yi said, after absorbing these, anyone would not have a bottleneck before breaking through to the transcendent realm. With the rise of the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai found that it was quite difficult to break through each layer. It was not that his strength could not keep up, but that his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary was too little. Now that he had absorbed the insights of these Yang Kai ancestors, this was no longer a problem. Coupled with the spiritual energy of several transcendents and their insights, Yang Kai estimated that he would not have any bottlenecks for a long time in the future. Perhaps, all the way until he broke through to the third-order transcendent realm. Yang Kai was ecstatic. This surprise diluted the faint sadness in his heart, so naturally, he spared no effort to absorb it. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and felt a little. His realm had not changed much, still at the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage, but his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary had reached a level that no one could reach. These were all treasures left behind by the Yang family ancestors. Not only did Yang Kai have an unparalleled understanding of the immortal ascension boundary, but he also had a strong understanding of the transcendent realm. He was still standing in the middle of the Soul Foundation Temple, and there was a life aura behind him that belonged to Yang Yinghao. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt that his uncle's aura was a little strange, as if his heart was extremely unsettled. Stretching his body a bit, Kai Yang turned around and called out, "Uncle. Did you succeed?" Yang Yinghao asked nervously. Entering the Soul Foundation Temple was also a test for the patriarch of the Yang family. If he could not get benefits from the Soul Foundation Temple, then he was not suitable to continue to be the patriarch. Seeing that Yang Kai had finally recovered, Yang Yinghao naturally asked quickly. Chapter 589. In fact, Yang Yinghao also felt that Yang Kai should have succeeded, but he couldn't understand what happened in the past 2 days. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Yinghao hesitated for a while before asking, "How many did you absorb?" "All of them." "All of them?" Yang Yinghao's eyes almost popped out as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "How did you withstand it?" Yang Yinghao was dumbfounded. He had entered that space himself and knew what opportunities there were inside, but he also knew what dangers he would encounter there. When he entered that space with his immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation, he only managed to absorb the soul avatars of 2 young family ancestors. Even so, it took him a full 2 to 3 years to get rid of the thoughts and consciousnesses of the 2 soul avatars. After all, when he obtained their comprehension of the heavenly Tao and martial Tao, he would also inherit the torment they had suffered for countless years. It was as if he had personally experienced it, and the pain was unbearable. This sort of thing had to be removed, otherwise, it would affect his life of peace. If there was one more, Yang Yinghao estimated that he wouldn't be able to bear it, and at that time, even if he didn't die, he would become a cripple. But now, Yang Kai told him that he had absorbed all the soul avatars of the Yang family ancestors. Yang Yinghao couldn't believe it, but he had to believe it. Because the 4 sacred beast statues had all cracked, the space where the consciousnesses gathered no longer existed. Such a situation meant that the space where the soul avatars of Yang Kai's ancestors gathered had disappeared, which also meant that those soul avatars had been absorbed by someone else. From now on, the Soul Foundation Temple would no longer be able to play its previous role, unless the 4 sacred beast statues could be repaired and Yang Kai's soul avatars escaped into it before they died. Yang Yinghao's expression was complex as he stared at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with respect. This kind of demeanor was not something an elder should have when looking at a junior, but Yang Yinghao couldn't help showing it. He knew that at this moment, he might be standing a little higher than Yang Kai, but with the passage of time, Yang Kai would definitely climb to a height that he could never hope to reach. At that time, he would be standing on the clouds, overlooking all living things. I'm sorry for destroying the Yang family's foundation, I will compensate you later, Yang Kai frowned, also aware of the destruction of the 4 sacred beast statues. No need, this place was originally prepared for the head of the Yang family. Yang Yinghao shook his head and respectfully said, Patriarch, the succession ceremony for the 7 great families has been prepared. It will be held at the Yang family's heaven altar. We are only waiting for you to begin. Oh. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, thinking that his current status and identity were indeed somewhat different in the eyes of those people. Such a big matter had actually been waiting for him. He grinned and said, if that's the case, then let's hurry over. We can't let them wait for too long. Yang Yinghao nodded slightly and led the way. Arriving outside the Soul Root Temple, Yang Kai found that the elders and the Yang family 4th master were no longer there. Only Old Demon was still there, waiting. Seeing Yang Kai walk out safely, the Old Demon grinned meaningfully. Yang family's heaven altar. Nearly 2 years ago, the Yang family's inheritance war began here. The 8 brothers of the Yang family gathered here to listen to Patriarch Yang Yinghao's impassioned speech, riding cloud-treading colts to War City in high spirits. Nearly 2 years later, the succession ceremony for the 7 great families was also held here. When Yang Kai arrived, all the preparations had been made, and with a loud shout, the Patriarch of the Yang family has arrived, everyone stood up and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he quickly walked up to the heaven altar, looked around, and declared, Junior is still young, so although I am temporarily acting as the Yang family patriarch, I am not familiar with the etiquette and procedures of this succession ceremony. Today's matter will be handled by Great Uncle. It was impossible for him to preside over the succession ceremony. Although he wouldn't make a fool of himself, this was still a major event for the 7 great families. If he made a mistake in the procedures, it would be too hasty. Yang Yinghao nodded lightly and his figure flickered as he flew up to the heaven altar. While Yang Yinghao was speaking, Yang Kai quietly retreated and approached Qiu Yimeng and the others. How do you feel? Yang Kai glanced at the 7 young people and smiled. Terrible, Hua Xing curled his lips. When I think about this young master becoming the patriarch of the Hua family, I feel like dying. You really aren't suitable. Yang Kai laughed. Yang Kai, thank you. Qiu Yimeng suddenly said. Thank me for what? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Don't play dumb, you and I both know that the reason you so generously accepted all the great forces that came to join you was to create pressure on the 8 great families and force them to abdicate. Qiu Yimeng's face bloomed with a wise smile. Others think you're just using this opportunity to gather strength, but I know your purpose is to maintain the current situation. Yang Kai was stunned but didn't deny it, nodding, that's part of the reason. I've always wanted to inherit the Chiu family, and now that my wish has been fulfilled, naturally I want to thank you. Chiu Meng's face showed a trace of emotion. Tell me, what do you want as a thank you gift? If you want it, I can do it. Huixing and the others trembled as they stared at Chiu Meng strangely. Meng Shan-yi coughed violently and after a long time, his face pale as he gasped for breath. Chiu Meng, you are now the patriarch of the Chiu family. It's not good to say such things in public, it will affect the reputation of the Chiu family. Brother Meng, haven't you recovered from your injuries? Yang Kai glanced at him, grateful that he had changed the subject. Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in this lifetime. Meng Shan-yi had been poisoned by the Ghost King and Poison King's ghost qi, and although he had managed to escape with his life, he had been bedridden for the past 6 months. If it weren't for the inauguration ceremony being held today, he wouldn't have come out. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before leaning over and whispering, open your mouth. Ah. Meng Shan-yi was surprised. In the next moment, he felt something being flicked into his mouth by Yang Kai, and he swallowed it involuntarily. A warm current spread through his abdomen, giving him a trace of strength, and even his pale face became a little rosy. Meng Shan-yi's mind quickly flashed a few speculations and his face filled with joy as he cupped his fists and said, many thanks, Brother Yang. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, no longer saying anything. At this moment, Yang Yinghao finished his speech and shouted, the inauguration ceremony begins now. Gongs, drums, and pipes rang out, creating a lively atmosphere. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he turned his head to look towards the northern sky. Amidst the sounds of gongs and drums, several silhouettes rapidly shot over from the north. A palpitating panic suddenly spread in everyone's hearts. Sure enough, they've come. Chiu Meng stood up and stood beside Yang Kai, staring into the distance. They have no choice but to come. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The sounds of gongs, drums, and pipes continued, but the elite masters of the 8 great families were all secretly gathering their strength and moving quickly, their faces filled with excitement and eagerness. Although they were aware of the abnormality here, the figures from the north were not afraid and still approached like lightning. Although Yang Kai had been staying in the Soul Root Temple for the past 2 days, this situation had long been anticipated by him. The inauguration ceremony of the 7 great families was just a pretense. The real ceremony of inheriting the patriarchs had been secretly held by the 7 great families last night. In other words, Chiu Meng and the others were now the rightful patriarchs of the 7 great families. The young people becoming the patriarchs of the 7 great families represented the official establishment of an alliance with Yang Kai. If the ash-gray cloud evil land did not act now, after today's inauguration ceremony was over, they would be attacked by Yang Kai and the entire central capital's elite forces. The one who struck first had the advantage, everyone knew this truth. Even if Yang Bai knew this was a trap, he had no choice but to fall into it. Not long after, the figures of the 6 great evil kings appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They stood in a hexagonal formation, quietly suspended mid-air, each of them emitting a strange aura. Bursts of strange laughter came from the mouths of the Ghost King and Poison King, making everyone's blood boil. The 6 great evil kings. Yang Yinghao and the others stared at the 6 great evil kings with burning eyes, each of them revealing an incomparable hatred. Among them, Yi Kuangren and Kong Rui stared at the 2 people held in the hands of the profound Yin Ghost King. They were Yi Xian Ro and Kong Zhan, who had been captured half a year ago. At this moment, the 2 of them looked sluggish, their clothes in tatters, their appearance haggard, their yuan qi seemingly completely drained away, reducing them to the level of ordinary people. It was obvious that over the past 6 months, they had suffered some inhumane torture at the hands of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Perceiving the gazes of these 2 people, the Ghost King laughed sinisterly. The succession ceremony of the 7 great families is a grand occasion for the world. The Lord ordered us to come and congratulate you, so we offer a trifling amount of money as a token of our respect. Please accept it. Saying so, he reached out and threw Yi Xian Ro and Kang Zhan down. Yi Ren and Kang Rui roared and rushed up, preparing to catch Yi Xian Ro and Kang Zhan. Don't! Yang Yinghao shouted. The Ghost King's actions were mysterious, so it was impossible for him to return Yi Xian Ro and Kang Zhan without any reason. These two must have been tampered with. However, to everyone's surprise, after Yi Xian Ro and Kang Zhan were picked up by Yi Ren and Kang Rui respectively, nothing special happened. The two young men's faces were dull, as if they had lost their souls, their eyes dull and lifeless. Although they were still breathing, they were no different from walking corpses. Yi Ren and Kang Rui carefully examined their situation and found nothing unusual, but they still didn't dare relax and handed them over to their family members, quickly ordering, "Take them away and imprison them." After arranging this, the two men raised their heads and stared at the 6 great evil kings. Old Patriarch Yi and Old Patriarch Kang really are vigilant people, the Ghost King laughed sarcastically. Enough nonsense, since you dared show yourself here today, I'll make sure you die without a burial. Yi Ren roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 6 great evil kings, interrupting Yi Ren's words. After seeing this figure's appearance, everyone paled. Evil Lord Yang Bai. Chapter 590. No one knew how he had appeared or whether he had been here all this time. It wasn't until he appeared that everyone saw him. 2 old patriarchs are too serious. We did not come here today to start a war with you. Yang Sun looked around at the crowd indifferently. You don't want to start a war? Yang Yinghao coldly snorted. Then why did the Demon Lord and 6 evil kings come here today? Yang Bai replied indifferently, we came here to seek peace. Seek peace? Everyone's expression became strange, none of them having expected Yang Bai to say such a thing. Yang Bai no longer paid attention to these people and instead focused his attention on Yang Kai, his expression becoming dignified as he said, Martial nephew, it's been a long time. Martial uncle, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Bai nodded lightly, Martial uncle has underestimated you. I didn't expect you to become my biggest enemy. Being able to accomplish this much, Martial nephew really isn't simple. Martial uncle's praise is too high, heroes are made of time. Martial nephew must thank Martial uncle for giving me this opportunity to display my abilities. We're family, there's no need to be polite. Yang Bai's face was gloomy, and he looked somewhat unhappy. Although his means were heaven-defying, he really had misjudged this young man. He hadn't expected that a young man like Yang Kai would actually be able to stir up such a big storm, even forcing him to take the initiative to appear today. Martial nephew, Martial uncle came here today because he really wanted to make peace with you. Yang Bai said sincerely, although the strength you've gathered now probably exceeds that of my holy land, if a fight really broke out, how many people do you think will be able to survive? Why don't we all stop here? Good, Yang Kai nodded firmly. Since Martial uncle has such intentions, how could Martial nephew disobey? I don't want to be enemies with a master like you. Martial nephew really is easy to talk to, Yang Bai chuckled. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he coldly said, but before we begin, can Martial uncle offer me his head? My father and Grand Master are both very concerned about Martial uncle. Impudence. The tyrannical Force King roared, you little brat. Before he could finish speaking though, he was interrupted by Yang Bai raising his hand. Yang Bai slowly shook his head and said, Martial nephew seems determined to be my enemy. He had a pained expression on his face, as if he regretted Yang Kai's decision. Martial nephew, your decision will affect the life and death of countless people. Countless people will be separated from their families, I hope you will consider it carefully. Yang Bai made a final effort. Ask the 8 great families, ask the central capital if they are willing to make peace with you. Yang Kai coldly shouted. Yang Bai sighed softly, since that's the case, there's no need to say more. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's aura began to fluctuate. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Bai for a moment before suddenly roaring, "Begin!" The masters from the 8 great families all rushed forward. The cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion who had been hiding nearby also emerged from the crowd. The 13 blood warriors, Lu Si, Li Yuan Chun, Ling Tai Su, as well as the 10 transcendents who had joined in later, all released their Yuan Qi and charged towards the 6 great evil kings. A strange cackle rang out as the Poison King's figure flickered and a large green poisonous mist descended from the sky, enveloping the group below. From the Ghost King's body, a series of resentful souls continuously shot out, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, stirring up the entire central capital. The Lightning Flash Shadow King transformed into a bolt of lightning, his figure so fast that it was almost impossible for anyone to follow him. Only a single shadow was able to follow him closely. Naturally, it was Yingjiu. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Yingjiu's speed was still inferior to the Lightning Flash Shadow King's, but he was still able to slightly restrain him. The tyrannical Force King let out a heaven-shaking roar as he sent out a ferocious punch. Although it was a simple punch, the force behind it smashed the Yang family's heaven's sacrificial altar to dust and the ground several dozen meters around it instantly caved in. The Thunderbolt Beast King let out a roar as countless 5th Order and 6th Order monster beasts quickly approached from the distance, led by the 7th Order monster beast Spider Mother. The masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land were either flying through the air or riding on monster beasts, all of them rushing over with great momentum. 5 of the 6 great evil kings did not hesitate to attack. Only Shan Qing Luo wore a hesitant and complicated expression as she quietly retreated some distance and casually released her Yuan Qi, sending out waves of bewitching energy. She didn't want to fight, but with Yang Bai here, she had to act. Traitorous disciple, today is the day you die. Ling Tai Su's target was Demon Lord Yang Bai, joining forces with some of the 8 great families' transcendent realm masters to attack him. Honored master. Yang Bai looked at him with pity but did not confront them head-on. Instead, his figure flickered, transformed into a blue streak, and disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. An unprecedented battle broke out in an instant. The central capital 8 great families, the masters from Yang Kai's mansion, and the invaders from the ash-gray cloud evil land poured almost all of their forces into this battle. With the Yang family as the center, a variety of brilliant martial skills and artifacts bloomed, causing the world energy aura to become chaotic. Although the new patriarchs of the 7 great families also wanted to participate in this battle, they were closely guarded by the masters of their respective families. Before the situation was clear, the 7 great families would not allow them to rush out. Only Yang Kai led the old demon through the battlefield. Inside his knowledge sea, the solitary golden eye continued to emit a huge attractive force. Once an immortal ascension boundary master died, as long as they were within 20 meters of Yang Kai, he would be able to absorb their spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai didn't go looking for trouble with the transcendent realm masters, his goal was only the immortal ascension boundary masters. Even without the old demon taking action, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be Yang Kai's opponent. The ash-gray cloud evil land only had a dozen or so transcendents left. Such a small number, in front of the joint forces of the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion, was simply not enough. Yang Yinghao was right, as long as Yang Kai's mansion joined forces with the 8 great families, it wouldn't be difficult to expel the ash-gray cloud evil land. The battle began at noon and lasted until the early hours of the next day. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Although the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion also suffered losses, the ash-gray cloud evil land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses. It was likely that after this battle, the ash-gray cloud evil land would not be able to recover. Seeing hope, the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion cultivator fought bravely while the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator and monster beast were forced to retreat. Shan Qing Luo, who was dealing with several masters from the 8 great families, suddenly felt a strange aura approach, and before she could react, Yang Pa suddenly appeared in front of her. "Qing Luo, come with me." Yang Pa faintly commanded, not allowing any explanation as he sent out a palm strike towards the masters who were besieging Shan Qing Luo. With a third-order transcendent master taking action, the masters from the 8 great families didn't even have the ability to resist, all of them coughing up blood as they were sent flying like paper kites. Shan Qing Luo's expression was filled with shock as she gently nodded her head and followed Yang Pa up into the sky. Yang Bai waved his hand and isolated himself from Shan Qing Luo's aura, only coldly watching the battle below, seemingly having no intention of intervening. "Master, what is your purpose?" Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Bai and waited for a long time, but seeing that he had no intention of speaking, she took the initiative to ask. "My purpose?" Yang Bai glanced over at her. "The Holy Land's disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Ghost King and the others are gradually unable to hold on. Why don't you take action to rescue them?" "Why should I rescue them?" Yang Bai smiled lightly. "What does their life or death have to do with me?" "Sure enough, the Holy Land is just a chess piece to master." Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a complex emotion. "You've never cared about the survival of the Holy Land. It's ridiculous that Ghost King and the others always thought that under your leadership, the Holy Land would eventually destroy the 8 great families and replace them as the world's top existences. That's their wishful thinking. I never told them that." Yang Bai nodded without hesitation. "If that's the case, why did Master call me up here?" Shan Qing Luo's chest heaved up and down as she asked with some dissatisfaction. "Because I need a woman to stand behind me." Yang Bai glanced at her with interest, his eyes clear and without the slightest trace of lust. Shan Qing Luo smiled and said, "I never thought Master would be interested in women." "I'm a man, and a man needs a woman," Yang Bai said, "but the only woman in this world who is worthy of me is you. You can rest assured, I won't do anything to you. I just need you to accompany me and witness everything. A single person is always lonely." "Witness? Witness what?" Shan Qing Luo asked curiously. "Soon. You'll know in a while." Yang Bai smiled mysteriously, Shan Qing Luo clearly seeing some excitement flash across his eyes. This kind of excitement was something he had never shown before, as if something exciting was about to happen. "Qing Luo, your relationship with my martial nephew seems to be quite deep," Yang Bai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Shan Qing Luo's heart clenched, but she quickly calmed down and quickly said, "Because of this relationship, I am already his woman." Yang Bai was surprised, but he didn't care, nodding, "Then from today onwards, forget about him. Although he is strong, by following me, you will realize that this world is not as simple as you think. You will see many things and scenes you have never imagined." Shan Qing Luo stared at him blankly, not quite understanding what he meant. "What about Master?" A violent voice suddenly called out. It was the tyrannical Force King, who was being besieged by Yang Kai's forces. Although his methods were powerful and his strength reached the heavens, it was still difficult for 2 fists to resist 4 hands. Being attacked by so many masters from Yang Kai's forces, he was still somewhat overwhelmed. Seeing the Holy Land's people die one after another, but still not seeing Yang Bai make a move, the tyrannical Force King suddenly hesitated. The ash-gray cloud evil land daring to attack the central capital was mainly relying on Yang Bai, otherwise, why would these evil kings run here to seek their own deaths? "I'm afraid Master won't care about us." The Ghost King's expression was ferocious as a massive black cloud wrapped around him. That black cloud transformed into the shape of a human face, vivid and lifelike. It opened its bloody mouth and flew out, swallowing a large number of martial artists. Chapter 591. On the other side, Annihilating Poison King was displaying his poison secret art to its fullest, but under the siege of so many masters, he seemed to be a little powerless, panting heavily for breath as he laughed loudly. "Yes, Master won't care about us, otherwise why wouldn't he help us? I'm afraid he has already fled." "Bullshit." The Force King roared hysterically. "How could Master flee? He must be preparing some kind of killing move to destroy the central capital in one fell swoop." "Idiot." The Poison King and Ghost King both snorted disdainfully. Those who could sit in the position of Evil King were not simple characters. Naturally, their schemes and shrewdness were incomparable. Only this tyrannical Force King, in addition to his brute strength, was a simple-minded person with no schemes to speak of. Even now, he still firmly believed that Demon Lord Yang Bai was planning to destroy the central capital in one fell swoop. Not only did the evil kings not know where Yang Bai was hiding at this moment, but even the 8 great families had no idea. Many people were searching for Yang Bai's figure, but no one could find him. The barrier set up by a third-order transcendent master was impossible to break. This led many people to believe that Yang Bai had really fled after seeing the situation turn bad. However, Yang Kai had a very bad feeling about this, as if something big was about to happen. Not bothering to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal ascension boundary masters who had died, Yang Kai quickly searched for the old patriarchs of the 8 great families. After the great battle, these old patriarchs had all been meditating, preparing to deal with the next round of fierce battles and completely annihilate the ash-gray cloud evil land. When Yang Kai arrived, they were almost done with their preparations. Great uncle. Yang Kai walked over to Yang Yinghao and asked with a dignified expression, "Do you know why Yang Bai decided to invade the central capital? What is his purpose?" Yang Yinghao heard this and quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and explained, "It seems that because the last time the 8 great families besieged the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Bai and the 6 great evil kings are holding a grudge, so this time they are retaliating. After all, after so many years, the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water, and the hatred between them had reached an irreconcilable level. However, I don't think Yang Bai will rashly attack the central capital for this reason. He should know that even if he succeeds, the price he will have to pay will not be small. If it isn't because he is too bored, then the 8 great families must have something he wants." Hearing him say this, the old fogies all fell into contemplation. After exchanging glances with each other, Yi Kuangren said, "The only things that can be targeted by him are probably the secrets of your Yang family. And, although the heritage of our 8 great families is quite good, there's nothing that could interest a character like Yang Bai." Yang Kai frowned. He knew they were talking about the secrets of the Hall of God's roots. If Yang Bai had set his sights on the Soul Foundation Temple, that could barely be explained. But soon, Yang Kai shook his head. No, if he was after the secrets of the Yang family, he wouldn't have invaded from the north, but from the south. The combat strength displayed by the ash-gray cloud evil land in the early stages could be said to be irresistible. No matter which side they attacked from, the families there were unable to resist. If Yang Bai had set his sights on the Yang family's Soul Foundation Temple, he definitely wouldn't have invaded from the north. What's more, the secrets of the Soul Foundation Temple were only known to the Yang family's patriarch and the Transcendent Realm Master who was about to die, so where did Yang Bai obtain this information? Think about it carefully. Is there something in each of your families that he has set his sights on? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 8 old men. The 8 old men all wore dignified expressions, but after thinking about it carefully, they still couldn't figure it out. The situation had developed to this point, so if there really was something in each of their families that Yang Bai had set his sights on, they wouldn't hide it anymore. Yang Kai observed them carefully and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Could it be that his guess was wrong? What was Yang Bai's purpose for invading the central capital this time? At that moment, Yang Bai's aura, which had been unreachable for so long, suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone's expression became solemn as they looked up and saw Yang Bai floating quietly mid-air, coldly overlooking the central capital, a burst of thunderous laughter erupting from his mouth. Everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing and turned towards the source of this voice. The time has come. Suddenly, Yang Bai's smile faded and he said softly. Yang Kai's heart clenched as a trace of uneasiness filled his heart. He didn't know when Yang Bai had said the time had come, but since he dared to appear, he must have achieved his goal. 8 great families, ridiculous, they're nothing more than ant-like existences, yet they dare to call themselves such. Martial nephew, although you're not bad, your vision isn't farsighted enough. Today, allow Martial Uncle to show you what it means to say that there is always a heaven beyond a heaven. This world is not what you see, there are many things you don't understand. However, no matter what, Martial Uncle must thank you. If not for your sudden appearance, today's battle would not have resulted in so many deaths. If not, Martial Uncle would have had a headache. Yang Bai's expression was calm as he floated mid-air, speaking with confidence and assurance, as if he didn't place anyone in this world in his eyes. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at Yang Bai ran in surprise. From what he had just said, Yang Kai understood something quite strange. Did Yang Bai know something about Shigao? Not waiting for Yang Kai to think about it, Yang Bai suddenly shouted, "Evil kings, protectors." Tyrannical heavenly force Wang Chaoyang rushed over without hesitation. The Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King all looked hesitant, not knowing whether they should act or not. Yang Bai glanced over at them faintly and chuckled, "What's wrong? Do you want to disobey my orders?" The Poison King smiled grimly and said, "Master, I just want to ask, since yesterday's battle began, why haven't I seen you take action? The Holy Land's casualties aren't light. Because I want them to die. If they don't die, how can I achieve my goal?" Yang Bai replied casually. And the Poison King nodded, suddenly cupping his fists and saying, "Master, take care of yourself, I won't be playing with you any longer." They had followed Yang Bai to attack the central capital in order to replace it, but now seeing that there was no hope and Yang Bai acting so ruthlessly, how could these evil kings be willing to remain? They were selfish, insidious, and deceitful people. Loyalty, honor, and disgrace had nothing to do with them. Saying so, the Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King turned to leave. Yang Bai didn't care about the deaths of his subordinates, so they naturally didn't care either. As long as they could survive, nothing else mattered. Yang Bai sneered, "None of you can leave. Protectors." As soon as these words fell, the four evil kings who were preparing to leave suddenly paused, their expressions filled with pain, as if they were resisting something. A moment later, their expressions gradually eased and they flew over to Yang Bai's side, surrounding him in a tight circle to protect him. The masters from the 8 great families all paled. Although they didn't know what had happened to the 4 evil kings, anyone could see that Yang Bai was using some kind of overbearing method to control them. Yang Bai finally took action, waving his hand and releasing a mysterious energy wave that covered the entire central capital. "Stop him!" Yang Kai shouted. No matter what Yang Bai's purpose was, he had to be stopped. With this order, all the transcendents who were still capable of fighting rushed out, their target being Yang Bai and the 6 great evil kings. Too late. Yang Bai laughed, "Now that I've shown myself, there's nothing you can do." As he spoke, the blood from the corpses of the central capital's dead corpses and the blood on the ground all began to flow and seep into the ground. A series of obscure energy waves began shuttling through the ground, searching for something. Suddenly, Yang Bai's expression lit up and he turned his eyes to a certain spot, waving his hand. The blood that had seeped into the ground all rushed towards that spot. A shocking bloody aura filled the air. Old Demon, who was following beside Yang Kai, wore a dignified expression and quickly said, "Young master, this should be some kind of blood sacrifice." Old Demon also knew how to perform a blood sacrifice, so naturally he was able to see some clues, but his method was somewhat different from Yang Bai's. The only similarity was that they both needed blood and people to die. The number of people who had died in the ash-gray cloud evil land and the central capital these past few days was incalculable, so the amount of blood that had flowed out was like a river. Yang Bai now using this blood as a blood sacrifice could only be described as a grand gesture. Compared to this, Old Demon's Demon Spectre Saint technique was simply incomparable. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the depths of the earth and the entire central capital began to shake. Everyone's expression became aghast. Yang Yinghao suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Damn, could it be that Yang Bai is eyeing something underground?" "What's underground?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao nodded, this is only something recorded in the ancient books of the 8 great families. No one has ever confirmed it. It is said that there is a huge earth vein underneath the central capital, and it is because of this earth vein that our 8 great families have been able to take root here for so long. Not only does the Yang family have such a record, the other 7 families should also have such records. Qiu Shouqing thought about it for a moment before nodding, and, this old master has read about it in the ancient books of the family. However, it is said that a generation of people once tried to find this earth vein, but after countless years, they finally failed. Could it be that it really exists and we haven't found it yet? Meng Shiping's expression became ugly. The 8 great families had been stationed in the central capital for countless years, and although there were records of earth veins, they had never been able to find one. However, Demon Lord Yang Bai had now accurately found it, making Meng Shiping feel somewhat ashamed. Earth vein? Yang Kai muttered. Yang Kai had seen earth veins before and had even absorbed the energy contained within them. In the past, in the outer sea hidden island, there was an almost dried up earth vein. He absorbed all the remaining energy, and his strength increased tremendously. Underneath the central capital, there was a huge intact earth vein. If one could find it, they would obtain incredible benefits. His purpose is most likely this, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Bai was a 3rd order transcendent and had already reached his limit. If he wanted to improve his strength further, he would need to rely on external forces, and the huge amount of energy contained within this earth vein was his best choice. Although this was only a guess, it should be close. Chapter 592. The entire central capital city shook violently as large swathes of buildings collapsed and dust filled the air, making it seem like the end of the world had arrived. Even those who weren't clear about the situation realized that this place was no longer safe. The masters from the 8 great families and Yang Kai mansion all erupted with their full strength, fiercely attacking Yang Bai in an attempt to interfere with his actions. However, the 6 great evil kings were closely guarding him, so unless they could break through their defenses, they couldn't cause any harm to Yang Bai. Of the 6 great evil kings, with the exception of Shan Qing Luo, the remaining 5 were all 2nd order transcendents. Among them, Shadow King and Force King Yi Ran had both reached the peak of the 2nd order, so regardless of their own safety, they had desperately tried to protect Yang Bai, creating an impregnable defense. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Suddenly, the mysterious Grade Qing Luo fan appeared in her delicate hand and poured her yuan qi into it, causing it to glow with a brilliant light. The lifelike portraits of the beauties on the Qing Luo fan flew out one by one, as if they had been given life, each of them displaying an extremely dissolute and flirtatious expression, their clothes half undone, revealing large tracts of seductive skin. A series of whispers resounded throughout the heavens and earth, seemingly capable of awakening the deepest desires in everyone's hearts and turning them into beasts. This mysterious great artifact had been passed down from generation to generation by the beguiling demon queen, and when combined with the beguiling demon queen's boundless beguiling technique, few could resist. Even a transcendent realm master would fall into a daze for a brief moment, unable to extricate themselves from such a state. At this moment, Shan Qing Luo displayed the power of her Qing Luo fan, targeting the 5 great evil kings and Yang Bai. The Force King, whose mind was the purest, instantly had his eyes turn red and his breathing become heavy, his lower body bulging like a tent. The other 4 great evil kings all frowned, obviously also affected. Cheap slut. The Herculean king suddenly regained his senses. It was precisely because of his simple-minded mind that he was quick to fall for the trick. He was also quick to escape from Shan Qing Luo's seductive technique. With a roar, he ferociously threw a punch at Shan Qing Luo. The beguiling demon queen's beautiful face turned pale, not daring to resist and hurriedly retreated, but half of her body was still swept away by the Strength King's fist, causing her to scream miserably as she fell to the ground. Yang Bai stared at Shan Qing Luo indifferently and shook his head. Qing Luo, you disappoint me. Is this your choice? Shan Qing Luo's expression was indifferent. She let her body fall and said softly, I told you, I am already his woman. Naturally, I can't help you deal with him. You will regret this. Yang Bai sighed slightly. The peak of the martial Dao really is lonely at the top. As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. Some of the masters from the 8 great families wanted to chase down and take Shan Qing Luo's life directly, but Tang Yuxian was the first to act. The blood warriors all knew about the delicate relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo, so naturally they wouldn't make things difficult for her. Tang Yuxian simply wanted to rescue Shan Qing Luo. Seeing Tang Yuxian catch the beguiling demon queen, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk massive bursts of energy suddenly shot out from the ground, the density of this energy far beyond anyone's imagination. Each of these bursts of energy was visible to the naked eye, as if they were pillars of light rising from the ground and covering the entire central capital. Looking down from above, one could see that the chaotic and fragmented central capital city was now shining with pillars of light that shot straight up into the sky. Those pillars of light were exuding a terrifying energy. Yang Bai laughed loudly, his figure flickering as he randomly found a pillar of light and dove down, soon disappearing, leaving behind only the 5 great evil kings who were still desperately defending their original position. There really is an earth vein. Yang Yinghao exclaimed. Seeing this scene, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families immediately understood. The records in their ancient books were not groundless. There was indeed a huge earth vein under the central capital. Now, this earth vein had been discovered by Yang by using his own methods. No matter what he wants to do with this earth vein, we can't just ignore it. Yang Yinghao's expression became ugly as he shouted, following Yang Bai along with the other 7 old patriarchs, searching for a nearby pillar of light and following its source into the ground. Yang Kai frowned. Let's go take a look. The old demon hurriedly followed. Yang Kai's mansion. Meng Wuya, who had been guarding Yang Kai's heavenly palace and protecting Yang Kai's rear base, suddenly wore a look of pleasant surprise and excitement. His figure flickered as he flew up into the air and stared down at the desolate yet abundant scene of the central capital, his brow bursting with joy as he exclaimed, "An earth vein." After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya suddenly laughed, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it without any effort. "Ning Cheng, come with Master. It's time for Master to unlock the first seal." Hearing this, Xia Ning Chang's mind shook as she quickly nodded her head. She had been adopted by Meng Wuya since she was a child and had been vigorously cultivated in order to one day find an opportunity to unlock the shackles and seals on Meng Wuya's body. Xia Ning Chang also knew that if she wanted to break Meng Wuya's first seal, she would need an incomparably large amount of energy. No matter what the source of the energy was, as long as there was enough, she would be able to use her special physique to use Meng Wuya's body as a cauldron to refine the first seal. Refining a person into a pill was something only those with the sacred spirit medicine body could do. The master and disciple pair also found a nearby light pillar and, under the protection of Meng Wuya, entered the ground. Above the central capital, the masters from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion were still besieging the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator. The invaders had suffered countless casualties, and now there were only a few hundred people left, including some monster beast. Although the 5 great evil kings still had the strength to fight, they were surrounded by dozens of transcendent realm masters, so there was no way for them to escape. Once they exhausted themselves, they would be able to kill them. The situation gradually became clear. Below the central capital, Yang Kai and Old Demon continued to fall towards the source of the light pillar, seemingly endless. Although they were wrapped in a rich world energy aura, this kind of descent inevitably made them panic, not knowing when they would reach the end. After a stick of incense worth of time, the two finally set foot on the ground. He didn't know how deep he was underground, but he could no longer sense the sounds of battle and energy fluctuations in the central capital. Looking around, he could only see pure and rich energy flowing in all directions, flowing like a clear river. This energy gathered together and exuded a faint glow, so even though they were deep underground, the light wasn't too dim. Where did those 8 people go? Old Demon turned his head and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Yinghao. This way, Yang Kai gestured in a certain direction. On the ground in front of them, he saw some messy footprints. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was only able to sense 1,000 meters or so. Such a rich world energy aura isolated the range of his divine sense. After walking for a short time, several forks appeared in front of them, causing Yang Kai to frown. The earth vein under the central capital extended in all directions, and the underground passages were also long and winding. Under the circumstances where Yang Kai's divine sense was restricted, it was not easy to find the old patriarchs and Yang Bai of the 8 great families. Yang Kai could only rely on the shallow footprints they had left behind. After taking a few turns and taking a few forks in the road, even the footprints of the 8 people had disappeared. Yang Kai and Old Demon had completely lost track of them, so in desperation, Yang Kai could only rely on his instincts to move forward. Suddenly, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he turned around. "Young master, what's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but after a short time, a slender figure rushed over. Old Demon was shocked and was about to attack when Yang Kai stopped him. When this figure came close, Old Demon discovered that it was actually his young master's senior sister, Su Yan. "Why did you come down here?" Yang Kai quickly pulled Su Yan closer. She and the other brothers and junior brothers of High Heaven Pavilion had been staying inside the Heavenly Palace and had not participated in the war against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, so when Yang Kai saw her appear at this moment, he was naturally a bit surprised. "I was chasing after Treasurer Meng and junior sister Ju," Su Yan explained. "I sensed your aura, so I came to take a look." "Treasurer Meng and little senior sister also came down?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What about the mansion?" "The mansion is fine, the Heavenly Palace's barrier is still there." Yang Kai nodded gently, but couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Why did Treasurer Meng come down here? He even brought little senior sister with him. This made Yang Kai quite confused. Although Meng Wuya could reach the second-order transcendent realm after unlocking his seal, it would still cause him some damage. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Meng Wuya participate in the battle. As long as Meng Wuya stayed in the mansion and maintained the Heavenly Palace's operation, it would be fine. Yang Kai had never imagined that Meng Wuya would actually take the initiative to come out. "Since you've come, let's go together," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yan nodded gently. The group of 3 continued to search the depths of the earth, carefully probing their surroundings but still unable to detect the aura of others. Su Yan was only able to detect Yang Kai's existence because she and Yang Kai shared a heart and soul connection, so she was able to accurately pinpoint his position. This method was only limited to the 2 of them. Just as Yang Kai was pondering, he suddenly felt that the flow of energy in the earth vein underground was somewhat unusual. The energy from all directions was converging fiercely in one direction. It seemed that there was a huge suction force that was madly swallowing the energy in the earth vein. "Let's go take a look," Yang Kai's expression sank as he quickly followed the direction of the energy flow. Half an hour later, Yang Kai noticed the auras of 2 people. Startled, Yang Kai quickly stepped forward. In a fork not far away, Yang Kai suddenly found Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang. Meng Wuya was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a happy expression on his face while Xia Ningchang stood in front of him, his hands constantly forming a series of mysterious seals. As these seals were formed, the energy in the earth vein was continuously flowing into Meng Wuya's body. As if he had noticed someone approaching, Meng Wuya nervously glanced over, and even Xia Ningchang's movements became somewhat sluggish. After seeing Yang Kai's face, both of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. "Treasurer Meng, what are you doing down here?" Yang Kai looked around in surprise and asked curiously. "Unlocking the seal." Meng Wuya replied softly. Chapter 593. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he was pleasantly surprised. Although Treasurer Meng didn't say much, Yang Kai could somewhat guess. There was a seal on Meng Wuya's body, and because of this seal, his cultivation was only at the peak immortal ascension boundary. If he could unlock this seal, he would be able to maintain his second-order transcendent cultivation all year round. Congratulations, Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai was also very happy that Meng Wuya was able to find an opportunity to unlock this seal. It seemed that Demon Lord Yang Bai's actions this time had brought him some benefits. Treasurer Meng, have you seen any trace of Yang Bai or the 8 great families? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, if you want to find them, Ning Cheng can help you. Yang Kai quickly turned his eyes to his little senior sister. Xia Ning Cheng gently nodded but didn't say anything, simply waving her hand and sending out a burst of energy. This burst of energy shot out like a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the underground tunnel. After waiting for a while, this burst of energy returned. Xia Ning Cheng casually pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai grinned and walked towards the direction she pointed. Yang Kai, I'll stay behind to protect Treasurer Meng and junior sister Xia, Su Yan said hesitantly. She really wanted to act together with Kai Yang, because up until now, all the dangerous matters and all the battles had been shouldered by Kai Yang alone. But now that she saw that Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Cheng were in the middle of something important, and there was no one around to protect them, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. If she stayed behind, she could at least protect these two in times of danger. Yang Kai nodded, then you be careful. You too, Su Yan smiled. After bidding farewell to Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Cheng, Yang Kai and the old demon followed the direction the little senior sister had pointed out, constantly scanning their surroundings with their powerful spiritual energy. Soon, some life auras entered Yang Kai's perception, causing Yang Kai to shake and lead the old demon over. In front of them, there were 9 figures. 8 of them were the old clan leaders of the 8 great clans who had chased the evil lord all the way here. Naturally, it was Yang Bai. When Yang Kai and the old demon arrived, the two sides were in a standoff. Although the 8 old patriarchs also had transcendent realm cultivations and had the advantage in numbers, facing a character like the demon lord, they still didn't dare act rashly. This gave them a lot of pressure. On the other hand, Yang Bai's expression remained calm. There was still a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. Although his methods were exceedingly powerful, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he calmly looked at the 8 people with a mocking gaze. Seeing Yang Kai and the old demon suddenly appear here, Yang Bai's eyes lit up and he smiled. Martial nephew also came. Good, good. Martial uncle was worried that no one would witness this moment. It's good to have more people. Yang Kai coldly snorted, stepped forward, and stared at Yang Bai solemnly. Martial uncle, you've spent so much effort, not hesitating to sacrifice the lives of all the masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land just to find this earth vein under the central capital? Why? Yang Kai asked. This earth vein belongs to the central capital. Even if you find it, you won't be able to absorb all the energy here in a short time and will only benefit the 8 great families. Martial uncle doesn't seem to be a fool. He wouldn't make such a bad deal, would he? Yang Bai's expression became interested as he nodded lightly. It seems that martial nephew is smarter than these 8 people. They all thought my purpose was to occupy this earth vein. But in fact, they were wrong. I am not so ambitious as to absorb the energy from this earth vein under the noses of everyone in the central capital. Yang Yinghao and the others all wore confused expressions. They all thought Yang Bai was eyeing this earth vein's energy. None of them had expected him to deny it now. So what was he doing now? No matter what your purpose is, today, this place will be your burial place. Yang Yinghao coldly shouted, interrupting Yang Bai's chatter. Yang Bai chuckled, with just you lot, such a thing is impossible. As long as I want to, I can take your lives at any time. Then why hasn't martial uncle acted yet? Yang Kai asked sarcastically. As I said, I needed someone to witness it. Shanqing Luo was the best candidate. I was prepared to share it with her, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to appreciate kindness and missed such a good opportunity. Yang Bai slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment filling his face. Martial uncle's interests are truly vile. It doesn't matter. Yang Bai shrugged his shoulders casually, because I'm about to leave here and go to a higher world. A higher world? The 8 old men were stunned, none of them understanding what he was talking about. The old demon grinned wickedly while Yang Kai wore a thoughtful expression. Ignorant. Yang Bai's face showed a trace of pity. Do you think the above immortal ascension boundary is the peak of the martial Tao? You're wrong, the above immortal ascension boundary is not, and it's not called that, it's just a name you give to this realm. The 8 old patriarchs all stared in shock, as if they had just heard something incredible, all of them staring expectantly at Yang Bai, hoping to understand what kind of realm the above immortal ascension boundary was. It's called the Transcendent Realm, a realm beyond the mortal realm. Yang Kai said with a look of disgust, interrupting Yang Bai's self-display and shaking his head. Martial uncle, I thought you were a great character, but now it seems you're nothing more than a clown. Yang Bai's eyes went cold, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to know so much about this realm, but soon his expression relaxed and he nodded. Was it that little brother behind you who told you this? The old demon snickered, not saying anything, staring at Yang Bai with ridicule and disdain. Yang Bai showing off his knowledge of the transcendent realm in front of him was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Looking at the old demon, Yang Bai sincerely said, Little brother, you and I share the same origin, my achievements all come from your current body. Everyone should be closer to each other. If you're willing, why don't we join hands? No need, the old demon grinned meaningfully. This old master still believes following young master will be more promising. Do you really think so? Yang Bai was somewhat disappointed, emphasizing, although my martial nephew's aptitude is extraordinary, I'm afraid his life's achievements will be limited to this. If you come with me, I can take you to see a wider world. Saying so, Yang Bai suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the nearby cave wall, pouring a fierce amount of yuan qi into it, causing the energy of the entire earth vein to surge and converge towards him. A short time later, at the position Yang Bai had just slapped, a small black dot suddenly appeared. This small black dot rapidly expanded, and after a few breaths of time, it had transformed into a black hole several meters in diameter. This black hole was so deep that it seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. The faces of the 8 great families' old patriarchs all changed greatly as they hurriedly retreated, none of them understanding what this black hole was. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the old demon's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they simultaneously exclaimed, "A void corridor?" Yang Bai stared at them in surprise, not having expected them all to recognize this thing, nodding, it is indeed a void corridor. The other side is a higher world, far different from this one. This is just a barbarian land where world energy is scarce and masters are rare, but the other side is different. The world energy there is abundant, making it more suitable for a cultivator to sense the heavenly way and martial Tao. Little brother, as long as you agree, I am willing to let you enter with me and share the resources there. So that's how it is. The old demon nodded solemnly. It seems that you not only inherited the inheritance of this body, but also its memories. Yes. Yang Bai nodded without hesitation. The demon lord's corpse in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream was now being used by the old demon as his body, but before that, Yang Bai had obtained its inheritance and thoughts, allowing him to understand the mysteries of the transcendent realm and improve his strength so quickly. It should be the memories contained in the demon lord's corpse that led Yang Bai to the earth vein under the central capital and to the location of this void corridor. His goal was not the central capital, nor was it this earth vein, but rather this void corridor in front of him. He wanted to escape this world and enter another place in order to pursue a higher realm and cultivation. However, the memories you obtained don't seem to be complete, the old demon grinned strangely. Why does little brother say that? Yang Bai frowned slightly. Do you think the resources there are at your disposal? Do you think the masters there are easy to bully? What a joke, although this place is a barbarian land, the other side is also filled with dangers. Your cultivation is not bad, you can call yourself a tyrant here, but if you were to go to the other side, at most you'd be a sect elder. If I were you, I'd choose to live a carefree life here, the old demon said calmly. How do you know so much? Yang Bai was finally surprised. That's impossible. All the memories of that body have been completely inherited by me. It's impossible for you to obtain its thoughts. This old master doesn't need to obtain its thoughts, because this old master's body came from that world. The old demon laughed and pointed to himself, the original owner of this body. If we really want to compare, is this old master's junior's junior? Yang Bai's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the old demon like he was some kind of monster, a thick sense of dread flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Bai's current achievements were only possible because he obtained the inheritance of that body, but now the old demon was saying that this demon lord was his junior's junior, a look of disdain appearing on his face. This caused Yang Bai to feel somewhat at a loss, all of his previous understandings being completely overturned. You want to deceive me? Yang Bai's expression became cold. No matter what you say, I won't be fooled. Since I've come this far, I'll go and see for myself what the other side of the world is like. The old demon slowly shook his head. You're the most ignorant one here. It's not up to you to judge. Yang Bai shouted, his aura suddenly becoming dangerous as a rich demonic chi rushed out from his body, his entire face becoming ferocious, as if a demon had descended from the heavens. I'll become the demon race. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to his forehead, the massive amount of energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton fiercely bursting forth, covering his body in a layer of demonic chi. The richness of his demonic chi was no less than Yang Bai's, perhaps even greater. Chapter 594. Yang Bai's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, his gaze finally becoming dignified. Martial nephew, you actually possess such strength. Good, it seems you have some kind of external force to rely on. However, your immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivation is still too weak. Is that so? Old demon took a step forward and stood guard by Yang Kai's side, the same incomparably rich demonic chi gushing out from his body, the same aura as Yang Bai's, seemingly drawing in each other. The 8 old men shouted at the same time, pushing their strength to 0.1%, their expressions filled with anger, as if they were ready to fight Yang Bai to the death. Yang Bai laughed, you think you can win against me by relying on so many treasures? You're all too naive. Fine, before I leave, I'll show you what a third-order transcendent is. Brother, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't appreciate it. Today, I'll accept your demonic chi. These last words were directed to the old demon. When Yang Bai had emerged from the coiling dragon stream, his cultivation hadn't yet reached the third-order transcendent realm, so he was unable to fully absorb the energy from the demon lord's corpse. Yang Bai had wanted to wait for a period of time before he could do so, but he hadn't expected the old demon to take advantage of him. Now that such an opportunity was in front of him, he naturally wanted to take back his own strength. Saying so, he gently waved his hand, and a layer of 7-colored light film covered his body like a treasure armor. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families also released their martial skills and artifacts, bombarding Yang Bai's body. These attacks should have been able to overturn rivers and seas, but all they did was cause the light barrier around Yang Bai's body to ripple slightly, unable to even break through his defenses. Although they already knew that Yang Bai's methods were extraordinary and his strength was formidable, after seeing this scene, the 8 old patriarchs still couldn't help feeling a bit of shock. The old demon also took action, sending out a blood mist towards Yang Bai, wrapping him up. This blood mist contained the old demon's many years of comprehension and cultivation, enough to erode anything in this world. However, Yang Bai only lightly shook his body to disperse this blood mist. The old demon coldly snorted and took 3 steps back. His expression was extremely solemn. The absolute gap between their realms was not something his experience could make up for. If there was a lot of blood here, he could still use his Demon Spectre Saint technique, but all the blood that flowed out from the dead had been used by Yang Bai, so the old demon couldn't cook without rice. A loud dragon roar came out, and a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. It shook its head and tail, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Bai. Flood dragon? Yang Bai disdainfully waved his left hand and summoned a huge 7-colored poisonous python. This poisonous python's scales were brilliant, and as it bared its fangs ferociously rushed towards the black flood dragon, opening its mouth and spitting out 7-colored rays of light. These rays of light contained a terrifying amount of evil energy, and in an instant the black flood dragon was blown to pieces. That's all there is to it. Yang Bai sneered, his expression calm as he coldly declared, "Release your full strength, I'd like to see who can stop me. I, Yang Bai, have lived a miserable life, all I ever pursued was strength. So what if it was righteous, so what if it was evil? As long as I can become stronger, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Even if it was your honored master who raised you?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Although the situation was critical, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic, instead maintaining a calm expression. The old demon carefully observed. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on, after following him for so long, the old demon knew that Yang Kai wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in, so he quickly suppressed his desire to flee and quietly stood guard beside Yang Kai. "Honored master?" Yang Bai sneered, "I don't have a honored master anymore." Saying so, Yang Bai once again pushed the evil energy in his body, causing the old patriarchs of the 8 great families to all groan as their knees went soft and they all fell to the ground. Their faces all became 7-colored as their yuan qi and physical strength rapidly drained away, all of them madly converging towards Yang Bai's body. The absolute suppression in terms of cultivation made them deeply realize just how terrifying Yang Bai was, and they also realized that it was impossible for them to do anything to him. "Yang Kai, you have to leave quickly. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." Yang Yinghao suddenly called out, his voice growing softer and softer as he spoke. If they had known that Yang Bai's strength was so terrifying, they would never have come here with only 8 of them. They had thought that by relying on their strength, even if they died in battle, they would at least be able to drag Yang Bai down with them, but in reality, this idea was nothing more than a joke. Now, all they could do was risk their lives to protect Yang Kai. "You can leave now." Yang Bai's expression remained calm as he lightly shook his head, stretching out his hand and sending out a sharp gust of wind that pierced through Yang Yinghao's shoulder, causing blood to flow out. "Yang Bai, you deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors, bringing shame to the sect. Today, I will clean up your sect on behalf of Grand Master." Yang Kai was like an enraged beast, suddenly becoming violent as he roared. Yang Bai was stunned, glancing over at him strangely, contemptuously saying, "A trivial immortal ascension boundary 5th stage brat dares to speak such arrogant words, you really don't know how high the heavens are. Martial nephew, you're going to die soon, are you planning to turn into an evil ghost and clean up your sect on behalf of that old fart?" Although they were from the same sect, Yang Bai looked down on Yang Kai from the very beginning, believing that his current strength was only because he had borrowed some kind of external force. "Ha!" Yang Kai let out a strange laugh, his grin fading as he shouted, "Old demon." The old demon responded immediately, not hesitating as he rushed towards Yang Bai like a madman. Yang Bai's expression was filled with disdain as he waved his hand towards the old demon, sending out a burst of violent energy. The old demon's yuan qi flickered for a moment before it was destroyed and he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, but he immediately stood up without a care in the world. Completely unscathed. This scene not only stunned the old patriarchs of the 8 great families, even Yang Bai wore a look of shock. After recovering, he nodded, "This body is truly amazing." The old demon laughed, "Although this old master can't beat you right now, you can't kill this old master either. This body is not something you can shake." The body the old demon possessed had been left under the coiling dragon stream for hundreds of years, so it had not been damaged. Obviously, it had been tempered to a certain limit by that demon lord. With Yang Bai's current cultivation, he really couldn't shake this body. "I thought you had something to rely on, but it turns out it's just this," Yang Bai snorted, "If that's all you have, then I won't play with you any longer." The old demon didn't say anything, but instead rushed towards Yang Bai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Bai spat disdainfully and coldly said, "You're just a brute. You have an empty shell, but you can't use it to its full potential. You should just return it to me." Saying so, an even fiercer burst of chi than before as Yang Bai formed a claw with his hand and directly grabbed towards the old demon's head. To his surprise, the old demon didn't even try to evade and simply let Yang Bai grab him. Courting death. Yang Bai was overjoyed and quickly circulated his secret art, madly absorbing the power from the old demon's body. This demonic chi was the same as the secret art he cultivated, so he could absorb it without any hesitation. Once he absorbed the old demon's power, Yang Bai's strength would definitely rise again. Yang Bai could even use a secret technique to refine the old demon's body into a puppet. Young master. The old demon struggled to resist, but was still unable to stop the loss of power from his body, so he had no choice but to call out. Regardless of what Yang Kai was planning, now was the time to act. It was because he trusted Yang Kai unconditionally that the old demon was acting so recklessly. A golden chain suddenly appeared, and along with its appearance, an aura of pure yang descended. Whether it was the old demon or Yang Bai, the demonic chi in their bodies seemed to have encountered its nemesis and became restless. This golden chain wasn't very long, but it had a kind of power that could not be ignored and directly wrapped around Yang Bai. Demon sealing chain? Yang Bai was shocked, his face filled with panic as he quickly released the old demon and retreated. Yang Kai sneered, and with his will, the golden demon sealing chain seemed to have a life of its own and instantly wrapped around Yang Bai, firmly binding him. Silala, with a sound like salt being sprinkled into hot oil. The demonic chi in Yang Bai's body madly resisted, but it was still unable to break free from the demon sealing chain's shackles, black smoke constantly rising from his body. On the other hand, the golden demon sealing chain seemed to have no physical form and gradually disappeared into Yang Bai's body, leaving behind only a faint glimmer of light. "Martial uncle, you've been too careless." Yang Kai sneered, "Since we've already obtained that demon lord's body, how could the demon sealing chain not be in my hands? This thing should be your nemesis." Yang Bai's expression was filled with anger as he glared at Yang Kai with hatred, his face twisting in anger. The devil sealing chain was used to restrain evil devil chi. Whether it was Yang Bai or the old demon, all of their current achievements were because they had inherited the demon lord's body. Seemingly suppressed by the demon sealing chain, Yang Bai's arrogant aura quickly converged and most of his strength was suppressed inside his body, unable to be used. The situation had taken a sharp turn and everyone was pleasantly surprised, none of them having anticipated such a change. The old demon stared at Yang Kai in both horror and joy, secretly thinking that his trust in his young master had been correct. He had even forgotten about the existence of the demon sealing chain, but now Yang Kai had taken it out. "Martial uncle, how much of your strength can you use now?" Yang Kai took a step forward, his momentum rising steadily. "Because of you, the great high heaven pavilion is now in a miserable state. Grand Master almost lost his life, and my father has been plagued with a chronic illness for many years. You destroyed the central capital, but you destroyed High Heaven Pavilion, so you must pay the price. Now, it's time for you to repay your debt." Wishful thinking. Yang Bai roared hysterically, "You think you can seal me with a trivial demon sealing chain? Perhaps if you were stronger you would be able to do so, but with your current strength, it's still not enough. The power of an artifact can only be displayed through one's foundation. Didn't I teach you this?" Saying so, Yang Bai clenched his fists and once again released a burst of seven-colored light, covering the surrounding area like a violent storm. At the same time, his figure leapt backwards towards the void corridor. He obviously wanted to leave here first before making any further plans. Chapter 595. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai's face filled with malice as his body flickered and his speed reached its limit, blocking the entrance to the void corridor as he glared at Yang Bai coldly, his yuan qi surging fiercely. Scram! Yang Bai roared, raising his hand and sending a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. This palm strike was filled with a dangerous aura, like a snake slithering in and out of its mouth. Asterisk Kong, asterisk with a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth while Yang Bai was also forced back a few steps. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed loudly and shouted, "Martial uncle, you're only a first-order transcendent now, let's see how you're going to escape." Saying so, a huge amount of spiritual energy poured out from the small sword in his knowledge sea, and under the influence of this spiritual energy, it exuded a cold aura as it shot towards Yang Bai. Yang Bai was shocked and didn't dare resist, hurriedly retreating. The old demon cackled strangely as he transformed into a bloody light and flew around Yang Bai, attacking him fiercely. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families who had also recovered also contributed their strength. In an instant, Yang Bai was thrown into a panic and was struggling to cope. With most of his cultivation sealed by the demon's sealing chain, he was now only able to display the strength of a first-order transcendent, so he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. Every time he tried to escape into the void corridor, he would be intercepted. Yang Bai's expression became fierce. Since he obtained the inheritance and partial memories of the demon lord under the coiling dragon stream, he had always yearned for a higher world. Conquering the entire ash-gray cloud evil land and invading Medicine King's Valley was just a prelude to a war with the 8 great families. After planning and scheming for so long, just as he was about to achieve his goal, a single demon sealing chain had ruined his plans, so the madness and anxiety in his heart could be imagined. But in the end, he still had the foundation of a third-order transcendent, so even if he was caught in a dangerous situation, Yang Bai wouldn't be defeated in a short time. Yang Bai displayed a variety of divine technique, shocking everyone present. Yang Kai's heart clenched, but he didn't dare to clash head-on with Yang Bai, instead focusing on controlling his small sword as he watched Yang Bai fight like a trapped beast. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura rapidly approached from not far away. Sensing the source of this aura, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly turned his head to look. Sure enough, Meng Wuya's silhouette slowly appeared. Treasurer Meng's face was filled with joy and excitement, and the aura around his body was completely different from before. In fact, it was even stronger than when he had unsealed himself. Behind him, Su Yan and Xia Ningchang also quickly appeared. Obviously, the seal on Meng Wuya's body had been lifted, and now he had truly restored his strength to the transcendent realm. Yang Kai estimated that Meng Wuya might even be a third-order transcendent master. It was just a feeling, but Yang Kai firmly believed it. Meng Wuya didn't waste any time and simply clenched his hand, sending out an invisible force that pressed down on Yang Bai like a mountain, making it difficult for him to even move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old demon and the old patriarchs of the 8 great families all used their killing moves, instantly riddling Yang Bai's body with thousands of holes and blood. How is this possible? Yang Bai stared blankly at Meng Wuya, who had suddenly appeared, unable to believe that this brat actually possessed the same cultivation and strength as him when he was at his peak. "Martial uncle, it's time for you to die," Yang Kai shouted coldly. Yang Bai's face went ashen as a thick madness flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though he was at the end of his rope, he still let out a hearty laugh. "Ignorant fool. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily." Saying so, his yuan qi and aura suddenly became extremely dangerous, and his body also grew larger, becoming extremely bloated. Yang Bai's face flushed red as blood poured out of his 7 orifices. The air rapidly filled with a sense of unease. Meng Wuya's expression became cold as he shouted, "Stop him, he's going to explode the yuan qi in his body." Yang Kai's expression changed greatly as he sent out his soul-type artifact into Yang Bai's mind. However, the other party's spiritual energy was surprisingly tough and powerful, so the small sword was unable to break through his knowledge sea defenses. Meng Wuya twisted his hand, and with a great force, Yang Bai's head was directly twisted half a circle. Yang Bai's laughter froze in his throat and the light in his eyes quickly faded, but the violent true qi from his body still burst out fiercely. Kong. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families who had gathered around Yang Bai all coughed up blood and were sent flying. The old demon also let out a pitiful scream as he tumbled through the air several times before plunging into the void corridor and disappearing. In the next moment, the huge amount of energy in the central capital's earth veins seemed to have a chain reaction, and from the place where Yang Bai had exploded his yuan qi, it began to explode outwards. At the same time, a strange force swept over. Meng Wuya was stunned as he hurriedly glanced around, his eyes soon landing on the void corridor and calling out in alarm, "How could there be a void corridor here?" Even someone as strong as Meng Wuya, at this moment, seemed to have seen something terrifying and was instantly thrown into disarray. Slightly dazed, Meng Wuya hurriedly retreated, arriving beside Su Yan and Xia Ning Cheng like a bolt of lightning. Grabbing one in each hand, Meng Wuya released his yuan qi to protect them, shouting, "Yang Kai, come with this old master." Saying so, his figure had already disappeared into the void corridor. Although Yang Kai didn't know why Treasurer Meng was so panicked, he knew that the situation wasn't good. Yang Bai's explosion of his yuan qi had caused the central capital's earth veins to undergo a massive change. This kind of change was a catastrophic disaster that even Meng Wuya wouldn't be able to resist. Now, if he wanted to survive, his only option was to enter the void corridor and go to the other side. Hearing Meng Wuya's shout, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly flew over. 8 seniors, come with me." As soon as his voice fell, he entered the void corridor. At that moment, the pitch-black void corridor seemed to collapse as countless cracks appeared all around it, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out incessantly. That mysterious and strange power came straight at him. Yang Kai had seen how terrifying the power of a collapsing void corridor was. When he was escaping from the void corridor under the coiling dragon stream, several immortal ascension boundary masters from the Chiu family in Purple Fern Valley were unlucky and their bodies were directly cut in half by the eruption of void force. Half of them were sent to the ash-gray cloud evil land while the other half disappeared. The scene was terrifying and vivid. This kind of void force was not something that could be resisted. But now, the void corridor in front of him was about to collapse under the impact of the earth vein energy. Yang Kai's face went pale as he quickly summoned his bone shield to protect himself while his yuan qi madly poured into it. An anxious message came from the front. It was from Meng Wuya, but when Yang Kai looked around, he couldn't see his figure. A strong light hit him, causing Yang Kai to be unable to open his eyes. He only felt that his bone shield had to bear a huge impact and was forced to retreat. Accompanied by severe pain and dizziness, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. It had been half a year since the ash-gray cloud evil land was defeated, the 4 great evil kings died, and Demon Lord Yang Bai disappeared. During this half a year, the entire central capital had many things to do. During that battle, some unknown event had occurred underground, causing the entire central capital city to collapse several dozen meters. Now, looking around, the huge central capital city seemed to be located in a mountain valley. Countless houses had collapsed, and countless people had died or been injured. Only Yang Kai's mansion, which was protected by Heaven's Palace, remained intact. In that battle, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families had also gone missing. No one knew where they had gone, but everyone knew that most of them had perished. What made the 8 great families even more distressed was that Yang Kai had also disappeared. This rising star of the central capital, since the beginning of the Inheritance War, had been blooming with extraordinary brilliance, repeatedly creating incredible miracles. He had led his allies to fight against the other Yang family young lords, resisted the 8 great families, and finally led the 8 great families to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although he was not even 20 years old, he had already become a legendary figure. The Yang family acting patriarch had disappeared, and now the huge Yang family had been taken over by the second young lord, Yang Zhao, along with the other 7 young patriarchs, to oversee the reconstruction of the central capital. If they wanted to rebuild this huge central capital, it would take at least a decade or so. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel gratified was that after that battle, the central capital's world energy aura had become abundant, making it very suitable for cultivation. Because of this, it had attracted countless disciples from various sects and families to come to the central capital to help. While carrying out the reconstruction of the central capital, they also cultivated here. Among the ruins, Qiu Yimeng stood alone, her eyes filled with sadness as she stood quietly. Behind her, the central capital wolf young Lord Hua appeared. Hua's stars seemed to have matured a lot, standing side by side with Qiu Yimeng for a moment before saying, "Good people don't live long, scourges live for 1,000 years. Don't worry too much, young Lord Kai is definitely hiding somewhere, secretly watching us." Qiu Yimeng murmured, "Really? Then why hasn't he appeared for half a year?" Hua's stars fell silent. If Yang Kai was really fine, he should have appeared long ago, but now, half a year had passed and no one knew where Yang Kai was. Not only was Yang Kai's whereabouts unknown, but the mysterious Master Meng Wuya, High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan, Xia Ning Chang, and even the old demon had all disappeared. It was as if during that great change, they had all agreed to disappear together. Qiu Yimeng couldn't even find someone to ask. "Hua stars, do you think he's dead?" Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed with tears as she bit her lower lip and asked. "Young Lord Kai can die?" Hua Xingchen laughed. "If young Lord Kai died, everyone in this world would probably have already died. You don't need to worry about him, just feed yourself until you're white and fat. When he comes back one day, you can just feed yourself to him." Shameless. Qiu Yimeng glared at him fiercely. Hua stars grinned meaningfully before turning his gaze to the ruins in front of him, the Hua family young lord's eyes showing a slight confusion. "Young Master Kai, where the hell are you? If you're dead, then so be it. Everyone will give up on looking for you. But if you're not dead, then hurry up and come out and shout, many people are worried about you." The corners of the Hua family young lord's eyes were slightly wet, and his mood was somewhat gloomy. Chapter 596. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. Ancient Cloud Island was one of the few first-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. The sect had more than a dozen large and small islands under its jurisdiction, rich in world energy and countless precious treasures. Its disciples were also conscientious and diligent in their cultivation, so their future was bright. Although Ancient Cloud Island was not as strong as Supreme Solitary Sect, what it lacked was only Transcendent Realm Masters. Since a few years ago, Ancient Cloud Island had found the Broken Moon transformation art, the sect's hallowed scripture that had been lost for more than 300 years. Island Master Gu Feng had devoted himself to cultivating his disciples, hoping that one day a few of his disciples with outstanding aptitude would be able to cultivate to the Transcendent Realm and stand on equal footing with Supreme Solitary Sect. Although this goal was very ambitious and would take time, Gu Feng believed that with the assistance of the Broken Moon transformation art, there was always hope that his disciples would be able to achieve this goal. A gentle sea breeze blew in, clear and natural. Ancient Cloud Island's youngest disciple, Zhong Miaoku, woke up from a night of meditation and lightly jumped out of bed, quickly washing her face and rinsing her mouth before opening the door and walking out. Arriving at a simple house nearby, she gently knocked on the door and called out softly, Junior brother, wake up." The door opened, and a young face appeared from inside. Looking at the other party's deep, seemingly weathered eyes, Zhong Miao couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She couldn't understand, this junior brother of hers was obviously less than 20 years old, yet he seemed to have experienced many things. Whether it was his demeanor or his style of doing things, it didn't seem like something a young man would do, and the words he occasionally said were always thought-provoking. "Senior sister, good morning." The young man smiled and greeted her. Zhong Miao gently nodded, her pair of full peaks slightly rising and falling, causing one's imagination to run wild. Chuckling lightly, she said, "I thought you were still sleeping. Quickly prepare, today the elder will come to see the peacocks. We need to help those little guys wash up, otherwise the elder will see. He'll definitely punish us." Yang Kai nodded and returned to the house to begin preparing. In a remote corner of ancient Cloud Island, Zhong Miao's job was to take care of a few noble peacocks. These peacocks weren't precious exotic beasts, just ordinary peacocks owned by one of ancient Cloud Island's elders, Han Chao. Han Zhao was an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, neither high nor low. However, on ancient Cloud Island, he was famous for his love. Because these peacocks were raised by his late wife. After Mrs. Han passed away, Han Zhao treated them like treasures and specially arranged for people to take care of them. Together with Zhong Miao, the two of them came to the place where the peacocks were. Yang Kai brought some water and helped these noble and proud peacocks clean the stains on their feathers. Looking at the familiar island, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he would be teleported here by the collapsed void corridor. Half a year ago, Zhong Miao had come from the territory near ancient Cloud Island. He fished himself out. The collapsing power of the void almost cut his body into countless pieces. If it weren't for the protection of the bone shield, he would have died long ago. After being rescued by Zhong Miao, Yang Kai spent half a month recuperating before his injuries gradually improved. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to return to the central capital, the situation there had already been settled. It didn't matter whether he returned or not, he could just stay here with peace of mind. Zhong Miao had even used her connections to beg Elder Han Chao to arrange for the seemingly useless Yang Kai to enter ancient Cloud Island as an honorary disciple to help her take care of the peacocks. What a coincidence! Yang Kai thought to himself. That year, he had come to ancient Cloud Island before. Senior sister, you are an elite disciple of the sect, you should be able to cultivate in a better place. What do you mean by staying here to take care of the peacocks? Isn't that a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yang Kai said slowly, while talking to Zhong Miao. Zhong Miao nodded gently. She didn't look very beautiful, with some freckles on her face, but she was quite beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Her figure was also quite wonderful, so working with her wasn't boring at all, especially since this cheap senior sister had a particularly good heart. If not for this, she wouldn't have fished Yang Kai out of the sea and used her connections to arrange for him to enter ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai's explanation to her was that he was just a fisherman who accidentally fell into the sea. Although the island master and the several elders all want me to enter Divine Wind Island to cultivate, and the world energy there is much more abundant than here, I don't really want to go. What? People walk towards higher places, water flows towards lower places, senior sister. Could it be you are reluctant to part with these peacocks? Yang Kai teased. That's not it. Zhong Miao slowly shook her head, a look of reminiscence flashing across her beautiful eyes. After a long time she said, I stayed because I hope one day I can repay this kindness. Repay this kindness? Yang Kai was surprised. Have I ever told you that senior sister used to be very unimportant in the sect? My status was also very low, many people even bullied me. Yang Kai nodded lightly. One day, this situation changed. Zhong Miao said, straightening her back, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she recalled, that morning, when I got up and was about to feed the peacocks, I found a dagger stuck in the door, and on the dagger was a letter. A letter? Yang Kai raised his brow. What was written on it? There was a line of words and a yellowed page. Zhong Miao smiled faintly. The meaning of that line of words was for me to hand these things over to the island master and the elders. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, suddenly feeling like this scene was quite familiar. Then I did as I was told. Zhong Miao smiled. Guess what? The island master and the elders followed the instructions in the letter and actually found the broken moon transformation art, which had been lost for more than 300 years. Because of this, the island master specially rewarded me by letting me go to the pill hall to receive a lot of pills and arranged for me to cultivate in the profound spirit cave for more than a year. This is the reason why my current cultivation is so high. Zhong Miao talked endlessly. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her cheeks blushing slightly as she clasped her hands on her chest. If it weren't for that letter, I would definitely still be the same as before, bullied everywhere and disliked by everyone. I don't know who put that letter on my door, but I know that because of him, my status changed. I am very grateful to him from the bottom of my heart. Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly, his face twitching slightly. That's really a coincidence. Zhong Miao nodded repeatedly. What a coincidence, Ancient Cloud Island is so big, yet he left that letter here with me. So even though I've become Jing Ying's disciple, I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to stay here and wait for that person to show up again. What do you want to do? Yang Kai's face went black. Say thank you to him personally. Zhong Miao said softly, suddenly wearing an embarrassed expression, if he is willing. I want to marry him. That's it? Yang Kai was shocked. You don't even know if he is a man or a woman. Zhong Miao recovered and thought for a moment before saying, if he is a woman, I will be her little sister and listen to her for the rest of my life. If he is a man, Kai Yang hurriedly said, maybe he already has 3 wives and 4 concubines, so he doesn't lack women. Or maybe he's a vicious and evil person, with a ferocious face, big and burly, killing people like scything flax, and cruel by nature. You're not allowed to speak ill of him. Zhong Miao glared at Yang Kai. No matter what kind of person he is, he gave me this opportunity. For me, he is the best person. As long as he appears again, I will definitely follow him. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, then he probably won't appear in front of you again. Junior brother, what do you mean? Zhong Miao's aura became dangerous as she aggressively walked towards Yang Kai, her small face gloomy. Are you saying senior sister can't enter that person's eyes? I didn't say that. Yang Kai felt wronged. Then what you mean is senior sister is ugly. Although senior sister isn't beautiful, she can still be his maidservant, right? Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded firmly. That's right, Zhong Miao smiled with satisfaction, no longer looking for trouble with Yang Kai, instead saying, hurry up and clean them, Elder Han will be here soon. Yang Kai was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed, staring up at the sky for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. Senior sister. Yang Kai called out. What? Zhong Miao raised her head in confusion, but after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, her head suddenly became heavy and endless fatigue overwhelmed her, causing her tender body to fall limply to the ground. Yang Kai stepped forward, supported her, and carried her into the room before walking out the door. 2 slender figures suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, the one in front of him enchanting and charming, as if all the beauty of all the women in the world had been concentrated on her body. This was the beguiling demon queen, Shanqing Luo, and the one following behind her was naturally Bai Luo. Staring at Yang Kai, after a moment of silence, Shanqing Luo ground her teeth and said, little bastard, the entire central capital is worried about you, all of them are looking for you, yet you're hiding here and fooling around with other women. You really are a playboy by nature, but your lust still hasn't changed. As she spoke, a look of rebuke appeared on her face. What do you mean? Yang Kai angrily retorted, don't try to slander me. Master, just kill him and end all troubles. Bai Luo bared her fangs and brandished her claws, glaring at Yang Kai like a little tiger. Yang Kai glanced over at her, his eyes locking onto her delicate little mouth, grinning wickedly as he said, I haven't touched a woman in a long time, so don't provoke me. If you provoke me I'll use force on you, it won't be good. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale and she quickly hid behind Shanqing Luo, the fox assuming the tiger's might. My master is here, don't be so presumptuous in front of me. Enough. Shanqing Luo snorted, stepping forward and staring at Yang Kai, everyone thinks you're dead, only I know you're still alive. You little bastard, you're really a troublemaker. Yang Kai had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body, and although Yang Kai could easily destroy it with his current cultivation, he didn't do so, allowing Shanqing Luo to find him. Chapter 597. What happened to that little girl? Shanqing Luo asked cautiously, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the room. I have some kind of relationship with her, and she was the one who rescued me. Yang Kai explained casually. You didn't touch her, did you? Shanqing Luo's mouth curled into an ambiguous smile. How could I be so bored? Yang Kai snorted, his expression becoming solemn again as he asked, how is the central capital? Everything is fine, except for your disappearance. Moreover, all the people close to you have disappeared. They wanted to ask you about your situation but couldn't find you, so they're all a bit confused. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This situation was also within his expectations. Seeing Yang Kai not show much sadness, Shanqing Luo suddenly realized that the people close to him who had disappeared were probably not in any danger, otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. That day, what happened under the central capital? What about Yang Bai? Shanqing Luo hesitated for a moment before asking nervously. It's a long story. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, not wanting to say more. As for Yang Bai, he's dead. Dead? Shanqing Luo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with joy and excitement. He's dead, I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Bai Luo clenched her fists and shouted excitedly, Great! Yang Bai is dead, but you're safe and sound, so why haven't you returned to the central capital for more than half a year? Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai faintly. What are you running away from? I'm not running away. Yang Kai shook his head and said casually, if I were to return to the central capital, I would have to shoulder everything. Qiu Yimeng and the others would only regard me as the backbone of the family and would have no opinions of their own. If I weren't there, they would be able to exert their abilities and act as the patriarchs of the 8 great families. Moreover, Yang Kai also needed time to think things over and sort out his thoughts. That was why he hid overseas for half a year. Do you want to fade out of the central capital? Shanqing Luo asked thoughtfully, understanding the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. You could say that. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Because I'm afraid that I'll have to leave soon. I've given them too much to rely on. Once I leave, it won't be good for them. Where are you going? The beguiling demon queen suddenly became nervous. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that once Yang Kai left, they would never see each other again. Involuntarily, her heart was filled with sadness. I'll tell you when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but since you've come here today, I should return to the central capital and take a look. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to the side and said, Elder Han, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled, her beautiful eyes also turning in the same direction, her expression calm. Han Chao had arrived a long time ago. Almost as soon as Shanqing Luo arrived, he had also arrived. However, the sudden appearance of such an enchanting woman like Shanqing Luo on ancient Cloud Island had inevitably alerted Han Chao, so he had secretly hidden himself and spied on them. He had wanted to figure out the identity of Shanqing Luo. However, he hadn't expected that this woman had already noticed his aura. Han Chao was shocked, only now realizing that the other party's strength was much higher than his. Otherwise, how could she have seen through his concealment? Not even thinking about it, his figure flickered and he fled. At the same time, he issued a loud whistle, quickly conveying his intentions. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he shot a glance towards Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo waved her hand and sent out a strand of energy that wrapped around Han Chao, who had been sent flying into the air. Pang, Han Chao fell to the ground, his yuan qi imprisoned in his body. When he got up again, his eyes trembled violently as he stared at Shanqing Luo in disbelief, calling out, above immortal ascension boundary? Han Chao was an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. Even a peak immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to completely imprison him with a single strike. Only an above immortal ascension boundary master could accomplish this. Han Chao wasn't stupid and immediately guessed Shanqing Luo's true cultivation. His heart suddenly panicked, he didn't know why this enchanting woman with such extraordinary strength had suddenly come to ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai walked over to him and stood 10 meters in front of him, staring at him calmly. "Release him," Yang Kai ordered the beguiling demon queen. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips, and with a single thought, the spider silk binding Han Chao disappeared. Han Chao stared at Shanqing Luo with a look of dread, his heart uneasy. Realizing that the other party wasn't hostile, he couldn't help relaxing, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Who are you and why have you come to my ancient Cloud Island?" "She's looking for me," Yang Kai replied. "Elder Han doesn't need to be nervous, she won't harm ancient Cloud Island." "Looking for you?" Han Chao was dumbfounded, staring at this seemingly ordinary registered disciple in front of him in shock, his mind unable to process what was happening. Since Yang Kai entered ancient Cloud Island, his appearance had been ordinary, without any trace of cultivation, leading Han Chao to think he was just an ordinary fisherman. Because of Zhong Miao's request, he had agreed to let Yang Kai live on ancient Cloud Island and take care of his peacock, but he hadn't expected that such a person would actually cause an above-immortal ascension boundary master to come looking for him. At this moment, this above-immortal ascension boundary master was completely subservient to him. What is his identity? Looking at Yang Kai again, Han Chao seemed to see a vague and huge mountain-like shadow behind him, one that made him feel heavy and unstoppable. As he spoke, the sound of fluttering clothes came from the distance. It was Han Chao calling out to ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, as well as several elders. Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man with a sturdy face. He had a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, and most of the other elders were immortal ascension boundary 8th stage or 9th stage cultivators. These elders were the foundation of ancient Cloud Island and were its most powerful group of masters. "Elder Han, what's the matter?" As soon as Gu Feng arrived, he asked in a stern voice. The other elders were also filled with vigilance, their faces filled with hostility. Not waiting for Han Chao to answer, Gu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Shanqing Luo, a look of excitement flashing across his face as he called out, "Is there such a woman in this world?" Not only was Gu Feng attracted, but the other elders were also dazzled. Shanqing Luo's charm and allure were irresistible as long as one was a man. As he spoke, Gu Feng laughed. "Where did Elder Han find such a woman? Island Master has accepted her, taking her as a concubine is not bad." Saying so, he rushed towards Shanqing Luo. "Island Master, you can't." Han Chao's face instantly turned green as he hurriedly tried to stop him. Pang, a muffled sound rang out, and before anyone could react, Gu Feng was sent flying like a cannonball, letting out a panicked scream as he crashed into the nearby territory, splashing water everywhere. No one knew how he was sent flying, only vaguely seeing Shanqing Luo's hand move slightly. An above-immortal ascension boundary master? The several elders exclaimed at the same time, their faces filled with shock, no longer daring to underestimate Shanqing Luo. Han Chao's jaw dropped as he stared towards the spot where Gu Feng had fallen, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. It's over. The island master had actually dared to flirt with an above-immortal ascension boundary master. Today, ancient Cloud Island would likely be bathed in blood and be completely wiped out. Elders, if anyone dares to covet my woman again, it won't be as simple as just being sent flying. Yang Kai stepped forward and coldly glared at the masters of ancient Cloud Island. The sound of grinding teeth rang out, causing Han Chao to be stunned for a moment before he suddenly recovered and quickly nodded, understood. At the same time, the doubts in his heart became even stronger. This young man actually said that this enchanting woman was his woman? The other party didn't deny it either. What was going on? Quietly glancing over at Shanqing Luo, Han Chao was surprised to find that her face was filled with happiness and joy. If this Han may be so bold, may I ask what your excellency has come to my ancient Cloud Island for? Han Chao felt a chill run down his spine as he courageously asked. The other party had been lurking on ancient Cloud Island since half a year ago, only revealing his ferocious face today. What did he want? What could ancient Cloud Island possibly have that could catch the eye of such a monster? The other elders' hearts were also filled with anxiety, none of them even having the courage to rescue the island master who had fallen into the sea. I just accidentally fell here. I don't want to do anything to ancient Cloud Island, please rest assured, Elder Han. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before continuing. Good, now I need to see Li Yuan-chun. Which one of you can help me find him? Li Yuan-chun? Han Chao frowned, but immediately reacted and exclaimed, Supreme Solitary Sect's Senior Li? Yes. He should have returned to Supreme Solitary Sect by now, right? Yang Kai asked. A month after that battle, Li Yuan-chun and the Endless Sea Island's great sects couldn't find you, so they left the central capital. Shanqing Luo replied softly. It's good that he's back. Yang Kai nodded slightly before turning to look at Han Chao. Han Chao broke out in a cold sweat. Your Excellency, please forgive me, this Han doesn't even know your true identity. How can I meet with Senior Li? What's more, a great force like Supreme Solitary Sect is not something we can casually step into, and Senior Li is even more respected, I'm afraid. I won't be able to invite him. If Your Excellency really has something to discuss with Senior Li, why don't you go to Supreme Solitary Sect in person? He couldn't wait to send Yang Kai away. You only need to tell him that Yang Kai wants to see him. Whether he comes or not, that's his business. Why aren't you going? Shanqing Luo glared at him and shouted. Yes. Han Chao braced himself and nodded before flying off in the direction of Supreme Solitary Sect. The pressure he felt here was too strong, and everything he saw and heard was beyond the scope of Han Chao's understanding. He also wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As he flew, a cold wind blew, and Han Chao realized that his back was wet. After Han Chao left, the remaining elders exchanged glances with each other. One of them, seeming to be the wiser one among them, said, Before Elder Han returns, Your Excellency might as well condescend to the Healing Spirit Temple and rest for a while so we can show you the hospitality of a good host. Yang Kai nodded gently. Please. Chapter 598. Inside the Healing Spirit Temple, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table while Shanqing Luo stood to his left and right, like two beautiful maidservants, a feast for the eyes. The several elders of ancient Cloud Island sat below, each of them wearing a cautious expression, not even glancing around. A maid served them tea and the several elders exchanged a few words, but upon discovering that Yang Kai didn't like to speak, all of them fell silent awkwardly. This silent and strange atmosphere made everyone feel a great pressure, all of them staring towards the door, spreading out their divine senses, praying that Han Chao would return soon. After waiting for a full 2 hours, Han Chao was still nowhere to be seen. The several elders felt as if there was a thorn in their back, their palms sweating profusely, but they had no choice but to sit here and wait. Outside the hall, Gu Feng poked his head out, a look of fear on his face, hesitation filling his face. Previously, he had been tempted by Shanqing Luo, but he had not expected that she would send him flying with a single blow, causing him to almost faint on the spot. After returning to ancient Cloud Island, Gu Feng learned that this woman had entered the Healing Spirit Temple. Unable to guess her identity and origin, Gu Feng didn't dare to rush in, secretly blaming himself for having eyes but failing to see, actually daring to have thoughts about such a woman. All of a sudden, Gu Feng suddenly felt two auras rapidly approaching each other. Looking up, Gu Feng saw Han Chao and Supreme Solitary Sect's Li Yuan-chun flying over. Gu Feng was overjoyed, his face filled with respect and worship, but before he could even greet Li Yuan-chun, he heard the other side angrily shout, Gu Feng, how dare you? What? Gu Feng was dumbfounded, not understanding why this Supreme Solitary Sect's Senior Li would suddenly question him like this. In a flash, Li Yuan-chun had already arrived in front of him, stretched out his hand, and slapped him a dozen times, causing Gu Feng to become dizzy, his face swollen black and blue. Humph. This is just a small lesson. Li Yuan-chun said coldly, how you'll be dealt with will depend on that young lord's mood. You'd best pray you can live to see the sun tomorrow. Senior Li. Gu Feng touched his swollen cheek and stared at Li Yuanchun in confusion. In his mind, since Li Yuanchun had come to ancient Cloud Island, he would naturally stand on his side. After all, they were all part of the Endless Sea Islands. With him here to fight against this enchanting woman, the other party wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. However, Li Yuanchun's first sect master had no other choice. Even though he was treated like this, Gu Feng didn't feel the slightest resentment, because in the Endless Sea Islands, Supreme Solitary Sect was the largest sect. The three above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Supreme Solitary Sect were legendary existences in the Endless Sea Islands. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to even meet one of them. Today, Li Yuanchun taking the initiative to set foot on Ancient Cloud Island was already giving Ancient Cloud Island a great deal of face. Sect Immortal. Just now, when he went to the Greater One Sect to ask Li Yuanchun to come out, as he expected, he was stopped outside the Greater One Sect. No matter what he said, the Greater One Sect disciples would not let him in. In desperation, Han Chao could only force his way in, but the result was that he was instantly captured by the sect elders. The commotion finally alarmed the Supreme Sect's elders. After Han Chao explained the whole story, one of the sect elders immediately untied him and hurriedly called for Li Yuanchun. Among the group of Endless Sea Islands disciples heading to the central capital, there were no Ancient Cloud Island disciples because they had already obtained the sect's hallowed artifact, the Broken Moon Transformation Art, so there was no need for them to go to the central capital. However, among that group of Endless Sea Islands disciples were from Supreme Sect. Ancient Cloud Islands disciples weren't clear about the identities of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, but those from Supreme Sect were. As soon as Li Yuanchun heard that Yang Kai had come, he flew over in a hurry, constantly scolding Han Chao along the way, saying that his words were incoherent and that he didn't understand the main point, nearly ruining this important matter. Seeing Li Yuanchun's solemn demeanor, Han Chao realized how unusual the identities of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were. At this moment, even his own island master had been beaten. It was obvious how much weight this man and woman held in Li Yuanchun's heart. What kind of background did they have? Why did Senior Li treat them so seriously? Come with this old master, you bastard! Li Yuanchun shouted angrily as he stepped into the Divine Healing Temple. Gu Feng touched his cheek and didn't say a word, following behind Li Yuanchun with an extremely aggrieved expression. Han Chao sniffled and also followed. Inside the temple, everyone had heard the commotion outside. The several elders of Ancient Cloud Island all wore awkward expressions, but since the one who had beaten their island master was Li Yuanchun, they naturally didn't dare to hold any grudges. However, when they turned to look at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, their expressions inadvertently became dignified and respectful. Yang Kai on the other hand couldn't help laughing. Li Yuanchun beating Gu Feng like this was obviously trying to resolve the grievances in his heart and also to protect Gu Feng. Because he knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, he would directly destroy Ancient Cloud Island. Although it was shameful to be beaten, it was still better than being killed. Yang Kai shook his head, thinking that Li Yuanchun was being overly sensitive. He didn't have any intention of haggling over this matter. Hearty laughter came from outside as Li Yuanchun quickly walked into the Divine Healing Temple. After seeing Yang Kai enter, his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he happily called out, "Sure enough, young Master Yang has graced us with his presence." This old master knew that with young Master Yang's means, you must have been blessed by the heavens since ancient times. It is impossible for you to die so young. Now that I have seen young Master Yang safe and sound, this old master is relieved. Many thanks for Senior Li's concern. Yang Kai was also lucky enough to escape this calamity. Yang Kai stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Young Lady Shan." Li Yuanchun cupped his fists towards Shanqing Luo. "Senior Li is too polite." Shanqing Luo gracefully bowed. Seeing Yang Kai and Li Yuanchun greet each other as if they were old friends, the several elders of Ancient Cloud Island couldn't help glancing around at each other in confusion. Li Yuanchun's status in the Endless Sea Islands was extremely respected. Even Gu Feng had to be obedient in front of him, yet this young man actually greeted him so casually. What kind of background does he have? All the elders were even more surprised. You bunch of blind fools. Li Yuanchun's old face suddenly became serious as he scolded the crowd. Do you know who this young lord is? Please enlighten us, Senior Li. All the elders respectfully said. This is the young lord of the Central Capital's Yang family, the patriarch of the Yang family. Central Capital's Yang family? Exclamations sounded as the gazes towards Yang Kai suddenly became somewhat different. Last time, when we went to the mainland, your ancient Cloud Island didn't participate, so you don't know the details. This old master doesn't blame you, but you should have heard that the Central Capital's Yang family has produced a rare genius, and that genius is the young lord in front of you. Li Yuanchun laughed strangely. The Yang family has more than 20 top above Immortal Ascension boundary masters under their command. You're quite interesting, actually allowing young Lord Yang to become a registered disciple here and raise peacocks. Just how noble are those peacocks? Why would young Lord Yang raise them? Han Chao, do you admit your crime? Han Chao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stepped forward, trembling as he said, Senior Li, I didn't know this young Lord Yang's background was so great. I thought he was just an ordinary fisherman. You thought? Li Yuanchun sneered, short-sighted. Senior Li, please calm your anger. Han Chao grit his teeth. Later, this Han will go and kill those peacocks. That won't be necessary. Yang Kai shook his head faintly. I just wanted to conceal my identity and find peace here for half a year. It's not Elder Han's fault. Many thanks, young Lord Yang. Many thanks, young Lord Yang. Han Chao was moved to tears. Although those peacocks weren't precious, to Han Chao, they were more important than his life. If he had to kill them, he wouldn't be able to bear it, so when he heard Yang Kai defend him like this, he was naturally grateful. Since young Lord Yang says so, I won't hold you responsible. Gu Feng, get up here. Li Yuanchun turned his head and glared at the ancient Cloud Island master. Junior knows his wrongs. Gu Feng didn't wait for Li Yuanchun to question him and took the initiative to admit his mistake. If Senior Li wants to punish me, Junior will not complain. As he spoke, Gu Feng glanced up at the Shanqing Luo above him and shuddered, quickly averting his eyes. Bastard. Li Yuanchun laughed in anger. You think you can settle this peacefully just because you say so? What a joke. I think you don't want to be island master anymore. If you really don't want to be island master, just say the word and this old master will send you on your way. Gu Feng trembled in fear and didn't say a word. Senior Li, these are all trivial matters, there's no need to pursue them. Yang Kai tried to mediate, not wanting to make things too awkward. In the end, this matter was caused by him hiding his identity and staying here for half a year. Although Gu Feng had eyes but failed to see, it wasn't to the point where Yang Kai would take offense. Li Yuanchun hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Since young Lord Yang says so, then let's turn big things into small ones and small ones into nothing. Gu Feng also hurriedly said, many thanks for young Lord Yang's magnanimity. Yang Kai gently nodded, no longer saying anything, instead turning to Li Yuanchun and saying, Senior, this time I called Senior here. Senior should know why I called you here, right? Li Yuanchun smiled happily and nodded quickly, I know. When this old master heard that young Lord Yang had come to the Endless Sea Islands, he had already guessed why you had come here. Young Lord Yang is truly a man of his word. On behalf of all the Endless Sea Island sects, this old master thanks young Lord Yang for his great kindness. You're too polite, since I said before that I would return everything to you after passing this crisis. Naturally I won't go back on my word. Li Yuanchun smiled happily and said, please wait a moment, young Lord Yang. Before this old master came here, he had already sent a message to all the Endless Sea Island sects. I'm afraid it won't be long before all of them arrive. There's no need to rush. Yang Kai smiled lightly. After the previous small grievances were resolved, the atmosphere inside Healing Temple was harmonious. The elders of ancient Cloud Island also realized the terrifying power in Yang Kai's hands and didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest, ordering the servants to prepare a banquet and raising their glasses to toast him. Yang Kai didn't refuse any of them and began drinking to his heart's content. Soon, everyone discovered that this young lord actually didn't put on any airs. As long as one treated him well, he would be very easy to talk to. This discovery caused everyone to become even more eager to curry favor with Yang Kai, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. Chapter 599. Toasts were exchanged as everyone toasted each other. Even Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo drank a little. After the beguiling demon queen drank a few glasses of wine, she became even more radiant, her seductive aura so thick that no one dared to look directly into her eyes. After 3 rounds of drinking, the people from the Endless Sea Island sects finally arrived. Azura sects Yiji, Falling Flowers sects Hua Duan Han, Scarlet Lotus sects Su Qianhao, Cloud Dragon Island, Gemini Island. A large group of people arrived at ancient Cloud Island. The various sects from the Endless Sea Islands had all sent their best men, almost all of those who had gone to the central capital last time. Gu Feng observed carefully and was surprised to find that when these famous Endless Sea Islands characters faced Yang Kai, their attitude was extremely respectful. Inevitably, he felt a mixture of relief and fear, the last trace of resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart disappearing. These people's status in the Endless Sea Islands was no lower than Gu Feng's, some even stronger than him, but even they were so docile in front of this young Master Yang. How could Gu Feng be qualified to act against them? After a short conversation, Gu Feng learned that the reason ancient Cloud Island was able to find the Broken Moon transformation art last time was because of Yang Kai, so Gu Feng didn't have anything to say. Finding a sect-hallowed scripture that had been lost for 300 years was tantamount to Yang Kai giving ancient Cloud Island a huge favor. Supreme Solitary Sect Supreme Solitary Seal, Falling Flowers Sect's Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia, Azura Sect's Azura Sword, Scarlet Lotus Sect Master's Jade Pendant, Cloud Dragon Island's Cloud Dragon Ancient Book, Gemini Island's Resurrection Diagram. One by one these treasures were taken out by Yang Kai. Everyone's breathing suddenly became hot as they stared at these hallowed treasures with burning eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply returned these things that belonged to the Endless Sea Island sects one by one. I've refined the Azura Sword and Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia, but I haven't used anything else. If you're still worried, feel free to inspect them. Yang Kai said with a smile. Relax, relax. How could we be worried about young Master Yang? Li Yuan Chun laughed. Although these things were good, their grades weren't too high, they weren't Yang Kai's worth. Li Yuan Chun was well aware of this. The others also expressed that they didn't need to check. They were completely confident in Yang Kai. After receiving these treasures that had been lost for more than 300 years, everyone was deeply grateful and thanked him profusely. Young Master Yang, the Endless Sea Island's great sects have received a great favor from you this time. Just come overseas and let me know. I don't dare to say too much, but I can guarantee that the sects present will come at any time. Li Yuan Chun sincerely said. He was not only grateful to Yang Kai for returning the lost treasures of the overseas sects for so many years, but more importantly, he valued Yang Kai's potential. Although there was not much connection between the mainland and overseas, it would be beneficial for them to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. When the time comes, I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed. That's for the best. Now that this matter is settled, I will take my leave, Yang Kai said and stood up. He was preparing to leave. Li Yuan Chun was startled and asked in amazement, Young Master Yang is leaving? This old master wanted to invite young Master Yang to visit Supreme Solitary Sect. I appreciate Senior's kindness, but since that battle, I haven't returned to the central capital. Now I want to go back and have a look around. Is that so? Li Yuan Chun showed a look of regret. Then this old master won't stay any longer. I'll see you off. If you have a chance to visit the Endless Sea Islands again, you must visit my Supreme Solitary Sect. Certainly. Yang Kai said politely. A large group of people followed Yang Kai out of the healing temple, causing the ancient Cloud Island disciples to look over and whisper amongst themselves, wondering what had happened here that had attracted so many Master Realm Masters. When they saw Kai Yang, who was surrounded by a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, many of the ancient Cloud Island disciples looked at him strangely. Many of them had seen Yang Kai before and knew that Yang Kai was helping Elder Han Chao raise peacocks, but they couldn't understand why this ordinary disciple had suddenly transformed. He had become an honored guest of these endless sea islands masters. Moreover, from the looks on these masters' faces, it was obvious they were quite respectful towards Yang Kai, all of them smiling politely at him. Not far away, a young girl with a slightly freckled face was looking for something with a confused look on her face. After noticing the commotion here, she also ran over to see what was going on, but after a single glance, the young girl was stunned. Because she found that her junior brother, who had been with her for half a year, was now calmly chatting with these Master Realm Masters from the endless sea islands. Not only did he not show the slightest sign of fear, he even seemed to be at ease. These Master Realm Masters were also chatting and laughing with him as they walked towards the entrance. The young girl blinked her big eyes, her mind unable to process what was happening. When these people walked up to her, she actually rushed out of the crowd and stood in front of them, staring blankly at Yang Kai. Li Yuan-chun frowned, not knowing what this young female disciple from ancient Cloud Island wanted to do, so he couldn't help glancing over at Gu Feng. Gu Feng quickly shouted angrily, "Don't be rude, get out of the way." Zhong Miao was at a loss of what to do, unable to understand the current situation, so after being reprimanded by the island master, she became even more flustered. At a loss, she stared blankly at Yang Kai, her tender body trembling as she muttered, "Junior brother, what happened? Why are you?" After speaking for a long time, she still couldn't form a complete sentence. Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly as she stared calmly at Yang Kai, secretly wondering how he would deal with this situation. Impudence! Gu Feng shouted anxiously. Not only did they not know Yang Kai's true identity, but they even treated the patriarch of the Yang family as an ordinary person, making him a peacock breeder disciple. This was an absolute mistake on ancient Cloud Island's part. Now that he knew Yang Kai's identity, Gu Feng wanted to wait for him to leave so he could erase all traces of his existence on ancient Cloud Island so as to avoid making a fool of himself, but at this critical moment, Zhong Miao jumped out and even dared to call him junior brother. How could this be? "Come, take this woman away and send her to the Zhangyan cave," Gu Feng shouted angrily. Zhong Miao's body went soft and she almost fell to the ground. The Zhangyan cave was a place with high temperatures all year round. Even an immortal ascension boundary master would find it difficult to survive in such a place. Once a disciple like her was locked inside, it wouldn't take more than 3 or 5 minutes before they would be roasted to death. She had never expected that an unintentional action of hers would actually cause the island master to fly into such a rage and punish her so severely. The young girl's heart was instantly filled with fear and horror. 2 ancient Cloud Island disciples obeyed the order and quickly stepped forward. There were even some disciples who looked down on Zhong Miao Ku, all of them showing gloating expressions. If it weren't for Zhong Miao's fortuitous encounter in the past, she would just be an ordinary disciple now, but because Yang Kai had left her a letter, she had made a great contribution and was promoted to elite disciple. This caused many people to feel jealous and envious, thinking that with her aptitude and talent, she wasn't worthy of being an elite disciple. Now that they saw her get into trouble, naturally they were secretly happy. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Over the past 6 months, Zhong Miao had given him a very good impression. This little girl was kind and didn't like to cause trouble, so she spent most of her time cultivating in the remote corner where the peacocks were kept. Although she didn't have any aptitude or talent, this kind of hard work was something most people didn't have. Although Yang Kai was annoyed, in the end, this was someone else's territory, so naturally he couldn't vent his anger. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Island Master, please wait, she and I are indeed senior sister. She didn't call me wrongly, there is no need to punish her." Gu Feng was slightly embarrassed and cupped his fists. Young Master Yang must be joking. Before, it was ancient Cloud Island who had eyes but failed to see. Now that we are fortunate enough to know young Master Yang's identity, how could we dare treat her as a disciple of ancient Cloud Island? However, since young Master Yang has pleaded, this time we will let her go. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Gu Feng wasn't a fool. Although Yang Kai had only said a few words, he could see that this young Master Yang was actually quite protective of Zhong Miao. Senior sister, come here. Yang Kai wore a kind smile on his face as he beckoned to Zhong Miao slightly. Zhong Miao's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with crystal-clear tears, a look of lingering fear on her pretty face. Facing Yang Kai's summons, she hesitated for a moment before finally reacting. Obediently walking over, she glanced around, then glancing at one another, shrinking her head and hiding behind Yang Kai as she muttered, "What's going on?" "Senior sister, don't be afraid." Yang Kai comforted her before turning to Li Yuan-chun and saying, "Senior, for the past 6 months, I have been living with this senior sister." "Oh." Li Yuan-chun's brow rose slightly, his expression somewhat ambiguous. Yang Kai coughed dryly, "It's not what you think. It's just that during the battle half a year ago, I somehow fell into the sea and was rescued by senior sister in the nearby territory. Speaking of which, senior sister has saved my life." Li Yuan-chun was surprised, never having expected that this seemingly ordinary young girl would actually save Yang Kai's life. Feeling greatly relieved, he turned to Zhong Miao and said, "Since she is young Master Yang's savior, she is also the benefactor of my endless sea island sects." Yi Feng nodded firmly. If Zhong Miao hadn't saved Yang Kai, they would never have been able to obtain the treasures they had lost 300 years ago. This little girl has done a great deed. Hua Duanhun giggled, her tender body swaying as she stepped forward and asked, "What is this little girl's name?" "Zhong Miao, a good name." Hua Duanhun's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly not expecting this little girl to have such a pleasant name despite her ordinary appearance. "Would you like to join my Falling Flowers temple? As long as you nod, I can make the decision to give you the identity of a Falling Flowers envoy." "Huh?" Zhong Miao was shocked as she stared at Hua Duanhun in surprise. There were 4 Fallen Flower emissaries in the Falling Flower God sect, and each of them had a very respectable status. They were the people with the highest status under the sect master. Since the unfortunate death of one of the Fallen Flower emissaries a few years ago, there had been a vacancy in the Falling Flower God sect. Countless disciples in the sect had been fighting for this position, but there had been no one. Unexpectedly, today, Hua Duanhun actually gave Zhong Miao such a generous offer, only allowing her to join the Falling Flowers temple. Chapter 600. Hua Duanhun's offer not only caused Zhong Miao's beautiful face to go pale, but even the expressions of the others also became strange. Yi Ji, Su Qianhao, and the others pondered for a moment before suddenly coming to a realization, secretly cursing Hua Duanhun in their hearts for being so cunning and bold, all of them sincerely hoping that Zhong Miao would join Azura sect or Scarlet Lotus sect with the promise of great benefits and the position of elder in their respective sects. The people from Cloud Dragon Island and Gemini Island also quickly issued similar offers. In an instant, all the elders from the 5 great sects stared at Zhong Miao eagerly, their eyes filled with expectation, as if at this moment, Zhong Miao had become a rare genius and all these sects had opened their doors to her. Zhong Miao was dumbfounded, and so were the disciples of ancient Cloud Island who had just been gloating, their moods suddenly becoming particularly delicate, filled with envy and jealousy. Why? Why was this mediocre disciple able to make so many sects throw out olive branches to him? Island Master. Han Chao quietly poked Gu Feng and winked at him. Gu Feng was startled and regained his senses. He said with a warm and angry face, "You guys, what you're doing is wrong. Zhong Miao is a disciple of my ancient Cloud Island. You're trying to poach my ancient Cloud Island's disciple in front of me. Do you think I, Gu Feng, am dead?" Hee hee. Hua Duanhun giggled and said, "Island Master Gu, what are you saying? Didn't you just want to throw this little girl into the Tsangyan cave? In any case, you don't care about her life or death, so why don't you make things convenient and let her follow me into my Falling Flowers Spirit Temple? I'll definitely train her well so her aptitude won't be wasted. An island master Gu should make things more convenient. Su Qianhao smiled. No, Zhong Miao is a disciple of my ancient Cloud Island, and even if she dies, she will be a ghost of my ancient Cloud Island, no one can take her away. Gu Feng shook his head like a rattle drum and refused. By now, he could see that Zhong Miao held some weight in Yang Kai's heart, so he had no choice but to hold on to her. This was tantamount to holding on to her friendship with Yang Kai. This matter is up to this little girl herself, Island Master Gu. What you say is not up to you. Just because she used to be a disciple of ancient Cloud Island, you can't decide her future. Hua Duanhun snorted lightly, turning a gentle gaze towards Zhong Miao Ku as he softly said, "Little girl, don't worry. Little girl, don't be afraid. Little girl, which sect do you want to join? Can rest assured, whatever you choose. No one will make things difficult for you. Calm. Hua Duan sect disciple. Hua's Hua Duan wood." Zhong Miao panicked, lowering her head, not daring to speak. She couldn't help leaning closer to Yang Kai. He seemed to be looking for some safety. She had always been taking care of Peacock in a remote corner of ancient Cloud Island, immersing herself in cultivation, so when had she ever seen such a huge scene? She couldn't help but suddenly meow Chio. "There's no need to argue." Li Yuanchun suddenly said majestically, "This old master has been looking for a disciple in secluded retreat for many years. Unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable candidate. Today, I finally found one, so don't try to compete with this old master." Senior. Gu Feng and the others were shocked, all of them staring at Li Yuanchun in shock. Listening to the meaning of Li Yuanchun's words, it seemed that he intended to accept Zhong Miao as his disciple. This was a big deal. Supreme Solitary Sect's 3 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were all ancestors in the Endless Sea Islands, while the other 2 had their own direct disciples. Only Li Yuanchun did not. Over the years, he had indeed been looking for a suitable disciple, but unfortunately, there was no one in the Endless Sea Islands that could enter his eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhong Miao was lucky enough to obtain this opportunity today. This old master wants to accept her as his disciple. Li Yuanchun gently nodded. When this sentence was spoken, not only did the eyes of the ancient Cloud Island disciples turn red with envy, even Gu Feng and the others couldn't help staring at Zhong Miao with envy. With the guidance of an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, they could already see a bright future for Zhong Miao. "Little girl, are you willing to become this old master's disciple?" Li Yuanchun asked Zhong Miao kindly. Zhong Miao's face flushed red with excitement, seemingly flustered, but suddenly she took a deep breath, her full chest puffing up as she softly said, "But this junior is a disciple of ancient Cloud Island, Gu Feng." Li Yuanchun turned to look at Gu Feng and sneered, "This old master wants to accept her as a disciple, do you have any objections?" Gu Feng quickly waved his hand, "Senior wouldn't dare. To be chosen by Senior is her blessing, how could Gu Feng dare have any objections?" Saying so, he turned to Zhong Miao and said, "From now on, you are no longer a member of my ancient Cloud Island. Now that you are under Senior Li's command, you must be filial to him. You must never betray your sect or betray your sect, do you understand? Disciple will remember." Zhong Miao nodded firmly. Li Yuanchun laughed heartily. When these people were fighting over Zhong Miao, Yang Kai didn't say anything, just quietly watching. After the dust settled, he said, "Congratulations senior sister for meeting such a great master, junior brother will give you a small gift." "No need." Zhong Miao quickly waved her hand. "A gift from young Master Yang, I must accept it, I can't refuse young Master Yang." Li Yuanchun quickly said, his expression tense, fearing Zhong Miao would refuse. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took out a small water nan, and handed it to Zhong Miao, whispering softly, "Take a drop of this thing every day, take it back and give it to Senior Li for safekeeping. Consider it my thanks to you for saving my life. And Zhong Miao accepted the small non and stared at it, her pretty face filled with confusion, not knowing what Yang Kai had given her that made him so solemn. Looking up, Zhong Miao was startled as she saw many people staring at the small non in her hand with burning eyes, as if they had discovered some kind of incredible treasure. Young Master Yang can rest assured, since this is a gift from you to my disciple, this old master can guarantee that no one but her can use it. Li Yuan-chun said in a deep voice. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, feeling quite assured about Li Yuan-chun's character. Saying these words in front of so many people was tantamount to expressing his attitude. Everyone, please wait, this junior will take his leave now. Yang Kai cupped his fists, nodded gently to Shan-Qing Luo, and then flew up into the air with her, leaving like a bolt of lightning. Looking at his gradually disappearing back and remembering everything they had seen in the central capital, the endless sea island's great sects all felt their mood fluctuate. Senior, what kind of person is my junior brother? Zhong Miao's eyes were slightly blurred. Even now, she still couldn't understand how this junior brother of hers, who had lived with her for half a year, had suddenly become a big shot that everyone had to treat with respect and respect. You still call me senior? Li Yuan-chun stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Master. Zhong Miao said somewhat embarrassedly. And this junior brother of yours is the head of the central capital's 8 great families, the Yang family's patriarch. Half a year ago, it was under his leadership that the central capital was able to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land and kill all those bandits. He's that amazing? Zhong Miao didn't have much experience, so when she heard Li Yuan-chun say this, she could only let out a small sigh. And Gu Feng suddenly interjected, speaking of which, you and him seem to have quite a bit of fate. A few years ago, it was he who stabbed that letter into your door with a dagger and told us the whereabouts of the Broken Moon transformation art. A few years later, you rescued him from the sea, isn't that good karma? Ah. Zhong Miao's pretty face changed as she cried out, it's him? It's him, didn't he tell you? Gu Feng asked curiously. Zhong Miao choked up, her shoulders trembling as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, her heart filled with a huge sense of loss and annoyance. Moving as fast as lightning, the surrounding scenery quickly passed by. Yang Kai, Shan-Qing Luo, and Bai Luo's group of 3 quickly approached the central capital. Following behind Yang Kai, staring at his strong back, Shan-Qing Luo's eyes became slightly blurred and her breathing gradually became heavy. Perceiving her abnormality, Bai Luo quickly stepped forward and held her hand. Shan-Qing Luo slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine, not daring to pay any more attention to Yang Kai. However, in her heart, she was also a little surprised. Although this little boy was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage cultivator, his flying speed was much faster than her own, and the purity and richness of his Yuan Qi was also greater than hers. Shan-Qing Luo didn't feel disappointed and instead felt a little proud. Without saying a word, the group flew forward for a few minutes. Shan-Qing Luo and Bai Luo, who were following behind Yang Kai, suddenly stopped. Perceiving this, Yang Kai also stopped, turned his head, and asked, "What's wrong?" Shan-Qing Luo gently gasped for breath, pursed her lips, and smiled, "We'll part here. You have to go back to the central capital, but I am the beguiling demon queen, a remnant of the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally I have to return to Fragrant City." Yang Kai frowned and said, "The ash-gray cloud evil land is no longer here, what are you worrying about? No one there will blame you." Shan-Qing Luo shook her head firmly. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Since that's the case, I won't force you. And, once I've arranged things in the central capital, I'll come see you and solve the problem between you and me. I'll wait for you." Shan-Qing Luo smiled. Yang Kai nodded and left. After he left, after a while, Bai Luo sighed faintly, "Master, is this okay? There's nothing wrong with it, as long as you don't hurt him. But the love in your heart." Bai Luo's eyes suddenly became red, can you still suppress it now? If you can't suppress it, you'll only bring about your own destruction. He doesn't care about you at all, so why should you care about him? Let go of the shackles of your love and directly take his life, end all troubles. By Luo. Shanqing Luo gasped for breath, her face flushed red. Don't say such things. Let me end the tragedy of the poison widow bloodline. I can't allow it to be passed down from generation to generation, otherwise, my daughter will also suffer the same pain. This is the curse of the poison widow bloodline. Bai Luo's tears streamed down her cheeks as she stared bitterly towards the beguiling demon queen, her hatred for Yang Kai reaching a boiling point. Chapter 601. If it weren't for Yang Kai inadvertently leaving behind a seed of love in Shanqing Luo's heart, the Master Queen would not have suffered such torment. Now that the seed of love had fully matured, Shanqing Luo had to fully suppress it whenever she was with Yang Kai, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. At that time, either Shanqing Luo or Yang Kai would die. Because of this, Bai Luo naturally hated Yang Kai very much. As the two of them were talking, a strange figure suddenly appeared mid-air and stared at them helplessly. You. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai in shock. How did you come back? I knew you weren't in the right state right now. Yang Kai sighed softly. Shanqing Luo's abnormality was so obvious, how could he not have noticed it? Just now, he had only pretended to leave because he wanted to hear the true thoughts of this dragon lady. Yang Kai was somewhat moved by her persistence and consideration for him. It's good that you're back, master, there's no need to suppress it, we'll take his life now, Bai Luo shouted, her eyes glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. You seem to have a lot of prejudice against me, Yang Kai glared at Bai Luo. That's right, Bai Luo snorted, I can't wait to peel off your skin, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. If it weren't for you, my master wouldn't have to suffer such hardships. Even without me, there would still be other men who would occupy her heart. This is the ultimate fate of the poison widow bloodline. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Bai Luo remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Hurry up and leave. Shanqing Luo's breathing became heavier and heavier. As early as half a year ago, the seed of love in her heart had almost fully matured, and after not seeing Yang Kai for more than half a year, her situation had improved slightly, but this time, she had been forced to come out to find Yang Kai and spend 3 days with him, so the impulse she had been suppressing had rebounded several times over. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression resolute. The problem between you and me has to be solved eventually. Running away is not the solution. You delivered yourself to me on a silver platter, Bai Luo giggled as she twirled around, a brilliant light flashing from her body. Unknowingly. Hearing this, Bai Luo softly whispered, Master, the time has come, you no longer need to suppress yourself. At this moment, Bai Luo no longer had her previous arrogant and domineering demeanor, instead giving off a faint shadow of a seductive Shanqing Luo. Bai Luo also cultivated a beguiling technique. The target of the seduction technique was not Yang Kai. Instead, it was all used on Shanqing Luo. Bai Luo, you. Shanqing Luo struggled to resist the desires and impulses in her heart, but after being aroused by Bai Luo, the desire in her heart suddenly burst forth like a flood, drowning her consciousness in an instant. The feelings in her heart grew rapidly and her instinctive desire destroyed her persistence and protection of Yang Kai, leaving only a single thought in her mind. That was to possess Yang Kai. If she was a block of ice that would never melt. At this moment, Yang Kai was a burning flame, and Shanqing Luo couldn't help but want to approach him, seal him in ice, or melt herself. A soft moan burst from her throat as the beguiling demon queen's complexion flushed crimson, her slender white neck glowing with a porcelain-like luster, giving her a seductive appearance. Her eyes blurred as she stared towards Yang Kai, undisguised lust flashing in the depths of her beautiful eyes. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed, and in front of Yang Kai's eyes, there seemed to be countless beautiful young women dancing and singing. These young women were all coquettish, their figures graceful, their clothes half undone, their beautiful bodies shrouded in gauze, faintly discernible. They were doing their utmost to dissolute, circling around Yang Kai, trying to flatter him. Yang Kai's heart clenched. Shan Qing Luo's beguiling technique seemed to have improved again. At this moment, she wasn't deliberately using it, but instead just being slightly aroused was enough to cause him to hallucinate. Break! Yang Kai coldly shouted, circulating his yin-yang joyous unification art. In front of him, these beautiful young women who seemed to yearn for more were all shattered, disappearing into thin air. Hee hee. Bai Luo giggled, "You bastard, just give up resisting, no man can resist my master's beguiling technique, Kiki." As she spoke, her two slender legs involuntarily clenched together, a warm current flowing through her lower abdomen. Her lower body was now covered in mud, and as a cold wind blew past her, she became more and more aroused, almost unable to suppress the impulse in her heart. She had also been greatly affected by Shan Qing Luo's beguiling technique. "I'll deal with you later." Yang Kai glared at her coldly, his expression unkind. "We'll talk about it after you survive." Bai Luo gasped for breath, her tender body writhing uncontrollably, biting her red lower lip as she glared towards Yang Kai. It was as if she wanted to rush up and recklessly make love to Yang Kai, but she stubbornly held back. An exquisite little fan appeared in the beguiling demon queen's hand, the surface of this fan embroidered with images of handsome men and beautiful women. These handsome men and beautiful women's clothes were disheveled, pairs after pairs were in the midst of doing the deed, their postures varied, but all of them had a look of joy on their faces, their hearts filled with joy, vivid and lifelike. "Qing Luo fan!" Yang Kai coldly shouted. This artifact was a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation in Shan Qing Luo's beguiling demon queen's beguiling technique. Its power was unimaginable. Shan Qing Luo gracefully waved her fan, causing the men and women depicted on the fan to become more and more energetic, each of them seemingly coming to life and rushing into Yang Kai's mind. Asterisk pa 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 pa, asterisk these illusions that rushed into Yang Kai's mind only lasted for a breath of time before they were all reduced to dust. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had the ability to destroy all beguiling techniques in the world, so Shan Qing Luo's Qing Luo fan had no effect on Yang Kai. However, she did not notice this, and after displaying the power of the Qing Luo fan, Shan Qing Luo giggled as she rushed towards Yang Kai, her scarlet tongue lightly touching her teeth as her chest heaved up and down violently. Stretching out her jade white hand, she grabbed Yang Kai's collar and dragged him in front of her, pressing her towering chest against Yang Kai's chest. Her two slender legs wrapped around him as she opened her mouth and pressed her lips towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's appetite was greatly aroused, wishing he could let go of all restraints right now and fight her for a few hundred rounds. However, once the beguiling demon queen was aroused, all her bodily fluids would contain a potent poison, one that no one could withstand. "You dragon lady." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, reaching out and placing his hand behind Shan Qing Luo's head, his yuan qi fiercely bursting forth. Shan Qing Luo's eyes quickly lost their luster, and the erotic sounds that resounded throughout the world gradually subsided as she fell limply into Yang Kai's arms. Bai Luo had been waiting happily to witness this exciting scene, her two delicate hands involuntarily covering her breasts and gently kneading them, her face filled with pleasure, but upon seeing this scene, her beautiful face suddenly paled. "Get over here." Yang Kai lifted Shan Qing Luo onto his shoulder and grinned towards Bai Luo. "What do you want to do?" Bai Luo became vigilant and quickly retreated a few steps. "What did you do to my master?" "I've already killed her, now it's your turn." Yang Kai sneered, his expression cold and ruthless. Bai Luo's eyes quickly filled with tears and she suddenly roared madly, "This old lady will kill you." Like an enraged beast, she rushed towards Yang Kai without any fear of death. Yang Kai simply stretched out his hand and subdued her. Carrying Shan Qing Luo on his shoulder and placing Bai Luo on his arm, Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and slapped her round buttocks. Asterisk pa, asterisk Bai Luo stiffened, inexplicably feeling a trace of shame and anger welling up in her heart, but at the same time, it was also quite stimulating. It seemed that this slap had stimulated the desire that had been buried deep in her heart for a long time, and she couldn't help but feel the pleasure of being ravaged. Pa. Bai Luo finally cried out in alarm, constantly struggling and wriggling about, cursing out loud as she repeatedly punched and kicked Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't ask any questions and simply sealed the true qi in her body before rhythmically slapping her again and again, his blows extremely heavy. Gradually, Bai Luo's cries stopped, and instead, with each slap she let out a series of lustful moans, as if she was at the mercy of Yang Kai's whims, her ears flushed red and her tender body burning hot. Yang Kai was stunned. Your sexual orientation, there's something wrong with it. None of your business, quickly put this old lady down. Bai Luo suddenly recovered and shouted. Pa. A series of enchanting moans rang out again. One day later, Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land, Fragrant City. Inside Shanqing Luo's palace, Yang Kai suddenly appeared with the beguiling demon queen and Bai Luo. The two beautiful women who had served Yang Kai before, Yunli, Roa Yu, and Roa Qing, rushed over upon hearing the news, and when they saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help feeling a little happy. However, when they saw the state of Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo at the moment, they couldn't help feeling surprised. Yang Kai put her down, and Bai Luo's body softened as she fell to the ground. Immediately after, she let out a soft cry and leapt up, her two small hands rubbing her buttocks as she grit her teeth and sucked in a deep breath. Bai Luo, what's wrong? Yunli hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Bai Luo replied submissively, her face flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with fear and dread, no longer showing any of her previous arrogance. After being slapped so many times along the way, her heart was filled with shadows. Where's Master? What happened to Master? Master, she had an accident. Bai Luo's expression dimmed again. Let them rest first. Yang Kai said. Yunli, Roa Yu, and Roa Qing quickly supported Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo and sent them back to their rooms. Back at the Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai lived here. In his room on the second floor, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, his expression gloomy. The relationship between Shanqing Luo and him wasn't very deep, it was only because of the love between them that it had become somewhat difficult to resolve. Now, Yang Kai wanted to help Shanqing Luo resolve this feeling, but he had no clue how to do so he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Chapter 602. Shanqing Luo's current situation wasn't due to poisoning, it was simply a matter of her special physique. Her 10,000 drug spirit definitely had no effect on her. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai could only leave Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Checking Shanqing Luo's condition, although her vital signs weren't seriously affected, with Yang Kai's Yuan Qi blocking her, Shanqing Luo wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. Her tender body was burning hot like a hot iron. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the beguiling demon queen died. Even if she was a transcendent, she wouldn't be able to resist this fate. After instructing Yunli to take good care of her, Yang Kai went to find Bai Luo, wanting to inquire about the situation from her. Shanqing Luo's palace wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After asking the maidservant where Bai Luo lived, Yang Kai walked towards it. Arriving at her room, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door, but there was no movement inside. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that Bai Luo was indeed inside, but her aura was even, so she should be asleep. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked in. Glancing around, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. Bai Luo was currently lying motionless on the bed, her body covered with a thin bedding that accentuated her exquisite and graceful curves. Her buttocks were arched high up in the air, giving her an enchanting appearance that was hard to fathom. Yang Kai didn't know if this was natural or if it was a result of being beaten by Yang Kai along the way. Moreover, from her bare shoulders, Yang Kai could infer that this woman wasn't wearing any clothes at the moment. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he walked over to her bedside, found a chair, and sat down. Seemingly aware that someone was approaching, Bai Luo finally slowly opened her eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, she panicked and quickly reached out to grab the bedding covering her body, putting on a timid expression as if she was afraid Yang Kai would take advantage of her. "What are you doing?" Bai Luo asked coldly. "Did your family's master tell you about us?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Luo nodded lightly, seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions. She relaxed a bit. "Since you know about us, then you must know about the overbearing and insidious nature of the poison widow's bloodline." "So what if he knows?" Bai Luo rested her hands on her chin and assumed a more comfortable position, sadly saying, "I can't share any of Master's burdens. As for you, if you have the heart, you might as well fulfill my master's wish. Do you want to be beaten again?" Yang Kai's cold eyes looked at her but Bai Luo couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger, but after witnessing Yang Kai's vile display of strength, even if she was unconvinced in her heart, she didn't dare to provoke him again. "You're not a fool. My master is a fool." Bai Luo's voice suddenly became louder. "For you, she willingly allowed herself to be devoured by her own feelings. This time, if you hadn't turned around on a whim, I'm afraid." Saying so, Bai Luo began sobbing. If Yang Kai hadn't come back, Shanqing Luo would not have lasted until the moment he finished dealing with the central capital. She's willing to sacrifice herself to this extent. To be honest, I'm very moved. Yang Kai let out a soft sigh. The poison widow's bloodline may seem heartless, but in fact, she is more infatuated than any other woman. These words seemed to affect Bai Luo, causing her heart to tremble slightly. Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai for a moment before wiping the tears from her eyes. If Master heard you evaluate her like this, he would definitely be very happy. "I didn't come to you this time to quarrel with you. You've been accompanying Shanqing Luo all this time, but haven't you ever heard her say anything about how to remove the seed of love in her heart?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Bai Luo slowly shook her head. "Her seed of love has already matured. There is no way to remove it. If you want Master to be safe and sound, you and her, that." Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "In other words, in our current situation, either she dies or I die." Bai Luo gently nodded. "I hope you die." Yang Kai remained silent. Bai Luo was still sobbing, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, her beautiful eyes lit up and she anxiously said, "Right, Master once said that there is no way to remove the seed of love. If there is a way to remove the poison in her body when she's aroused, then even if you and Master, that, your life won't be in danger." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope. "Then has she thought of a good way?" "This is just Master's guess. How could there be a practical solution?" Bai Luo's expression once again became gloomy. Yang Kai's expression became thoughtful, as if he had thought of a key point, but couldn't figure it out. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared towards Yang Kai, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly stood up, a thick smile filling his face as he let out a hearty laugh. "What's wrong with you?" Bai Luo was taken aback and asked with some dissatisfaction. "I think I have some ideas." "What do you mean?" Bai Luo also asked in surprise. Shanqing Luo's physique was inherited from her mother. "I heard her say that one of her ancestors accidentally broke into the spider mother's nest and was poisoned, but fortunately managed to survive. Since then, the poison widow bloodline had appeared, and each generation only gave birth to a single daughter who inherited the poison widow's physique. Since the spider mother's poison is the root of this physique, perhaps that monster beast knows something about it." The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Yang Kai's thoughts gradually became clear. Stroking his chin and wearing a wise expression, he asked, "Bai Luo, where did that spider mother go? Did she die?" During the final battle of the central capital, he had been underground, so he wasn't clear about what had happened above ground. The Spider Mother shouldn't have died. In that battle, the ash-gray cloud evil land suffered heavy casualties. Of the 6 great evil kings, only my master and the lightning flash shadow king managed to escape, but when we finally counted the corpses, we didn't find the Spider Mother. I think she must have escaped. Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Once we find her, we should be able to find a way. But do you know where she is? Bai Luo asked. Of course I do. Yang Kai smiled confidently. At that time, he and Shanqing Luo had fallen into the Spider Mother's nest together, so naturally he had some memory of its location. If that's the case, we can summon all the masters in Master's territory to go there and capture the Spider Mother for questioning. No need, I'll go alone, it'll be faster. Yang Kai shook his head. Bai Luo was surprised. The Spider Mother has an above immortal ascension boundary cultivation. Can you defeat her? Just wait for my good news. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and strode out. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Bai Luo hurriedly shouted, but before she could finish speaking, she fell onto the bed, the severe pain in her but almost causing her to lose her footing. Yang Kai had long since disappeared. Outside of Fragrance City. Following the route in his memory, Yang Kai flew all the way to the Spider Mother's nest. Shanqing Luo had passed through the territory of the Thunderbolt Beast King before arriving at that place. In his memory, there was also a lake nearby. Now that the ash-gray cloud evil land's 4 great evil kings had died in battle, although the lightning flash shadow king had escaped, no one knew where he was hiding. The lightning flash shadow king was also afraid that the masters from the central capital would join forces to find trouble with him, so naturally he had chosen to hide. Hiding. Moreover, since the last battle, the entire ash-gray cloud evil land had suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai had swaggered through the streets but had not encountered any decent masters. Basically, an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator was the strongest existence in the ash-gray cloud evil land. The ash-gray cloud evil land had been tormented by Yang Bai. It would likely take at least a few dozen years for them to recover their yuan qi. So even though he was so ostentatious, no one dared to find trouble with him, even those who saw him from afar would hurriedly avoid him. After 2 to 3 hours, Yang Kai finally arrived at the jungle he had passed through before. Half an hour later, Yang Kai found the cave he and Shanqing Luo had stayed in. It was here. Yang Kai had penetrated into the beguiling demon queen's knowledge sea and planted a seed of love in her heart. Recalling the past, Yang Kai sighed. At that time, he was only yuan qi 3rd stage. But now, he was already an immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivator. Spreading out his huge divine sense, Yang Kai quietly probed the surrounding 100-kilometer radius. Occasionally, he would feel a flow of water, so Yang Kai would investigate to see if it was the same lake he had passed through before. After a couple of hours, Yang Kai finally found the right place. Arriving at the lake he had stopped at before, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Only a few dozen kilometers away from this lake was the location of the Spider Mother's nest. Leaping forward, Yang Kai flew towards the direction he had determined. After an hour, a huge canyon-like area appeared in front of Yang Kai. Looking around, there were countless spider eggs, and on both sides of the canyon, there were white and tough spiders. Occasionally, he would see the bones of some cultivator. Most likely, a cultivator who had accidentally wandered into this area had been caught and eaten by the monster beast. Inside the canyon, giant spiders the size of calves were running back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. At the end of this canyon, there was a huge spider statue, built in an unknown era, but it was still well preserved. Floating above the canyon, Yang Kai stared down coldly, his divine sense spreading out and locking onto the interior of the spider statue. Inside, he felt a life aura not inferior to a transcendent realm master. The Spider Mother. Sure enough, it had fled back here and was still acting like a tyrant. Just as Yang Kai's divine sense probed the existence of the Spider Mother, a burst of melodious laughter suddenly rang out in his mind. Hee 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 hee, what a familiar smell, this smell should belong to that little brat from the central capital's Yang family. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, Spider Mother, please come out and meet me. Since you've come, why don't you come down and talk? The melodious voice seemed to contain a kind of charm that tugged at one's heartstrings, drawing one's mind to follow its instructions. If Yang Kai had not seen the true face of the Spider Mother, just by listening to its voice, he would have imagined it to be a beautiful woman. In fact, the Spider Mother's face was truly beautiful. That face of hers didn't seem to belong to the human world. Any man who saw that beautiful face would inevitably let their imagination run wild. However, if one were to combine its face with its huge body and 8 claws, the feeling it gave off was nothing but horror, not a sense of beauty. Chapter 603. The Spider Mother issued a warm invitation, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid, flying into the canyon and stopping in front of the huge spider statue. Hee hee, little brother's courage is really big. The Spider Mother's sweet voice continued to enter his mind. From all directions, the giant spiders, each the size of a calf, also moved quickly, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they approached Yang Kai's position. Soon, they had surrounded him, their small eyes glowing with a faint light as they stared at Yang Kai, their mouths spitting out white silk, emitting a foul stench. These giant spiders were all rank 6 monster beasts. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 of these giant spiders gathered in the entire canyon. As for the smaller spiders, there were countless of them. Yang Kai had also heard that the Spider Mother had joined forces with the Thunderbolt Beast King and had temporarily obeyed his orders during the attack on the central capital. Correspondingly, the Spider Mother had also obtained a lot of benefits from the Thunderbolt Beast King. These 6th-order giant spiders should have been cultivated through the Thunderbolt Beast King's methods. The last time Yang Kai had come here, he had not seen so many giant spiders. The ground shook slightly, and it seemed that a behemoth had come out of the spider statue. A moment later, the Spider Mother finally appeared. She had the body of a giant spider, but her upper body was something that only a peerless woman could have. Her beautiful and flawless face, her curvaceous shoulders, and her full breasts were exposed to the air. They were firm and straight, extremely bouncy, and white and tender. There were 2 cherry red protrusions on top of her breasts, making them look like a complete mess. It seemed to be able to arouse the desires in men's hearts, making them want to go forward and take a bite, to taste the beauty of those 2 cherries. Seeing the Spider Mother's appearance at this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help being surprised, sneering as he said, "It seems that the Spider Mother has also benefited a lot from the war in the central capital." The last time he saw it, it only had a beautiful face and no feminine upper body, but now, it actually had an exquisite feminine body that could arouse one's imagination. The Spider Mother smiled tenderly, I swallowed the yuan qi and physique of many masters in order to evolve to my current form. The taste of those masters' yuan qi and flesh was truly wonderful. But when the ash-gray cloud evil land suffered a crushing defeat, I had no choice but to escape. Thinking about it now, I really miss that taste. Saying so, her beautiful eyes stared towards Yang Kai, her scarlet tongue wandering around her lips. "Your taste is also very wonderful, I wonder how it would taste. You want to eat me?" Yang Kai pointed to himself and laughed, shaking his head. "Spider Mother, although your idea is good, I'm afraid it's not possible." The Spider Mother's smile, "Brother, are you that confident?" Mother, Spider Mother's face, Mother's face's expression suddenly became cold. The Spider Mother's pretty face also became dignified. Although she was half human, half monster beast, her mind was not inferior to any master's, so naturally she could see Yang Kai's confidence. Although she didn't quite understand what he was relying on, it was enough for her to be vigilant. "I don't need to deal with you." Yang Kai smiled again and said calmly, "I didn't come here this time to fight with you. You can act like a tyrant here, but as long as you don't go to the central capital and wreak havoc there, it has nothing to do with me." "Oh. The spider mother was a little surprised. Then what does little brother want to do here? I want to make a deal with you, Yang Kai declared. What kind of deal? Tell me how to solve the problem of the poison widow's bloodline, and in return, I'll tell you how to take human form. Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush. Shanqing Luo was still waiting for him in Fragrant City, so he had to settle this quickly. Do you know the mystery of human form? The spider mother's demeanor suddenly became excited as she screamed. Seeing her react so strongly, Yang Kai smiled happily, thinking that his guess was right. Although the spider mother was the only seventh-order monster beast he had ever seen, for a monster beast with a high IQ, her biggest goal was to take human form. Moreover, she was working hard in this direction. Have you ever heard of the beast transformation pond? Yang Kai smiled lightly and threw out the bait in his hand. Beast transformation pond? The spider mother's beautiful eyes flashed as her tender body trembled, asking suspiciously, "What's that?" "It's a pond that can help you take human form," Yang Kai explained. "Where is it?" The spider mother's demeanor became more and more excited as she quickly took a few steps forward, her aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "If you want to know where it is, you'll first have to tell me how to resolve the poison in the poison widow's body." In fact, Yang Kai didn't know what the beast transformation pond was. He had only heard Shui Ling mention it when he was in War City. When Shui Ling had first met the spider mother, she had said that without the beast transformation pond, the spider mother would never be able to take human form. The profound meaning of this sentence was deeply engraved in Yang Kai's mind. He had only learned from this sentence that the beast transformation pond was the key to helping the spider mother achieve human form. The spider mother's excited expression quickly converged as she stared at Yang Kai for a moment before smiling. "How do I know if you're telling the truth?" "The beast transformation pond, I've never heard of it." "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Do you want to maintain this body shape for the rest of your life? Don't you want to really become a human?" Yang Kai looked at the spider mother sarcastically. "This body shape is terrible. Don't point fingers at my appearance." The spider mother was extremely agitated, seemingly quite dissatisfied with her half-human, half-monster beast form. After hesitating for a long time, she asked, "Did you come to ask me because of that beguiling demon queen? How is she doing now? Is it because she has reached the grand accomplishment stage and needs to do something with you? You seem to know quite a bit." Yang Kai's brow twitched. The spider mother knew so much. Obviously she knew more about the mysteries of the poison widow's body than anyone else. After all, she was the one who had discovered this body. "Good, I'll make a deal with you." The spider mother gently nodded. "Tell me where the beast transformation pond is first and I'll tell you how to resolve the problem with the poison widow's body." "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. "I don't trust you." "I don't trust you either," the spider mother smiled tenderly. "It seems I'll have to use some means to make you behave." Saying so, the giant spiders gathered around Yang Kai began to move, apparently under the spider mother's orders, preparing to attack Yang Kai. "You can try and see if it's you or I who will die," Yang Kai shouted angrily, stretching out his hand and summoning a huge bone shield in front of him. This bone shield was the size of several houses and was densely covered with cut marks. On the edges of the bone shield, there were some bone spurs, some of which were even broken. However, at this moment, this bone shield exuded a sense of danger that caused the spider mother's heart to palpitate. What kind of artifact is this? The spider mother couldn't help retreating a few steps, a look of dread filling her face. A mysterious great artifact. Yang Kai sneered, calmly explaining, "This artifact of mine is only the size of a wash basin, but it can absorb the energy that attacks me. The more energy it absorbs, the bigger it becomes. After absorbing this energy, I can release it in one go. Now that it has become so big, just think about it, how much energy has it absorbed? Can you bear it?" Moreover, this energy wasn't ordinary. It was the void force that erupted from the central capital's underground. Even a transcendent realm master wouldn't be able to resist it. If he really wanted to fight with the spider mother, Yang Kai wouldn't need to fear her, but in this situation, the bone shield was undoubtedly more of a deterrent. The spider mother's pretty face finally changed, gnashing her teeth as she glared hatefully at Yang Kai, but after a long time, she suddenly smiled charmingly, her pair of snow-white jade peaks bouncing up and down, attracting Yang Kai's attention. You won't kill me, you still want to learn the method from me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, but now we can talk about it. We need to think of a reliable method that both of us can accept and obtain the answer we want. I can't think of anything, the spider mother said with a look of disinterest, throwing this difficult problem back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai wore a sad expression as he fell into contemplation. After a long time, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "How about this? You can send your soul into my knowledge sea and I'll show you the secrets of the beast transformation pond. That way, you won't be able to fool me." Oh. The spider mother's beautiful eyes also lit up, licking her red lips. "Aren't you afraid I'll harm you? You don't look stupid. Then I'll send my divine sense into your knowledge sea, if you don't mind." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The spider mother shook her head. Everyone's knowledge sea was their biggest secret. Normally it was impossible for others to enter it freely. Yang Kai's proposal sounded extremely sincere, but the spider mother always felt that he was up to something. "Then you can enter my knowledge sea and we can both reveal the secrets the other side wants to know. By communicating like this, both of us will be able to obtain the answer. Moreover, my strength is lower than yours, so you don't have to worry about encountering any danger in my knowledge sea." Yang Kai's expression became dignified. "If you still don't agree to such a proposal, then I can only take a gamble. I'll kill you, capture your soul, and find what I want from it." Saying so, Yang Kai's eyes became cold, as if he really would attack the spider mother if she didn't agree. The spider mother's pretty face changed as she ground her teeth. "Why are you being so impulsive? I didn't say I didn't agree. Little brother, after exchanging each other's secrets, can we have a little soul intercourse? The taste of your soul is very sweet, this spider mother likes it very much." "Forget it," Yang Kai's face went black. "I'm not interested in your lower body." He. The spider mother giggled. "So you're interested in my upper body? Are you coming or not?" "Stop spouting nonsense," Yang Kai showed an impatient expression. "I'm coming, release your knowledge sea's defenses," the spider mother shouted, her soul leaving her body and rushing towards Yang Kai's mind. Chapter 604. Seeing that the spider mother really had no fear in releasing her soul, Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help but curl into a strange grin. Solemnly shouting, "Spider mother, you'd better not try to play any tricks on my knowledge sea. Although my realm isn't as good as yours, my divine sense is much stronger than an average immortal ascension boundary master's. Don't ask for trouble." Listening to his warning, the spider mother's hesitation quickly disappeared and she sent him a message. "Don't worry, if you are willing, I still want to merge my souls with yours, but if you don't, I won't force you." Yang Kai nodded gently and released the defenses of his knowledge sea. In the next moment, the spider mother's soul entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Above the boundless ocean, the spider mother's soul avatar gradually appeared. Unlike what was seen from the outside, at this moment, her appearance was truly that of a true soul avatar. Her upper body was still as enchanting as before, while her lower body was just as beautiful and enchanting. Her two slender legs were straight, and the lush green grass was exposed to the outside world. Her entire body was completely naked. She stood gracefully above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, looking around without a trace of nervousness. She was a seventh-order monster beast, equivalent to a transcendent realm master, while Yang Kai was just an immortal ascension boundary 6th-stage cultivator. With the absolute gap between their realms, she didn't feel any fear. Yang Kai's soul avatar also quickly appeared in front of her. After glancing at her, Yang Kai frowned and snorted. "Is this the appearance you want to evolve into?" A burst of light flowed out from her body, revealing her ample bosom. "What do you think? Are you tempted?" "What a slut!" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He. The spider mother giggled lightly. Then what about the beguiling demon queen with her poison widow physique? Good, enough nonsense. Hurry up and tell me the secrets of the beast transformation pond. Yang Kai nodded gently. Indeed, I don't want to waste any more words with you. As he spoke, he laughed sinisterly. The spider mother's face gradually became dignified as she stared deeply at Yang Kai. Seeing his strange behavior, the spider mother quickly realized something. With a calm expression, she coldly said, "So this is also a trap." That's right. At this point, there was no need for Yang Kai to pretend anymore. "Humph," the spider mother sneered, "your acting is quite convincing. After saying so much and doing so much, all you did was lure my soul into your knowledge sea. Now that you know, it's too late. With your current spiritual sense cultivation, what can you do to me? If I want to leave, I can leave at any time." "You're wrong. I've said it before. If I don't have a diamond, I won't take on a porcelain job. Since you're here for nothing, don't even think about leaving. Insolent fool." The spider mother roared as her soul transformed into a streak of light and flew out of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Just as she was about to move, the boundless ocean suddenly began to churn. The monstrous sea water surged out like a milky way that covered the sky, completely cutting off her path of retreat. The spider mother's soul avatar tried to break through but was unable to break through the sea's defenses and was forced to appear again. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, she screamed, "How can your spiritual energy be so powerful?" This young man's spiritual energy wasn't any weaker than hers, in fact it was even stronger. If not for this, she would have been able to escape. "Tell me how to detoxify the poison in Shan Qing Luo's body and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, you'll be annihilated here," Yang Kai said fiercely. "Wishful thinking, watch me eat you first." The spider mother's expression was cold and fierce as she rushed towards Yang Kai like a madwoman, trying to fuse their souls and disturb his mind. A feeling of majesty suddenly spread out in her knowledge sea. Perceiving this aura, spider mother couldn't help but feel uneasy. She abruptly stopped and looked towards the source of this aura, only to see a single eye slowly opening in midair. This single eye had a trace of gold in its pupil, causing spider mother to have an impulse to prostrate herself in worship. *Shio, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye and brushed past the edge of the spider mother's soul avatar. *Silala, the spider mother's soul avatar seemed to be a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun and was instantly purified. A mournful scream came from the spider mother's mouth as her pair of beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and uneasiness. "What is this? What is this?" the spider mother asked sharply. "Restrain your things," Yang Kai said calmly. "If you are hit head-on by it, you will instantly die and all your thoughts and consciousness will disappear. What happened just now was just a warning. I don't have time to waste with you. Now tell me your secret, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." The spider mother stared at Yang Kai before looking up at the open solitary golden eye, her pretty face filled with resentment. Gasping for breath, her snow-white peaks heaved up and down, obviously she was extremely angry. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths, if I don't get an answer, you will die." Yang Kai's face was cold as he issued an ultimatum, raising his hand and counting, 1, 2, wait. The spider mother shouted, "I can tell you, but you have to promise me that after you know this secret, you will let me go." "I promise." Yang Kai nodded. The spider mother stared at him deeply for a long time before waving her hand and separating a mass of white light from her soul avatar and floating towards Yang Kai. This ball of white light was the divine sense energy that contained that secret. Separating this mass of energy from the spider mother meant that she would lose this part of her memory. This was also a kind of damage to her. Yang Kai smiled happily and reached out to summon her over, but before he had time to examine her carefully, the spider mother suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai like a madman. Her tender body tightly wrapped around him as she laughed wildly. "I'm going to swallow your soul avatar. Your spiritual energy is so strong, it's enough for me to enjoy for a while." "Huh, we're so close now, do you still dare use that golden light? She thought that as long as she did this, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything to her. At the same time, the evil spiritual energy rushed towards Yang Kai and surrounded his soul avatar, making him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Yang Kai looked at her coldly, his expression indifferent as he said, "Since it's mine, it naturally can't hurt me." "You're too naive." The spider mother's smile froze on her face in an instant as she stared at Yang Kai with a trace of shame in her eyes. *Xiao, *, a strong golden light shrouded the spider mother and pierced through it. There was no sound as the spider mother's thoughts and consciousness were instantly shattered, leaving behind only a mass of pure energy. Courting death, Yang Kai shook his head. If it weren't for the spider mother wanting to deal with him at the last moment, Yang Kai really wouldn't have minded letting her live. After all, there wasn't much enmity between them. Examining the mass of energy separated from the spider mother with some concern, Yang Kai's expression became strange. The spider mother hadn't lied. This mass of energy was indeed the solution to the problem of Shanqing Luo's physique, but this method actually still required the spider mother's death. He had to obtain her blood and monster core and let Shanqing Luo consume it, fighting poison with poison to remove the poison in her body. It was true that one could be forgiven for their sins, but one could not live for their sins. Yang Kai shook his head. Not absorbing the pure energy left behind by the spider mother for the time being, Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes. The giant spiders surrounding Yang Kai seemed to have sensed the spider mother's death, and at the same time Yang Kai opened his eyes, he discovered that the giant spiders were fiercely attacking him. Coldly snorting, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body fiercely erupted, sending out waves of unparalleled energy that instantly killed a large number of the giant spiders. A sixth-order giant spider was only equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. This level of enemy was nothing in front of Yang Kai. After fighting for a while, the giant spiders suffered heavy casualties, and those who were still alive quickly retreated. Yang Kai didn't pursue them and instead directly jumped onto the spider statue and arrived in front of the dead spider mother. Reaching into her chest, Yang Kai took out a monster core that was glowing with 7-colored light. This monster core contained a huge amount of energy. When Yang Kai touched it, he even felt a slight numbness in his hand. Looking at it, his entire hand was quickly turning black. What a strong poison. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, quickly throwing it into the black book space and circulating his secret art to expel the poison that had invaded his body. Taking another drop of the spider mother's blood, Yang Kai quickly left. 2 hours later, Fragrant City. As soon as Yang Kai returned, he heard the sound of sobbing coming from Shanqing Luo's room. His expression changing, Yang Kai quickly pushed open the door and entered. Inside the room, Bai Luo threw herself onto Shanqing Luo's bed, weeping pitifully while Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruo Qing also wept beside her. The entire room was like an oven, its temperature rising rapidly. This heat was being emitted from Shanqing Luo's body. Her breathing was rapid, and her delicate body was as red as a soldering iron. Her entire consciousness was blurry. Seeing Yang Kai return, Yunli was overjoyed and hurriedly called out, "Young Master Yang, you're back." Bai Luo froze for a moment before quickly turning her head, her eyes red and swollen as she stared at Yang Kai expectantly, her lips trembling slightly, seemingly wanting to say something but ultimately unable to do so. "What's the situation like?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. Bai Luo slowly shook her head before covering her face and crying again. The situation was obviously not optimistic. "Move aside." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled her aside, sitting her down beside Shanqing Luo's bed, taking out the spider mother's monster core and blood, reaching out to open the beguiling demon queen's mouth and directly stuffing the monster core into it before pouring a large amount of blood into her mouth. "What did you feed Senior?" Bai Luo hurriedly asked. Yang Kai explained. Bai Luo was dumbfounded. "You killed the spider mother? And now we can only fight poison with poison." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "I hope it succeeds." Senior, if anything happens to you, you'll have to sacrifice yourself for her. Bai Luo looked towards Yang Kai aggrievedly. Yang Kai glanced over at her but was too lazy to respond, instead leaping onto Shan Qing Luo's bed and helping her up, placing his hand on her shoulder and circulating his yuan qi to help her dissolve the energy contained in the monster core and spider mother's blood. Chapter 605. Inside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai closed his eyes and absorbed the remnant energy left behind by the Spider Mother to enhance his own strength and comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Suddenly smelling a delicate fragrance at the tip of his nose, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and found that Bai Luo, this little girl, was actually half kneeling in front of him, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes as she curiously stared at him. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked somewhat vigilantly. This little girl had always been hostile towards him, but now she was suddenly looking at him with such a worshipful attitude. Yang Kai was somewhat uncomfortable. "I just realized you're quite amazing," Bai Luo chirped. "How did you kill the Spider Mother all by yourself?" "It was a 7th-order monster beast. My master also said that even if she used all of her strength, she probably wouldn't be able to kill it. The Thunderbolt Beast King and the Spider Mother only had a cooperative relationship and had never been able to subdue it. Tell me, what kind of method did you use to even retrieve its monster core?" It seemed that after Yang Kai had rescued Shan Qing Luo, Bai Luo's ill feelings towards Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai frowned but didn't answer, instead asking, "How is your master doing now?" "Everything is fine. Although the poison widow's physique is still there, the poison in her body seems to have been removed." Bai Luo smiled charmingly, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Bai Luo was an enchanting woman. This was probably because she had spent so much time with Shan Qing Luo. Coupled with the fact that she also cultivated a bewitching secret art, it could be said that even if her charm wasn't comparable to Shan Qing Luo's, it was still not something an ordinary woman could possess. Master is currently working hard to break through her bottleneck. I'm afraid that after she comes out of seclusion, her strength will have taken another step forward. That's good, Yang Kai relaxed. The matter between me and her can be considered resolved. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai nodded. Good, since she's in retreat, I won't wait for her. I have to hurry back to the central capital and see what's going on. When she comes out, help me tell her. You can't go. Bai Luo suddenly rushed up and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. Why would I stay? There's no need for me here. In any case, you can't go, Master. When she comes out of seclusion, the first person she wants to see will definitely be you. If you leave, she'll be sad. Can't you stop being so, Bai Luo? Bai Luo's mind. Luo, Bai Luo's Luo, Bai Luo. What? Bai Luo's face blushed slightly as she suddenly stood up with a firm expression, her tender body trembling slightly as her clothes were torn to shreds, instantly revealing her perfect snow-white figure to Yang Kai's eyes. It was as if she was an exquisite piece of jade that glowed with a strange luster, causing his heart to skip a beat. Her snow-white elastic twin peaks proudly stood tall and straight, dazzling anyone who saw them. Her flat abdomen without the slightest trace of excess fat, her long slender legs that made one's imagination run wild. Even though they were pressed together shyly, they couldn't conceal the intoxicating fragrance that wafted from her body. She stood in front of Yang Kai like this, completely naked. Her curves were enough to make any man's blood boil. She was as exquisite as a work of art, causing anyone who saw her to feel an impulse to ravage her. Bai Luo's pretty face was flushed red, her delicate neck glowing red as she gently bit her lip, not daring to look straight into Yang Kai's eyes. Am I beautiful? Bai Luo's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai's expression shook as a trace of surprise flashed across his face, his somewhat impatient expression quickly being replaced by a burning light. However, after a moment, his eyes regained their clarity and a strange smile appeared on his face. Don't you like women? Isn't this situation a bit strange? Why are you acting all lovey-dovey towards me? Bai Luo said somewhat awkwardly, "Oh, men are actually not bad, I like both men and women." Yang Kai's face went black. Enough, enough. Bai Luo suddenly curled her lips. Master said that in her current state, she can't serve you, so she asked me to take her place. Firstly, it's to relieve your boredom, and secondly, it's to thank you for everything you've done for her. When Master comes out of seclusion, she'll personally do it. As she spoke, there was no longer any trace of bashfulness from before. Instead, she boldly pushed Kai Yang down and sat on top of him, giggling as she licked her red lips with her fingers, putting on an extremely lewd appearance. "How do you want to play? Today, I'll let you do whatever you want, you can do whatever you want." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Bai Luo off of him, grabbing the bedding on the bed and covering her with it before walking away without saying a word. "You." Bai Luo was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. Last time, when he was a guest at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, she clearly didn't want to do such a thing, but he had still forced her to eat something. This time, when she took the initiative to seduce him, he actually remained indifferent? Was he even a man? "I'm not in the mood." Yang Kai shook his head gently. Su Yan had been taken to that strange territory by Meng Wuya, so he didn't know what the situation was like there. There were simply too many things he had to deal with, so Yang Kai really didn't have the mood to flirt with other women, especially Bai Luo. Her tastes were strange and couldn't be reasoned with, so if he really got entangled with her, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get rid of her. "Dragon Lady." Yang Kai whispered again. Shan Xingluo's voice quickly sounded in his mind, "You little bastard, when did you become so serious?" Her divine sense had been paying close attention to the situation here, so how could Yang Kai not notice? "I've always been serious." Yang Kai snorted. Shan Xingluo giggled, obviously not trusting him. After a while, Shan Xingluo sighed faintly, "Are you going to leave?" Yang Kai nodded gently. "Let's go, after I come out of seclusion, I'll definitely find you." "I'm afraid you won't be able to find me, the place I want to go is not in this world." Shan Xingluo asked, "A higher world? You know about it?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I've heard Yang Bai mention it a bit, but I don't know much about it. However, you have my soul-chasing seal in your body, so even if you go to the ends of the world, I'll still be able to find you." Shan Xingluo smiled proudly. Yang Kai grinned, "If you can find me, come and look for me. I'll be going now, take care of yourself." Saying so, he glanced over at Bai Luo, who was lying on the bed, and flicked his finger, transforming it into a long whip and whipping it across her perky buttocks. Bai Luo let out a soft cry, her face suddenly flushing red with excitement. Yang Kai laughed heartily before leaping out the window and disappearing a moment later. Bai Luo slowly got up, wrapped herself in a bedsheet, and leaned against the window, staring in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, muttering to herself, "Master, is it really okay to just let him go like this? You took the initiative to seduce him, but he couldn't even stay for a moment, so there must be something more important in his heart. That little bastard, although he looks lustful, in fact, a woman's body is just a form of entertainment for him. A body alone won't be able to keep him. In his heart, I have a place, but my weight isn't that important. Once I have enough weight in his heart, he'll be willing to do anything for me. Love, it's really troublesome." Bai Luo snorted. "And he seems to have left something behind. It should be for you. Take a look for yourself," Shan Xingluo said before calming herself down and returning to her secluded retreat. Hearing this, Bai Luo was stunned for a moment before turning her head to look around and suddenly finding a bottle of water beside her bed. Picking it up, her heart filled with confusion. Central Capital. Most of the central capital was still in ruins. Although the cultivator from all over the world had rushed here to help with the reconstruction because of the rich world energy aura, this work would still take at least a dozen years before the central capital could be restored to its former glory. The masters of the 8 great families were all involved in the reconstruction work. The 8 young patriarchs, under the cooperation of the older generation of masters, were in charge, and everything was in good order. Qiu Yi Meng was also busy, her hair wrapped in a silk cloth, making her look like a beautiful village girl. Patriarch, you don't need to do it yourself, just watch from the sidelines. Ah, if something bad happens to such delicate skin, what would we do? An old woman from the Chiu family tried to persuade Chiu Yimeng, who was helping out. Chiu Yimeng smiled and shook her head. It's fine, I'm bored anyway. If I don't do anything, I'll always have some strange ideas popping up in my head. Is Patriarch thinking about that little brat from the Yang family again? The old woman snorted and suddenly sighed, dying at such a young age. The heavens are truly jealous. Grandma. Chiu Yimeng's face showed a trace of rebuke as she affirmed, he's not dead. The old woman opened her mouth, wanting to persuade but not knowing what to say. More than half a year had passed and the whereabouts of that little brat from the Yang family were still unknown. If he was still alive, he should have appeared long ago. 90% of the people believed that he was dead. Only the young people from Yang Kai's house firmly believed that Yang Kai was still alive, but they didn't know where he had gone. It was good to be young, to be able to trust someone without any hesitation. The old woman sighed. Suddenly, a crisp eagle cry rang out from the sky, mixed with a hint of surprise. Hearing this eagle cry, Chiu Yimeng looked up and saw the golden feather eagle hovering in the sky suddenly fly out of the central capital, transforming into a golden light and disappearing. In order to find Yang Kai, naturally, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had also been used. However, even after half a year of searching, more than a dozen golden feather eagles had found nothing. Only the golden feather eagle of Yang Kai's house, which had been hovering over the central capital since Yang Kai's disappearance until today, did something else. What happened to that eagle? The old woman from the Chiu family was slightly surprised. Chiu Yimeng stood in place for a moment before her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and her expression became excited. He's back. He's back. Saying so, her tender body flickered and she chased after the golden feather eagle. Is he really not dead? The old woman was also shocked, releasing her divine sense but unable to detect any special aura. 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the golden light flying towards him from the central capital, chuckled, and flew towards it. Chapter 606. A moment later, the figure of the golden feather eagle came into view. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the golden feather eagle happily landed on his shoulder, stroking Yang Kai's hair affectionately. Your sense of smell is quite keen. Yang Kai patted its head. He hadn't expected that when he returned to the central capital, the first one to greet him would be this eagle. Following behind the eagle was a beautiful figure. Chiu Yimeng pushed her speed to the limit and arrived in front of Yang Kai almost at the same time as the eagle. Long time no see. Yang Kai greeted her with a smile. Chiu Yimeng's expression was one of excitement, fear, worry, all kinds of emotions. She stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes glittering with tears as she stared at him foolishly. She didn't dare to approach, as if she was afraid this was just an illusion and that once she did, it would shatter. What's wrong? Yang Kai smiled. Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and suddenly stepped towards him. When she got close, her pretty face flashed a fierce light as she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and bit down hard on it. She looked up at Yang Kai, her teary eyes filled with grievance, and gradually, her teeth no longer clenched so hard and she began sobbing. Kai Yang sighed, "You're acting so sad and solemn right from the start. It's not like I bullied you. I thought you were really dead, these past 6 months. Where have you been?" Chiu Yimeng finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears, venting the worries that had accumulated in her heart over the past 6 months. Her tender body slowly crouched down, her shoulders trembling, a helpless and pitiful look on her face. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a bit complicated. After waiting for a while, when she finished venting, he reached out and pulled her up. Chiu Yimeng wiped the corners of her eyes with her small hands, choking with sobs, her pretty face blushing slightly as she looked somewhat embarrassed. This is the first time I've seen you cry. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. You look like a completely different person. It's very interesting. Humph. Qiu Yimeng glared fiercely at Yang Kai as she burst into laughter. Taking a deep breath and calming her mood, Qiu Yimeng regained her usual calm demeanor, but when she saw Yang Kai's teasing smile again, she couldn't help kicking Yang Kai, coldly snorting before turning around and walking towards the central capital. A happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai scratched his head and thought to himself that no matter how outstanding and smart a woman was, there were times when she was vulnerable. It seemed that the movement of the golden feather eagle had alarmed the busy people in the central capital. Before Yang Kai could return to the central capital, a large group of people had already flown over. From a distance, Huastars cried out in tears, Young Master Kai, you really didn't die. I already said that good people don't live long. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Yang Kai's face went black. Behind Huastars were Dong Qinghan and his sister, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, Chen Shuashu and Su Xiaoyu from Reflecting Moon Sect, Sua Fang from Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan from Soaring Feather Pavilion, the Hu sisters from Blood Battle Gang, Fang Ziki from Storm Hall, Tao Yang from Treasure Instrument Sect. Almost all of the young leaders of the house had arrived, all of them wearing excited expressions as they greeted Yang Kai with smiles. These people quickly flew over to Yang Kai, Huastars even giving Yang Kai a big bear hug. Young Master Kai, you're finally back, we missed you so much. Huastars breathed a heavy sigh of relief and said sincerely. Yang Kai's heart stirred slightly as he pushed Huastars away and nodded, I missed you too. Come, let me give you a hug, I want to see how you've grown these past few days. Shameless. 10,000 Flower Palace's Han Shaoqi blushed and couldn't help cursing. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai glanced over at Luo Xiaoman and nodded wretchedly, Xiaoman's body has grown, your breasts have also become bigger. How could that be? Luo Xiaoman blushed, feeling wronged. Don't act like a rogue, let's go back first. Qiu Yimeng glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who had been missing for half a year, had suddenly returned to the central capital. The 13 blood warriors in the house, as well as the other young patriarchs and elders of the 8 great families, were all shocked and quickly rushed over to meet him. In the Yang family's main hall, 4th Master Yang and his wife both burst into tears, Dong Suju tightly grasping Yang Kai's hand, seemingly afraid he would suddenly disappear again. Inside the hall, hundreds of people from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's house had gathered. These people all stared curiously at Yang Kai, wanting to know where he had been for the past 6 months, why hadn't he appeared yet, and what had happened to him in the central capital half a year ago. Why had so many people disappeared, and why was it that only Yang Kai had appeared now? All kinds of doubts were swirling in everyone's hearts. 9th brother. Yang Zhao suddenly stood up, since you've returned safely, the position of Yang family patriarch. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted his words, smiling, 2nd brother, my ambitions lie elsewhere. The position of patriarch of the Yang family is more suitable for you. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head, in the inheritance war, I suffered a crushing defeat, what qualifications do I have to be the patriarch of the Yang family? Yang Kai nodded, 2nd brother is too modest, your means and ability are obvious to all, the inheritance war doesn't prove anything. But, let me finish. Yang Zhao nodded slightly. After a while, I'll be leaving here, so it's impossible for me to stay and be the patriarch of the Yang family. Yang Kai said slowly. Dong Suju's tender body trembled, and she couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand tightly, asking softly, where are you going? Yang Kai pointed his finger to the sky, to a higher world. Inside the hall, everyone was at a loss. Let's put it this way, the world we know is not the only one. There are also some places we have never heard of, just like how we never knew before. The above immortal ascension boundary is called the Transcendent Realm. Many people suddenly showed a look of interest. Demon Lord Yang Bai led the ash-gray cloud evil land to invade the central capital. His purpose is the same as mine, to go to a higher world. What does this have to do with invading the central capital? Dong Qin Han was confused. Underneath the central capital, there is an earth vein, and inside that earth vein, there is a door. Through that door, one can reach a higher world. Yang Bai's real purpose is this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Half a year ago, Yang Bai massacred and used the blood sacrifice method to open up the earth vein and find that door. The 8 old patriarchs went to stop him, old demon, and I also chased after him. Treasurer Meng and his disciple, as well as senior sister Su, were also underground. After a fierce battle, Treasurer Meng killed Yang Bai, but before he died, Yang Bai tried to destroy that door in order to cause a change that would lead to him perishing together with us. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath as they listened attentively. What Yang Kai was saying now was exactly what they had been puzzling about for a long time. What exactly happened underground half a year ago? That door was destroyed, and at the critical moment, Treasurer Meng took his disciple and senior sister Su through that door and safely arrived at the higher world. Meng Wuya had sent him some information at the last moment before the void tunnel collapsed, and it was through this information that Yang Kai learned they had safely passed through the void tunnel. However, I was a step too late and was eventually transported to the endless sea by the force of the void, where I remained for half a year. Everyone suddenly understood what was going on, understanding what they had been unable to figure out. The battle underground half a year ago was actually so dangerous and mysterious. What happened to the 8 old patriarchs? Someone asked nervously. They should have fallen. Yang Kai's expression also became somewhat sad. Their movements were slower than mine. I was transported away by the collapse of the void while they were impacted by the eruption of the earth vein. They probably didn't survive and are now buried underground. This is a great loss to the 8 great families. Many people suddenly felt sad. It's good that you survived. Ling Tai Su nodded gently. We all thought that all of you had died. Now that we know some of you are still alive, it's not too bad news. Since Meng Wuya was safe, Ling Tai Su was also happy for him. The hall fell silent, and after a while, Chiu Yi Meng asked, Yang Kai, you said you wanted to go to that world, do you know what it's like? I know a little, but I'm not too sure. Yang Kai shook his head, a smile appearing on his face as he cast his eyes towards a remote corner of the hall, saying meaningfully, although I don't know, there are some people who do. Shui Ling, what do you think? In a remote corner, Shui Ling, with her light blue hair, seemed somewhat out of tune with the people around her, was leaning against a wall, idly munching on nuts. When she saw Yang Kai cast his gaze towards her, Shui Ling couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. If I'm not wrong, you should be from that world, right? The same as Treasurer Meng and the old demon. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards Shui Ling. What does that have to do with me? Why are you all looking at me like that? Shui Ling was somewhat unhappy. She was annoyed that during the battle half a year ago, she hadn't been by Meng Wuya's side. If she had, she would have been able to return safely and wouldn't have had to stay here any longer. I want to know what the other world is like. Yang Kai asked solemnly. What is it? Shui Ling frowned. If you want me to say it, I won't be able to explain it clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling said, for example, don't you have some super families, first, second, and third class sects here? Yang Kai nodded, motioning for her to continue. Comparing the forces here to ours, the central capital's 8 great families can only be considered a second-class force at best. Everyone paled upon hearing this. Yang Kai thoughtfully asked, then what about your water spirit temple? It's barely considered a first-class force. Yang Kai took a deep breath and found that he had still somewhat underestimated the complexity of the other world. However, such a stark contrast made him yearn for the world of the upper echelons even more. Chapter 607. The current world energy in the central capital is barely passable, but over there there is such rich world energy everywhere. The places where the great forces are entrenched have world energy that is more than 10 times richer than the central capital. There are also many blessed lands and holy lands. The central capital simply can't compare to those places. Shui Ling said casually, but this made everyone realize just how terrifying that world was. At the same time, everyone's eyes became slightly red. The current rich world energy aura of the central capital was a cultivation paradise they had long yearned for. However, Shui Ling had said that over there was no place worse than the central capital at this moment, perhaps even better, so how could they not yearn for such a place? With abundant world energy, it meant that a cultivator would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort and rapidly improve their strength and cultivation. This kind of geographical advantage had always been the goal of many cultivators. Yang Kai nodded slightly, finally understanding why Shui Ling wasn't much older than him, but her cultivation had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage half a year ago. Now, she had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, only one step away from breaking through to the transcendent realm. This kind of cultivation at such a young age was truly terrifying. You now know that the above immortal ascension boundary is called the transcendent realm, but do you know what is above the transcendent realm? Shui Ling smiled lightly. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up as he humbly explained. Transcendence and Saint Realm. Above the transcendent realm is the Saint Realm. Shui Ling didn't keep them in suspense and directly explained, over there, a force with a Saint Realm master is considered a top force. My water spirit temple only has one, so it can barely be considered a first-class force. Correspondingly, the grade of secret treasures and precious treasures is capped at profound grade here, but we have higher spirit grade and saint grade secret treasures and medicinal pills. Spirit grade and saint grade? Everyone was shocked. Shui Ling frowned. I don't know what's going on here, but there seems to be some kind of restriction that not only restricts the development of your cultivator, but also restricts the grade of artifacts and pills you can refine. Shui Ling was quite easy to talk to and didn't conceal anything about the situation of that world. Within the hall, everyone was asking questions at the same time. The more they knew, the more terrified they were of the higher level world because everything there had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. After a long conversation, time passed by without anyone feeling bored, as if all of them had transformed into young scholars with a strong thirst for knowledge, absorbing unknown experiences and knowledge from Shui Ling. As the evening approached, everyone's mouths and tongues were dry, and Shui Ling's face was filled with impatience. She could handle one or two people's questions, but with over 100 people in the hall, each one asking a question was enough to make her feel like she was about to collapse. All right. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai stopped everyone from asking any more questions. Stop asking. The more you ask, the more hesitant you will be. Even so, you still want to go there? Ling Tai Su looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Yang Kai nodded heavily. We must go. Su Yan was still there, and so was Xian Ning Chang. No matter what, he had to find them. I support you. Ling Tai Su smiled. Men should be like this, they shouldn't be restricted to a small place. Many thanks, Grand Master. Since Ling Tai Su had already expressed his stance, Fourth Master Yang and his wife naturally couldn't say anything more. Although they were somewhat reluctant, this was Yang Kai's pursuit, so how could they stop him? I'll go explore the path first, perhaps later everyone will be able to go there. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I had Shui Ling tell you all this because I want you to know the gap between you and the outside world. After I leave, you can't relax, maybe one day I will come back and bring you back. When that time comes, your strength won't be enough. Naturally. Huastar's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. If we didn't know about this then it would be fine, but now that we know, of course we can't relax. We all have the same head and two arms, so why should the people on the other side be stronger than us? Everyone nodded in agreement, their fighting spirit soaring. Soon, Yang Kai was the only one left in the hall. Looking at her curiously, Yang Kai didn't know why this woman had deliberately stayed behind to wait for him. When are you leaving? Shui Ling asked eagerly. What does that have to do with you? Yang Kai was stunned. Of course it has something to do with me. That otherworldly demon of yours said that one day, you will bring me back. Otherwise, why would I stay here and help you? Yang Kai was startled for a moment before suddenly smiling. Don't tell me you don't know the way back? Shui Ling smiled awkwardly and nodded gently. Yang Kai laughed. No wonder, I was wondering why you suddenly became so kind, so it was because of this. Do you know the way? Yang Kai didn't comment. In any case, I don't care, I'm following you. Follow me, it just so happens I'm lacking a guide. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Then when do we leave? Shui Ling asked excitedly. Although Yang Kai hadn't said anything, from his confident demeanor, it was obvious he knew the way back. It'll take some time, I have some things to deal with first. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, at most a month. Good. Shui Ling nodded happily. Leaving the Yang family, Yang Kai walked all the way back to his mansion. Ling Tai Su had just told him that since Meng Wuya disappeared, no one had been able to activate the Heavenly Palace. Although it had always maintained a protective barrier around the mansion, with the exception of Ling Tai Su, no one else could enter or exit. As such, the entire mansion was now empty. The Heavenly Palace was a very powerful artifact, and since Yang Kai had decided to find Su Yan and the others, naturally he wanted to take this artifact away and return it to Meng Wuya. Arriving outside the mansion, Yang Kai happily walked inside. Just as he had guessed, the Heavenly Palace took the initiative to open a passage for him to pass through safely. This should be something set up by Meng Wuya. Only Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su could freely enter and exit the Heavenly Palace. Everyone else could only leave but not enter. If they wanted to enter from the outside, they would need to obtain Meng Wuya's permission. Inside the quiet mansion, Yang Kai spread his divine sense out and penetrated every corner of the mansion, carefully investigating the mysteries of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was only a small palm-sized palace, but after being filled with Yuan Qi, it could open a barrier around it. Now, Yang Kai wanted to find it. However, this wasn't an easy task. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't find a clue. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Although he wanted to take the Heavenly Palace back to Meng Wuya, he wouldn't force him. It could only be said that Treasurer Meng had been too careless and had accidentally lost this artifact. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out a fiery red jade core from the black book space and stared at it, a slight hesitation appearing on his face. This jade core wasn't too big, only about the size of a fist, and its shape was a bit strange. It seemed to be humanoid, and one could clearly see its facial features and limbs. This jade core was taken from the Yang crystal jade bed he had obtained from Lu Si. When Yang Kai was a guest in the Lu family, in exchange for a letter to Xiao Fu Sheng, he had obtained the Yang crystal jade bed he used to meditate. After absorbing the energy contained in the Yang crystal jade bed, all that was left was this jade core. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had said that this jade core had already given birth to a true spirit, and if it was given a few hundred years, it may break through the jade core and become a true life form. The true spirit in the jade was a legendary existence. Every true spirit would possess unparalleled combat strength after maturing. It was an existence that even transcendence would retreat from. Tang Yuxian had warned Yang Kai not to have any ideas about the jade true spirit, because it was extremely dangerous. But now, after Yang Kai learned about the vastness of the outside world from Shui Ling, he couldn't help but think about the jade true spirit. Although his immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivation wasn't low, it wasn't high either. There were many transcendents and even saints in the outside world. If he wanted to survive in this strange place, Yang Kai needed to have the strength to protect himself. Yang Kai didn't have any delusions about breaking through to the transcendent realm through this jade true spirit. That was simply too unrealistic. At the very least, before he left, he needed to become stronger so that he could face unknown dangers more calmly. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became firm. Time and tide waited for no man. He needed to become strong as soon as possible in order to embark on the road to that foreign territory. Looking at the jade core in his hand, Yang Kai decided to take a gamble. With the protection of the heavenly palace, even if he failed, Yang Kai could still escape. Holding the jade core with both hands, Yang Kai began circulating his true Yang secret art and began absorbing the Yang Qi on the surface of the jade core. A steady stream of energy poured into Yang Kai's body. Even if it was just a small piece of jade core, the amount of energy stored inside was incredible. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully sensed the Yang Qi flowing into his meridians, quickly saturating them. Drip. A drop of Yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian to store. Drip, drip, drop after drop, the sound from the depths of Yang Kai's soul rang out one after another. Yang Kai gladly endured this hardship, but his complexion also changed slightly. The amount of energy inside the jade core had somewhat exceeded his expectations. After absorbing for half a day, more than 200 drops of Yang liquid had been added to the dantian, and only then did the surface of the small piece of jade core disappear. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on his hand, and at the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura suddenly descended. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he quickly looked at the jade core in his hand, only to see that the jade core had already turned into a liquid and was flowing out through the gaps between his fingers. Ci Lala, Yang Kai's hands were badly mangled. This kind of intense heat was something even he could not bear. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly retreated. When the liquid fell to the ground, a large ball of fire suddenly burst out, and an oppressive heat spread out in all directions, affecting Yang Kai's vision in an instant. After stabilizing his mind, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. In the place where he was originally meditating, there was now an orange human-shaped flame burning fiercely. Chapter 608. The incorporeal flame was burning fiercely. It had a ferocious and terrifying face, and its 4 limbs were complete. It was composed of pure flame essence. The intense heat swept through Yang Kai's mansion. Large swathes of houses were instantly reduced to ashes. The air was distorted. Yang Kai's expression was particularly dignified because he felt a destructive and brutal aura from the incorporeal flame. The jade true spirit already had some signs of life, but because Yang Kai had stripped it out of its jade core before it was fully developed, it only had the most primitive ability. That was to burn everything and come back with a big battle. Whoosh! A fire dragon-like attack rushed out of the jade true spirit's body. Its target was Yang Kai, who was standing at the side. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its power was unimaginable. Yang Kai hurriedly dodged, but he was still grazed by the scorching heat on his arm. The skin on his arm was like the ground that had been dry for a long time, and cracks quickly appeared on it. Yang Kai could not help but groan in pain. When he looked at the jade true spirit again, his expression became more and more uncertain. He cultivated the true Yang tactics, and the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body was the purest Yang energy. Ordinary high temperatures could not do anything to him, but the temperature of the jade true spirit was something even he could not withstand. This kind of heat had already surpassed one's limit and was sublimated to another level. Without waiting for him to recover, the jade true spirit launched another attack. In the entire Yang Kai's mansion, only Yang Kai's aura was alive. The burning heat made the jade true spirit set Yang Kai as the target of destruction. Flames turned into fire dragons and rushed out of the jade true spirit's body. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Yang Kai and rushed towards him with lightning speed. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly widened. Because he was surrounded from all sides, he had no hope of escaping. The Yang inflammation wings, which had not been used for a long time, spread open on his back. The fiery red wings supported Yang Kai to rush out of the flames at a speed that was difficult for any human to achieve. Boom, a loud explosion rang out, and the entire mansion of Yang Kai was burned to the ground in an instant. All the houses were gone, and the ground was scorched. Within the range of the Sky Palace, countless red flames leaped and chased after Yang Kai. Sensing the movement here, the central capital's cultivator quickly rushed over. After seeing the situation in Yao Palace, Stars was dumbfounded. What's going on? Young Master Kai hasn't been back for half a year, so why is he making such a big fuss as soon as he comes back? Although they were protected by the isolation of the Sky Palace, preventing them from feeling any heat, the destructive aura emitted by the Jade True Spirit caused them to tremble all over. What is he doing? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes staring anxiously towards the interior. Although she couldn't see the situation inside, she could faintly sense that Yang Kai was moving around. The red flame-like world isolated them from any kind of investigation. After a while, the chaotic scene gradually became clear. Yang Kai floated quietly mid-air, his expression dignified as he stared down below. Below him, there was a giant flame that was twisting and burning, emitting a roar from its mouth. Heavens! Huixing Chen was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at the pair of giant bird-like wings behind Yang Kai's back. Everyone was stunned. No one knew that Yang Kai actually had such a trump card. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, he had never used the Yang Inflammation Wings. So beautiful. Luo Xiaoman couldn't help muttering to herself, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she stared at the figure behind Yang Kai. Is that the Jade True Spirit? Tang Yuxian's beautiful face paled as she exclaimed. Tu Feng's expression was also extremely ugly as he stared at the giant flame. The two of them glanced at each other and suddenly understood what Yang Kai was dealing with. What is the Jade True Spirit? Qiu Yimeng asked eagerly. Tang Yuxian quickly told Qiu Yimeng about what happened in the Lu family. Listening to her, the Qiu family first young lady also recalled. At that time, when Yang Kai brought back Lu Si's Yang Crystal Jade Bed, Qiu Yimeng had also seen it with her own eyes, but she didn't know that Yang Kai had obtained such a dangerous treasure from the Yang Crystal Jade Bed. That's not something ordinary people can deal with. Tu Feng frowned. Even though he had now broken through to the transcendent realm, the Jade True Spirit still gave him a great deal of pressure despite being separated by the Sky Palace. If he really rushed in, Tu Feng estimated that he would be burned to death by this flame. The little lord seems to want to absorb the power of the Jade True Spirit to enhance his strength. Tang Yuxian bit her red lips, but that's too reckless. She blamed herself for not telling Yang Kai clearly at that time, causing Yang Kai to mistakenly think that with his current strength he had a chance of subduing the power of the Jade True Spirit. Can we help? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly shook their heads. That kind of temperature is not something we can withstand. The little lord is safe inside because he cultivates the same secret art as the Jade True Spirit. Moreover, they couldn't enter the Sky Palace. Qiu Yimeng had completely forgotten this point due to her concern for the little lord. You. Huixing suddenly smiled and shook his head, his eyes flashing a profound light as he said meaningfully, after being with young Lord Kai for so long, how could you not understand his character? If he isn't sure about something, how could he possibly be so bold? Since he dares to do it, he must have a certain degree of certainty. All we need to do is watch. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. That's right, Yang Kai had never been so reckless. He had always planned carefully before acting, and the facts often proved that his decisions were always correct. Worrying about him now was useless, it was better to believe that he had his own reasons for doing so. If Qiu Yimeng was still a little uneasy. If he doesn't succeed, young Lord Kai will still escape. Didn't you see that he deliberately chose this location inside the Sky Palace? It must be to avoid causing too much damage to the central capital. Huixing said confidently. His analysis was clear and logical, making it impossible for anyone to refute him. Inside the Sky Palace, Yang Kai stared at the flames below and constantly used his divine sense to convey to it that it would submit to him. If he wanted to absorb the power of the Jade True Spirit, he would have to make it compromise. However, its brutal and destructive nature made the Jade True Spirit more and more irritable when faced with Yang Kai's appeasement and command. Clusters of scorching flames were born, covering every corner of the Sky Palace and blooming in the sky. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flapped his yang inflammation wings, flying in and out of the flames and quickly arriving at a certain part of the mansion. This place was once Su Yan's location. However, after being destroyed by the Jade True Spirit, this place had been reduced to flat ground. Arriving here, Yang Kai came to a stop and stomped his foot, creating a large hole in the ground. He quickly flew inside and returned a moment later, holding a huge ice bed in his hands. Around this ice bed, traces of ice chi were visible to the naked eye. Su Yan's 10,000-year ice bed. Su Yan had always used this ice bed to cultivate, and after being taken to a foreign territory by Treasurer Meng, this ice bed had been left behind in the basement. Ice and fire had always been mutually antagonistic. Yang Kai had long intended to use this ice bed to deal with the high temperature of the Jade True Spirit. As if sensing the existence of its nemesis, the Jade True Spirit, which had remained indifferent until now, suddenly raised its head and stared at the ice bed with its ferocious eyes. A violent wave of heat surged forward, causing the ice bed to exude a frigid chill. As the heat and cold intertwined, a white mist erupted. Yang Kai remained unscathed. In this collision of ice and fire, he was nothing more than a spectator. With a loud roar, the flames of the Sky Palace were quickly taken back into the Jade True Spirit's body. In the next moment, it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast that had been trapped for 1,000 years, roaring furiously as it rushed towards Yang Kai, its facial features twisted and terrifying. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he stared at the Jade True Spirit rushing towards him. Not only did he not avoid it, but instead raised the ice bed to meet it head-on. Become the demon race. A dreamy murmur rang out, and a feeling of heaven collapsing and earth shattering entered everyone's heart. A rich demonic chi swept through the entire Sky Palace, filling the air with ice and fire at the same time, playing the order of destruction. Outside the Sky Palace, everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, unable to see anything. All they could see were 3 different faces. Crimson flames, lustrous white ice, and pitch-black demonic chi. The 3 faces merged together, causing the world inside the Sky Palace to become dazzling. It was obvious that the red flames had gained the absolute upper hand in an instant, suppressing the white and black lights to the point where they almost disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists, secretly worried for Yang Kai. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire him. Putting themselves in his shoes, if they were faced with such a situation, they would probably run away immediately without any effort. However, Yang Kai persisted, and even though the black demonic chi was faintly discernible, it still did not dissipate. Gradually, the red light of the flames was no longer so strong, seemingly having been greatly reduced, and the white ice and black demonic chi gradually revealed themselves. A burst of cheers broke out, and everyone was overjoyed. The white and black lights became more and more intense, and with the combination of the 2, they were gradually able to compete with the red flames. At this moment, the situation was deadlocked, and there was no longer any change. Time flew by. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. One day after another passed. The situation inside the Sky Palace was still very anxious, and the aura of destruction had spread throughout the entire central capital, making it difficult to sleep or eat at night. However, the people in Yang Kai's house had been standing outside, observing, waiting for the moment when Yang Kai could safely come out. At a certain point, the white ice suddenly weakened a lot, and no one knew what had happened. At the same time, the red light of the flames also weakened a lot, and the black demonic chi became even more intense. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, knowing that at this moment, Yang Kai had completely grasped the initiative, and everyone was secretly looking forward to it, wondering what kind of changes would happen to Yang Kai when he came out of seclusion. Chapter 609. As the days passed, the strength of the three colors inside the Sky Palace began to clearly change with each passing moment. The dark demonic chi aura grew stronger and stronger, and the fiery red and white light gradually disappeared. Almost a month later, with a loud bang, the entire Sky Palace was flooded with black light, and the fiery red and white lights were annihilated in an instant. Immediately, the dark demonic chi rushed towards a certain source, as if a vortex had appeared and swallowed it all up. Gradually, Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and the destructive aura that had been suppressing the central capital for an entire month finally dissipated. The Sky Palace that supported and enveloped Yang Kai's mansion also ran out of energy at this moment and collapsed. The grade of the Sky Palace was unknown, but since Meng Wuya left, it had been able to protect Yang Kai's mansion. Even after pouring in a large amount of energy into it, it had still been able to support itself until now, showing just how powerful it was. The small palace floated down from the sky and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected it. This was Meng Wuya's artifact. Yang Kai tried to sense it but found that he couldn't communicate with it, so he could only give up and put it into the black book space. Standing quietly in place and feeling the changes in his body, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Everyone in the mansion came forward, all of them looking towards Yang Kai with joy. "Young Lord Kai, it looks like you've gained a lot." Hua Stars laughed. Yang Kai gently nodded, a little. The 13 blood warriors, on the other hand, wore puzzled expressions because they discovered that Yang Kai had spent an entire month absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit, and although he had succeeded, his cultivation hadn't changed at all, still remaining at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage. This discovery made them somewhat confused. If his cultivation hadn't changed, then where had the power of the Jade True Spirit been absorbed by Yang Kai? That destructive and violent True Yang energy should have allowed his cultivation to rise by at least 2 or 3 minor realms. However, Yang Kai didn't say so clearly, so they didn't ask. Sometimes, an increase in strength wasn't as simple as an increase in cultivation. Faintly, the 13 blood warriors couldn't help feeling a sense of oppression when facing Yang Kai at this moment. It was as if as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could take their lives at any time and place. All of them shook their heads in confusion. After absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit, the Sky Palace was also taken back, and Yang Kai's departure, all of his wishes. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that in the battle against the Jade True Spirit, Su Yan's ice jade bed had completely melted away. Ice jade ice, Yang Kai. Yang Kai's, Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang. Shui Ling excitedly followed him, never leaving his side. With young Lord Kai leaving, I'm afraid that alien territory won't have any peace. Hua Xing sighed softly, seemingly having a premonition. As they flew through the air, Shui Ling was particularly excited. It had been almost 2 years since she had accidentally fallen into this world and was unable to find her way back. Now that she finally had hope of returning home, she was naturally happy, chattering happily the entire time about the situation in this alien world. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her and just listened attentively, trying to grasp as much information as possible. Shui Ling didn't become annoyed and instead continued to talk, occasionally resting for a while before continuing. The speed of the two's journey wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Along the way, Yang Kai experienced a variety of different cultures, relaxing his mind and filling his heart with anticipation for the future. 10 days later, Shui Ling still hadn't found her way home and finally couldn't help asking, "Where is this place?" Heaven Wolf. Heaven Wolf? Shui Ling pursed her lips. After living here for 2 years, she had naturally heard of the Tian Lang dynasty. It was a country next to the Great Han dynasty, where the people were tough and the land was barren. It was completely different from the Great Han dynasty. No wonder these women are so shameless, Shui Ling muttered softly. Shui Ling muttered softly, her pair of beautiful eyes staring towards a group of women who were walking past. All of these women were wearing extremely revealing clothing, with only a single piece of cloth covering their upper bodies, revealing their deep cleavage, flat bellies, delicate navels, and delicate shoulders, all of which were exposed to the outside world. Their lower bodies were only covered in a pair of shorts, exposing their slender legs. When these women walked past, they even had charming smiles on their faces, constantly flirting with Yang Kai. Why did we come here? Aren't we looking for the way to Tongxian Realm? Shui Ling was puzzled. Tongxian Realm was the name of this foreign territory. It was a land rich in world energy, filled with countless sects and masters. We're looking for a place to enter, Yang Kai explained casually before raising his hand and calling out, "Ladies, please wait a moment." The women heard this and stopped, one of them, who seemed to be the oldest, giggling as she glanced over at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you want?" She wore an interesting expression on her face, seemingly examining Yang Kai's physique. Yang Kai didn't mind. From that Heaven Wolf Kingdom girl, he had already experienced the unrestrained nature of the Heaven Wolf Kingdom's women and knew that this was how they were. "I want to ask for directions. How do I get to Sanluo Temple?" Yang Kai asked bluntly, not hiding anything. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the women all changed, the older one even looking at Yang Kai warily, quickly asking, "You want to go to Sanluo Temple?" Pausing for a moment, she asked, "Why do you want to go to Sanluo Temple?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing something, but still said to Yan Yu, "I need to find someone. I left some things with her." "Who are you looking for?" "What is it?" the young girl continued to ask. Yang Kai smiled. He was not familiar with this place and it was not easy for him to meet this group of young girls, so naturally he wanted to ask them for directions, but he hadn't expected that they would be so vigilant, as if he wanted to go to Sanluo Temple to do something bad. He didn't want to pay attention to Heaven Wolf Kingdom's matters, nor did he want to pay attention to Sanluo Temple's matters. Looking for Heaven Wolf Kingdom's ZMO was simply to retrieve the soul thread he had planted in her mind. After all, the old demon had said that leaving this thing in someone else's mind was dangerous to him, and once that person died, Yang Kai would also be harmed. After retrieving the soul thread, Yang Kai wanted ZMO to lead the way to one of Heaven Wolf Kingdom's restricted areas. This young girl's reaction was too intense, causing Yang Kai to become a little impatient. His expression suddenly changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he sneered, "There's no need to ask so many questions, just tell me the answer." Seeing his sudden change in attitude, the young girls couldn't help but take a step back and gather their strength, glaring at Yang Kai with ill intent, preparing to attack. Yang Kai lightly snorted, and a huge pressure descended from the sky, causing the young girls to suddenly feel as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, incomparably heavy, their pretty faces flushed red as they began to pant for breath. The older girl's face was even paler, only now realizing the horror of Yang Kai, her small hands quietly making a gesture, as if she was about to scatter something. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stretched out his hand and a huge suction force emerged from his palm. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk a few small things were sucked up by Yang Kai from the ground. Soul-controlling insects? Yang Kai's expression became playful as he looked at the wriggling little insects in his palm, feeling a sense of familiarity. Back in that isolated world, the several cultivators of the Tian Lang dynasty had used soul-controlling insects to control hundreds of monster beasts and the Great Han cultivator. ZMO also wanted to use this trick to deal with Yang Kai, but it had been easily resolved by him. Just now, the young girl had quietly scattered a few soul-controlling insects on the ground. Obviously she wanted to imitate ZMO's method of controlling Yang Kai. But how could such a method succeed in front of Yang Kai? As soon as this sentence was shouted, the young girls' beautiful faces all paled, the older girl even crying out, "How do you know?" "Of course I know," Yang Kai smiled proudly. "Impossible, from the way you're dressed, you look like a cultivator from the Great Han dynasty. Soul-controlling insects are a secret of our Biyao family, it's impossible for you to have seen them before." "Your Biyao family's secret?" Yang Kai frowned, his white fangs becoming more and more terrifying. "What is your relationship with ZMO?" The young girl's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she exclaimed, "You know my senior sister?" "Senior sister?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had only asked casually. He never thought that this group of young girls would actually be related to ZMO. After all, ZMO had told him that they were just a branch of the Sun Luo Temple. Their main purpose was to study and control insects. Just now, when he saw this young girl also use soul-controlling insects, Yang Kai felt that she should be related to ZMO, senior sister. Yang Kai's expression was a little strange. This was really a coincidence. That's right, ZMO is our senior sister. How do you know her? The young girl asked. Knowing her is knowing her, Yang Kai frowned. Since you are ZMO's junior sisters, I'll return these soul-controlling insects to you. Saying so, he tossed the insects back to the young girl. The young girl reached out and caught them, looking at Yang Kai from head to toe, her pretty face filled with confusion. Although she was still somewhat vigilant, she was more afraid than ever. Take me to see your senior sister, I have a matter to discuss with her. Yang Kai faintly said. The several young girls stared at him, hesitating for a long time before the eldest young girl gently nodded. Under the eaves, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They led the way in front, Yang Kai and ZMO following behind. From time to time, the several young girls would look back and whisper to each other, obviously not understanding how their senior sister knew the great Han dynasty's cultivator. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it seemed that he and their senior sister had some kind of entanglement. Is he here to seek revenge? The several young girls secretly guessed in their hearts and couldn't help being frightened. This young man seemed to be about the same age as them, but his cultivation was not something they could see through. It was really quite unfathomable. If he really was here to seek revenge, the young girls wouldn't be afraid. After all, Sun Luo Temple had many powerful masters, so if he were to recklessly approach them, he would only be throwing himself into a trap. Thinking so, the several young girls calmed down, walking forward while casually asking Yang Kai questions, trying to get some information from him. Chapter 610. Facing the questioning of these young girls, Yang Kai maintained a cold expression and maintained his silence, pretending to be a powerful master. Shui Ling, on the other hand, was always curious about everything and soon became one with these girls, chattering non-stop. However, when they asked about Yang Kai, Shui Ling cleverly kept her mouth shut. Along the way, the young girls were disappointed to find that they hadn't been able to obtain any useful information. They still didn't know the purpose of this young man and woman going to Sun Luo Temple, or what relationship they had with senior sister ZMO. After half an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he stared in a certain direction, a faint smile appearing on his face. He felt a sense of familiarity. It was the aura of his own soul. ZMO should be in that direction. The young girls were still walking slowly, not knowing what they were planning. Yang Kai was too lazy to entertain them, his figure leaping forward and rushing towards the source of the sensation. Hey! The young girls from Sun Luo Temple were shocked and quickly called out, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai was floating in the air above a forest, looking down with a frown on his face, a strange expression on his face. Below him, the mountain range rose and fell, but there was no trace of any super force. Instead, about 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai saw a series of magnificent buildings. Even from 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense the auras of many masters. That should be the Tian Lang dynasty's Sun Luo Temple. But why would ZMO be here? As far as the eye could see, there was no one here, so there should be another world inside the mountain range, Yang Kai thought to himself. Releasing his aura slightly, soon a tender voice called out from the mountain range, "What do you want? We've already left Sun Luo Temple, do you still want to kill us all? We're all from the same sect, after all." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "You woman. Why are you so angry? If you don't ask what's right and wrong, what are you questioning? You are." The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying to recall the identity of the man. After a while, she exclaimed, "Bastard Yang Kai. You don't need to call me a bastard. Yang Kai's face darkened. Hee hee. A string of bell-like laughter came from the belly of the mountain. Not long after, a huge rock suddenly moved to the side. A hole was revealed. A delicate figure flashed out of the cave. It was none other than ZMO. As always, she was dressed in a bold and unrestrained manner. Her beautiful skin was exposed to the air, arousing the imagination of those who saw her. Her face was filled with joy as she stared at Yang Kai floating in the air, seemingly having never imagined that after so many years, she would actually be able to see him again. She lightly curled her lips and said, "You bastard. What are you doing here in Heavenly Wolf Country instead of throwing your weight around in the Great Han Empire? I missed you, so I came to find you." Yang Kai smiled. ZMO rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not a little girl who can be easily coaxed by you." Glancing over at Shui Ling, who was standing beside Yang Kai, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually have another beautiful woman by your side, you pervert. Sure enough, you can't be happy without a beautiful woman." "Hey, don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with him," Shui Ling angrily retorted. "It doesn't matter, in any case, you've been around him for a long time, sooner or later you'll become his woman. If you want to keep your purity, you should stay as far away from him as possible." ZMO smiled tenderly. "I haven't seen you for a few years, you don't need to slander me like this. I haven't done anything bad to you." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. ZMO pursed her red lips and snorted, "Haven't you done anything? Back then you touched and kissed me. If it weren't for an accident, I'm afraid you would have already forced yourself on me." As she spoke, a pitiful expression appeared on ZMO's face as she wept, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance, grinding her teeth as she said, "So you're this kind of person? She's slandering me and you believe her?" Yang Kai angrily asked. "Senior sister, senior sister." At this moment, the girls who had been shaken off by Yang Kai finally caught up and flew over to ZMO's side, pointing at Yang Kai and saying, "This person said he was looking for you." I know, don't be nervous, he's not an enemy." ZMO smiled and explained, "Although he's a bastard, he did save my life." The girls nodded, feeling relieved. "A guest from afar, is this how you treat me?" Yang Kai sighed softly, "Women really are heartless. Don't be so sarcastic." ZMO snorted, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Come in and we'll talk." "Senior sister." The girls were shocked. "It doesn't matter, I'll report to master later." ZMO comforted. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, although there were many doubts in his heart, he knew it was best not to ask. The more he asked, the more trouble it would cause. Together with Shui Ling, the two of them flew down and entered the cave. ZMO made a few hand seals and the large stone at the entrance of the cave once again sealed off the entrance. Within the walls of the cave, there were some sparkling lights flickering every few steps. It was quite bright. ZMO led the way forward, her face filled with joy, her steps light and graceful, as if she hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Leading Yang Kai to a spacious stone room inside the cave, ZMO arranged for him and Shui Ling to rest and asked the girls to bring them some fresh fruits. "There's nothing much to receive here, just make do with it." ZMO grinned. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he didn't mind, picking up a red fruit, wiping it on his clothes before tossing it to Shui Ling. Shui Ling caught it and unwillingly took a bite. "Wait here, I'll go talk to master. After all, no outsiders are allowed to enter this place." ZMO smiled, "It's only out of respect for you that I acted first. It seems my face isn't small." Yang Kai grinned. After ZMO left, the girls sat down in a row, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, their beautiful eyes filled with expectation and curiosity. Yang Kai didn't know what they were looking forward to, but he didn't ask, simply waiting quietly. Quietly spreading out his divine sense, after a while, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that there were about 100 people living in this cave, with one transcendent realm master, most likely Zimo's master. As for the other immortal ascension boundary masters, there weren't many, only a dozen or so, most of them being Yuan Qi boundary and separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Inferring from their vital signs, there should be at least 8 of them, all of them young people. It seems Zimo's situation isn't very good. Yang Kai thought to himself. 30 kilometers away was the Tian Lang dynasty's only super force, Sun Luo Temple. Zmo and the others were also part of Sun Luo Temple, so it was reasonable for them to live 30 kilometers away. However, they had chosen to live in this mountain cave. Moreover, when Yang Kai had just arrived here, Zmo had also said something thought-provoking. It seems that this is another sect's internal dispute. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. About half an hour later, Zmo returned, her expression somewhat distressed. Master said you can stay here for a while, but you must leave immediately. Right now we're in troubled times, so it's not convenient for us to receive outsiders. I didn't want to stay here either. Yang Kai nodded. What did you come here for? Zmo sat down and asked. To give you back your freedom. Yang Kai explained. Zmo's expression shook. Immediately understanding what he was referring to, she shook her head. It doesn't matter, I don't care. I care. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, walking over to Zmo's side and saying, Relax, don't worry. I'm going to start. Zmo stared at him blankly for a moment before closing her eyes and relaxing her knowledge-seized defenses. The next moment, she felt a huge and destructive divine sense pour into her knowledge sea. The strength of this divine sense caused Zmo's heart to tremble. Her beautiful face paled. Moreover, this divine sense seemed to contain a power capable of incinerating anything it touched, as if her knowledge sea would instantly evaporate under this intense heat. For a moment, her heart was on edge. The divine sense then left her knowledge sea. Good. Yang Kai smiled. Zmo opened her eyes and obviously felt that the thing that had been restraining her had disappeared, causing her body to feel light, but also a sense of loss. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, Zmo frowned. What's your cultivation now? Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage. Exclamations rang out as the several Sun Luo Temple girls covered their mouths and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of them had expected that the person they had tried to deal with before would have such powerful strength. Their eldest senior sister was the one with the best aptitude in this branch, but even now, she was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd Stage cultivator. Compared to this young man, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It seems that after that, you've had a lot of adventures. Zmo said enviously. It's just luck. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Let's not talk about that. I came here this time to first give you back your freedom, and second, to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? I need to go to your Sun Luo Temple's forbidden area, the abandoned earth. Zmo's expression changed slightly. The abandoned earth was a place where there was no life, where not even a blade of grass grew. It contained all kinds of dangers and all kinds of mysterious energies. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred in that place. All that was known was that no one who had ever entered had ever come out alive. Some transcendent realm masters had tried to investigate the mysteries of the abandoned Earth's deepest depths but had failed. The abandoned Earth's reputation and danger level in the Tian Lang dynasty was equivalent to Netherworld Mountain status in the heart of the Great Han dynasty's cultivator. Both of them were forbidden grounds within forbidden grounds. Ordinary people wouldn't go to those places. The last time Yang Kai and Zmo had gone to Netherworld Mountain for life experience, they had only been able to explore its outermost periphery, so they hadn't been able to see the full horror of Netherworld Mountain. So when she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the abandoned earth, Zmo couldn't help feeling a little scared. What are you going to do there? If I want to go, naturally I have my own reasons, but I don't know where it is, so I want you to lead the way. Don't worry, as long as you can lead me to that place, there's no need for you to go too deep, so you won't be in any danger. You really don't want to live anymore. Zmo stared at Yang Kai as if she was looking at a madman. Shui Ling on the other hand was quite excited, faintly understanding that the way home was hidden in the abandoned earth. Chapter 6:11. So when she heard Yang Kai make such a request, Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a little excited. Zmo couldn't help gritting her teeth. I knew you bastard wouldn't be so kind as to give me back my freedom. It seems you have another purpose. Yang Kai just laughed. Zmo glared at him, her expression becoming dignified. The abandoned earth has not been peaceful these days. Oh? Why do you say that? Yang Kai asked curiously. For a long time now, the masters of Tian Lang dynasty have believed that the abandoned earth hides some kind of shocking secret and often send people to investigate. Some time ago, many of the great forces here joined forces and entered the abandoned earth. If you were to enter at this time, once you are discovered, it will definitely cause some trouble. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid your chances of survival are slim. You don't need to worry about that, since I dared to enter. Naturally I'm not afraid of those people. Zmo snorted, your tone is still so arrogant. Hesitating for a moment, Zmo nodded, you wait here, I'll go back and report to Master. If Master allows me to go out, I'll take you there, if not, I'll show you the way and you can find it yourself. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zmo once again disappeared into the depths of the mountain. The girl still curiously stared at Yang Kai and Shui Ling nibbling on a fruit while Yang Kai calmly waited, not paying any attention to them. After a while, Zmo walked back with a smile on her face. Master said, since you saved my life, this time I must help you. Come with me. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stood up, and together with Shui Ling, followed Zmo out. Walking along the mountain corridor for a long time, the trio once again arrived in front of the boulder. Zmo moved it aside and the three of them exited the mountain. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared off in a certain direction with some impatience. Zmo's brow also furrowed as she stared in that direction. That direction. A group of people quickly appeared, led by a young man who wore a playful expression on his face as he stared towards them. This young man was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Obviously his aptitude was quite good. As for the people around him, most of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators. There weren't many of them, only about a dozen or so. This group of people stepped forward and blocked the trio's path, all of them sneering. After seeing Shui Ling and Yang Kai's attire, the group of people couldn't help frowning, especially towards Shui Ling's light blue hair. The young man showed a considerable interest, constantly sweeping his eyes over Shui Ling, from time to time a faint lustful light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Shui Ling's beauty was also quite outstanding. Coupled with her hairs, she naturally became the focus of attention. Yang Kai S to Yang to me, twos, Yang's is twos. The young man called Xing Bao chuckled and said calmly, Junior Martial Sister Z's words are quite interesting. T to test, to ask to me to teat I. Teat, s-I testi. To tease to her. The group of people behind him all wore mocking expressions, clearly taking pleasure in Z Ling's misfortune. Zmo's tender body trembled slightly. Coldly snorting, she said, my Imperial Insect faction has only temporarily left Sun Luo Temple. We haven't left the sect. Does young lady Z not know that the Temple Master has already ordered your Imperial Insect faction to be expelled from Sun Luo Temple? Otherwise, why would your old ghost master bring you here to live? Since you're no longer a disciple of my Sun Luo Temple, you can't continue to stay here. You'd best scram. If you dare to stay here, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences. Zmo's face went pale. Do you really have to be so heartless? If I don't need you, what do I need you for? Yang Kai coldly snorted, suddenly laughing, but it's not like there's no room for negotiation. as long as you can persuade your old ghost master to submit to my father, you can still return to Sun Luo Temple. Wishful thinking. Zmo sneered disdainfully, you want my master to submit to your father? In your dreams. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stubbornly obstinate, you will all pay the price. Saying so, he waved his hand and shouted, grab the cultivator of these two big men and let young lady Z see what the consequences of offending us are. With this order, the people behind him quickly moved, each of them grinning as they rushed towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling. Because of some special reasons, Yang Kai was not willing to take action against Zmo's people, but since Yang Kai and Shui Ling were dressed like the cultivator, he naturally had no scruples. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head. He had long noticed that something was not quite right with Sun Luo Temple, but he hadn't asked Zmo what had happened because he was afraid of being dragged into this mess and wasting his time, but now, he had run into trouble before he left. Shui Ling turned her head and glanced at him, seemingly waiting for instructions. Yang Kai simply looked up at the sky with an indifferent expression. Shui Ling snorted and waved her hand, summoning a series of water bubbles in front of the people who were rushing over. These bubbles were only the size of a palm, but when those people's bodies came into contact with these bubbles, they suddenly swelled up and cracked open. Caught off guard, those people were directly wrapped within them. The aggressive cultivator was like a cat that had fallen into water, constantly struggling and wriggling, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free of the water bubble and were all suspended in midair. Shui Ling waved her hand again and Yang Kai was also wrapped in a water bubble. More than a dozen people, more than a dozen water bubbles, suspended in midair. No matter how hard they tried or how much yuan qi they released, they couldn't break through the thin film of water. All of them were in a panic, their faces filled with horror. Zmo was dumbfounded as she watched this scene unfold, never having expected that this young woman with such extraordinary hair would actually possess such powerful strength. Moreover, her methods were so mysterious. Slut, let me out. Xing Bao flailed in the air, as if he had lost his balance, his head facing down as he shouted towards Shui Ling, if you dare hurt me, you're dead. Ridiculous. Shui Ling's face was filled with disgust, but in the end, this was someone else's territory, so Shui Ling didn't want to go too far, she just wanted to teach them a lesson. However, not only did Yang Kai not appreciate her kindness, he instead became more and more arrogant. Seeing that Shui Ling wasn't going to kill him, his demeanor suddenly calmed down and he shouted, I'll remember you, you damn little girl, just wait until I get out of here, I'll definitely have my father catch you and teach you a lesson. My father is the temple master of Sun Luo Temple, just wait for me to ravage you, ha 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 ha. Yang Kai was surprised, looking at Yang Kai like he was looking at a fool, quietly asking Zmo, what's wrong with this guy? Is there something wrong with his head? Zmo didn't respond and simply stared at Shui Ling. Shui Ling finally lost her temper and gloomily glared at Yang Kai, clenching her fists and causing the dozen water bubbles to suddenly shrink. Don't. Zmo was shocked and hurriedly shouted. Asterisk peng 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 peng. Asterisk the sound of water bubbles bursting rang out one after another as blood bloomed like a blooming rose. Not even bones remained, all of them turned into minced meat and blood. Zmo's tender body trembled. What are you doing? Yang Kai snapped back to his senses and angrily shouted at Shui Ling. He hadn't expected Shui Ling to suddenly take action. Shui Ling felt wronged, they spoke rudely, so I just killed them. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. What's wrong? Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai in confusion. What's the big deal about killing a few people? You've killed so many people, why are you still afraid of dying? Dying isn't a big deal, but this is someone else's territory. Yang Kai sighed, it's troublesome. Yes, it's troublesome. Zmo stared at Yang Kai, speechless, thinking to herself that she really couldn't have anything to do with this man. This bastard had just arrived in Tianlang dynasty and had already caused so much trouble for them. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, the dead can't be brought back to life, my condolences. A figure suddenly appeared in midair, his eyes staring coldly at the scene below before turning towards Yang Kai, little friend, can this old master use these words to appease the anger of Sun Luo Temple's sect master? Probably not, Yang Kai chuckled. Master. Zmo shouted, I'm sorry, I didn't arrive in time. The old man in midair raised his hand and shook his head. It's not your fault, they were the ones who killed these people. As he spoke, a dignified aura filled with thick murderous intent spread out. Yang Kai took a step forward and looked at the old man without fear. What does Senior want to do? This old master wants to capture you and send you to Sun Luo Temple for the sect master to deal with, lest my imperial insect faction be implicated. The old man replied in a deep voice. Master. Zmo exclaimed, but just as she opened her mouth, the old man waved his hand and sent out a burst of energy, imprisoning Zmo in place, apparently not wanting her to interrupt. Zmo became anxious, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, indicating that he should quickly escape. Her master was a transcendent realm master, Yang Kai, an immortal ascension boundary 6th-stage cultivator, couldn't possibly resist. After listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai nodded gently. It's only natural that Senior would want to do this, but if Senior feels it is necessary, please don't hesitate. Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he didn't know how to write the word death. The old man stared at Yang Kai deeply, not understanding why he was so calm and confident, but after a while, he suddenly laughed. Interesting, interesting. Are all the cultivators in the Great Han Dynasty so arrogant? Not all of them, Yang Kai frowned. This old man suddenly restraining his murderous intent was somewhat puzzling. The old man nodded. Good, since you killed them, this old master should have captured you, but this old master suddenly didn't want to do so. Little friend being so arrogant, you should have some tricks up your sleeve. This old master wants to see how you plan to escape the pursuit of Sun Luo Temple's sect master. Saying so, he released Zmo's shackles and called out, Zmo, take them to the abandoned earth. Make sure they never come to my Sun Luo Temple again. Finished speaking, the old man's figure flickered and disappeared. Regaining her freedom, Zmo was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Chapter 612. Zmo hurriedly led Yang Kai and Shui Ling out of the jungle and towards the abandoned earth, seemingly afraid that her master would change his mind again. Half a day later, Zmo's speed gradually slowed down and she gently gasped for breath, her face filled with helplessness as she looked towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling. You too, huh? Your master is quite interesting, Yang Kai chuckled. Master is not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong. He is also very grateful to you for killing those people, so he let you go. Grateful? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't see it, but he has his own considerations for letting us go. What considerations? Zmo asked curiously. Yang Kai smiled lightly, reaching out and cutting the back of his hand. A small wound quickly appeared and blood gushed out. Yang Kai quickly pinched out a small object from the wound. A tracking insect? Zmo's complexion changed greatly as she stared at Yang Kai, suddenly realizing something. Did Master plant this on you? What do you think? Yang Kai asked, a playful expression on his face. Zmo suddenly felt embarrassed. Only her master could plant a tracking insect on Yang Kai, and this insect's grade was not low. It was obvious at a glance that it had been raised by her master. Don't worry, your master did this because he didn't want to kill us. After all, we were venting for your imperial insect faction and I also saved your life. Secondly, he wanted to leave behind some clues to appease the anger of Sun Luo Temple's sect master. Yang Kai analyzed, seemingly seeing through Zmo's master's thoughts and saying so, he put the tracking insect back into his body. You. Zmo was dumbfounded. Why did you put it back? If I had killed it, how would your master explain it to Sun Luo Temple's sect master? Yang Kai smiled. If I'm not mistaken, this insect can locate my position, right? And tracking insects are a pair of male and female. The one planted on you is the female, so with the help of the male, it can find you. Zmo nodded gently. That male insect should be in the hands of Sun Luo Temple's sect master right now. With just a few words, Yang Kai had clearly analyzed the current situation, causing ZMO to show a look of admiration. Aren't you afraid? ZMO stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. If he dares come, I'll make sure he doesn't return. Yang's arrogance. Let's not talk about this. What's the situation of your Sun Luo Temple? Yang Kai finally couldn't help but ask. Previously, he had pretended not to ask because he didn't want to get into trouble. Now that he was already involved, he naturally had to find out more. Sect faction is Luo Temple's factions faction, but the sect factions faction, and is Luo's and that is Luo sect's faction. Every 10 years, the 5 branches would each send out a person to fight for the position of the next hall master. The current hall master was Xing Bao's father, Xing Zong. Luo sect's sect master is a powerful figure, but his desire for power is too great. Seeing that his term is about to end, he resorted to some underhanded means to win over the support of the other 4 factions. My master was unwilling to compromise and wanted to follow the sect's ancestral teachings. However, due to Xing Zong's suppression, our imperial insect faction was forced out of Sun Luo Temple a year ago and forced to live in that remote mountain forest. Yang Kai nodded lightly, now understanding the situation of Sun Luo Temple. The imperial insect faction only had 100 people, and although they had a transcendent realm master, facing the suppression of Sun Luo Temple's sect master, they were forced to leave the sect. Although we temporarily left Sun Luo Temple, far away from the whirlpool of right and wrong, we still couldn't find peace. Xing Bao would bring people to cause trouble every few days, putting pressure on us, wanting us to compromise and surrender to his father, but master never relented. No wonder when I first arrived, you said those words to me. Yang Kai understood. ZMO smiled faintly. I didn't know it was you. I thought after not seeing you for so many years, you must have died somewhere. Pausing for a moment, she sighed. The situation is as it is. Yang Kai remained silent, not saying much. If ZMO was the cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty, he could have sent her an invitation to go to the central capital. However, she was a member of the Tian Lang Dynasty, so Yang Kai was not in a position to say such things. Even if ZMO was willing to go to the central capital, her master would not. From his master's uncompromising attitude towards Xing Zong, it was clear that he was a stubborn person. Such a person generally would not be willing to leave their homeland, the land that raised them. Yang Kai was not willing to intervene in other people's sect matters. However, if someone provoked him, Yang Kai would not be lenient. At the same time, in the jungle about 30 kilometers away from Sun Luo Temple, a burly man in his 40s or 50s with a dignified expression suddenly flew over. His eyes trembling as he stared down at the bloody mess below, the burly man's aura became chaotic, and his violent yuan qi burst out fiercely as he roared, Lu Yun, get out here. Temple Master, Lu Yun has been waiting for a long time. Zimo's master suddenly appeared and greeted him. Who killed Xing Bao? Xing Zong shouted angrily, his aura fluctuating wildly, obviously on the verge of erupting. He glared at Lu Yun with an unkind expression, as if saying that if he was not satisfied, he would kill him. The cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty. The cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty? Xing Zong was furious. How could the cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty appear here? Are you colluding with someone to harm my child? Temple Master must be joking. If I wanted to, Xing Bao would have died countless times already. It is only out of respect for Temple Master's face that this old master tolerates his impudence, Lu Yun coldly snorted, not showing the slightest fear towards Xing Zong. Xing Zong's anger subsided slightly, but he still refused to give up and shouted, what happened? Lu Yun briefly explained what had happened before. This old master did not expect that those two would kill him so suddenly. It was already too late to stop them. Then where are they now? Xing Zong asked. Have they been captured by you and are waiting for me to deal with them? Lu Yun slowly shook his head. They escaped. Xing Zong's eyes narrowed and his aura became dangerous again. With you here, how could they escape? weren't you the one who allowed them to leave? You can say that, after all, I have no grievances with them, so there was no need for me to act against them, Lu Yun calmly nodded. Xing Zong's anger finally erupted and he released an oppressive aura, coldly declaring, if you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I will destroy your imperial insect faction. Lu Yun sneered, this old master just thought that such a big matter like the death of one's son should be resolved by Temple Master himself, so this old master did not overstep his authority. Saying so, he took out a small insect and asked, Temple Master should recognize what this insect is, right? A tracing insect? Xing Zong's eyes lit up. Yes. Lu Yun gently nodded, it is indeed a tracing insect, this old master has a male one. The female one has already been planted in the body of the one who killed the Death Protector. Relying on this male one, Temple Master should be able to easily find them. Give it to me, Xing Zong quickly reached out. Lu Yun slowly shook his head, it's not impossible for you to have the male one, but this old master has conditions. You dare talk to me about conditions? Xing Zong laughed angrily, you think without a tracing insect, I won't be able to find that person? Ridiculous, as long as he is still in Tianlang, I can find him in less than a day. If Temple Master knew where they went, you wouldn't think so, Lu Yun also sneered. Xing Zong frowned and quickly asked, where did they go? The abandoned earth. Xing Zong's expression froze for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, what conditions do you have? Tell me. In the abandoned earth, even Xing Zong couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find one or two people. The world energy there was simply too chaotic and dangerous. Without a clear direction, it was very likely that one would get lost in there and never come out again. The Imperial Insect faction has returned to Sun Luo Temple. Every 10 years, the Temple Master will be replaced. If Temple Master does not agree, this old master will destroy this male insect right now. You dare. Xing Zong flew into a rage and roared. Lu Yun sneered, the yuan qi in his hand fluctuating between his fingers, not showing any signs of impatience, as if Xing Zong was already in his grasp. After a while, Xing Zong nodded heavily, I promise you, as long as I can avenge my son, I will do anything you want. I hope Temple Master will not go back on his word. Lu Yun frowned, although he didn't trust Xing Zong, there was no other choice at this moment, so he casually tossed the male insect over. Xing Zong caught it, coldly snorted, and flew off in the direction of the abandoned earth. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the abandoned earth, Yang Kai's group of 3 stopped. Looking at the lifeless and bleak scene in front of them, as if even the earth itself couldn't survive, Yang Kai and Shui Ling couldn't help marveling. The aura exuding from this land was simply too strange, no wonder it had become a forbidden zone for Tianlang dynasty. It's here. ZMO said with some panic on her face, unwilling to go any further. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Over the past 2 days, ZMO had told Yang Kai a lot of information about the abandoned earth, allowing him to prepare himself. Do you really want to go in? ZMO looked at Yang Kai hesitantly, not knowing what he wanted to do with the abandoned earth. Of course we want to go in. Then I'll wait for you to come out. ZMO sighed, no longer trying to dissuade him. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, once we go, I'm afraid we won't see each other again in the future, so you can return to Sun Luo Temple on your own. ZMO was stunned. Go back and tell your master, the next time he dares to scheme against me, even if he is your master, I'll kill him. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, letting out a laugh as he led Shui Ling into the abandoned earth. ZMO was stunned for a moment before calling out, Yang Kai, be careful, don't die. Yang Kai didn't look back, simply raising his hand and waving. Soon, he and Shui Ling's figures disappeared from ZMO's sight. For some reason, ZMO couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. In fact, her friendship with Yang Kai wasn't very deep. After spending some time together in that isolated world, Yang Kai's various performances had impressed her greatly, but this time, Yang Kai had given her an even greater shock. Unknowingly, this bastard had actually reached the immortal ascension boundary 6th stage. Perhaps because she had never seen such an outstanding man before, Yang Kai's departure made her feel some regret. Chapter 613. Not even a blade of grass grew here, and there was no sign of life. It was like an endless desolation. Strong winds blew, and sand flew everywhere, making it impossible to see anything within 100 meters. This was the abandoned earth. Stepping into it, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become vigilant. According to ZMO, the abandoned earth's energy was strange, and there was no telling when it would suddenly erupt. If one wasn't careful here, they would end up being crushed to pieces. Moreover, under the influence of the harsh environment, if one didn't have a good sense of direction, it was very likely they would get lost. Every year, a large number of cultivator attempts to find opportunities here would go missing, their bodies never found. As for how the abandoned earth was formed, ZMO didn't know much about it, only that it suddenly became like this more than 200 years ago. Originally, the territory of the abandoned earth wasn't such a desolate place. Although it wasn't very rich, at least there were flowers, grass, birds, and trees, as well as traces of human activity. However, more than 200 years ago, the abandoned earth, which caused the entire Tianlang dynasty to tremble in fear, suddenly appeared. ZMO didn't know the origin of the abandoned earth, but Yang Kai did. The Tianlang dynasty's forbidden zone was actually formed because of Meng Wuya. Before Treasurer Meng left for Tongxian realm through the void corridor, he had sent a message to Yang Kai. He had told him the way to get to Tongxian realm, and it was because of Meng Wuya's guidance that Yang Kai came here. If it weren't for Meng Wuya, Yang Kai wouldn't have known that there was a hidden void corridor in the abandoned earth. As long as one could find it, they would be able to reach another world. When Meng Wuya came from Tongxian realm, he had arrived at the abandoned earth. In order to protect the void corridor, he had used some means to create this forbidden zone. As time passed, this forbidden zone became more and more dangerous, beyond the scope of Meng Wuya's control, and gradually developed to its current scale. 200 years ago, Meng Wuya came to this world through the void corridor. How old was Treasurer Meng? Yang Kai recalled the message he had sent him with a strange expression on his face. Treasurer Meng was really mysterious. Yang Kai had thought that he understood him well enough, but now it seemed that his understanding of him was still quite shallow. Yang Kai even believed that the Third Order Transcendent Realm wasn't Meng Wuya's true cultivation. This old man. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling followed closely behind Yang Kai. Although she had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, in this place, she still felt a sense of insecurity and didn't dare stray too far from Yang Kai for fear of being separated from him. After walking for a short distance though, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and perked his ears, his expression quickly changing as he grabbed Shui Ling and rushed forward. After only a few dozen meters, the two of them suddenly felt a gust of wind behind them. Shui Ling turned her head to look and couldn't help her beautiful face going pale. Behind them, she could vaguely see a series of tornadoes rising up into the sky, sweeping up wind blades that cut through the earth and leaving behind deep ravines. From these wind blades, one could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation. "Stay close," Yang Kai quickly said, "the energy here is very chaotic. If we're not careful, we may die." Shui Ling's face was pale as she nodded heavily, asking in confusion, "This place is so dangerous, and there are no precious treasures, so why did that girl surnamed Z say that there are still many masters from Tianlang dynasty who come here to seek opportunities?" "Because this chaotic energy is actually a manifestation of martial skills," Yang Kai casually explained. "A manifestation of martial skills?" Shui Ling was stunned. "Yes, many years ago, in order to protect a secret, someone released a large amount of high-grade martial skills in this area. The destructive power of these martial skills was preserved for a long time by him using a special method. Although as time passed, these martial skills have already dissipated, and the energy has also become extremely chaotic, within those energies, there is the concept and mysteries of a top expert. If one is able to clearly understand the concept and mysteries contained within these energies, then it is possible to learn a martial skill. Do you think those experts would not be tempted? Who could be so powerful? Shui Ling's brow furrowed. To be able to preserve the destructive power of these martial skills for so long, is that possible? Why is it impossible? You've seen that person before, Yang Kai smiled. Who? Shui Ling was even more confused. Yang Kai didn't answer, so Shui Ling asked a few more questions before curling her lips. Sure enough, it was all a lie. You've always been in the Great Han Dynasty, how could you possibly know the secrets of this place? Even that Ziling doesn't know these things. However, other than this explanation, Shui Ling couldn't think of any benefits that would attract so many masters from the Tian Lang dynasty to risk their lives and come here in search of opportunities. As Yang Kai walked forward, the two of them would encounter a violent energy attack almost every 2 hours. There were all kinds of different attributes, and these chaotic energy attacks came in all kinds of strange ways, making them impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Yang Kai's vigilance was quite outstanding and he was always able to detect some abnormalities at the most critical moments, leading Shui Ling to avoid the danger zones. After walking like this for 2 to 3 days, Shui Ling's face was covered in dirt and she looked like a dirty little beggar. Her light blue hair was no longer soft and elegant and was instead draped over her shoulders in an unkempt manner. On top of that, the deeper they went, the more dangers they encountered and the more chaotic the energy fluctuations became. Shui Ling was extremely helpless and although she didn't know where Yang Kai's goal was, she could only obediently follow behind him, neither anxious nor impatient. She knew that Yang Kai would definitely lead her back home. At the same time, in another part of the abandoned earth, more than a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters were chasing after a bright ball of light. This ball of light was filled with arcs of lightning, wreaking havoc in the abandoned earth. These dozen or so immortal ascension boundary masters were all shouting loudly and under the direction of their leader, they spread out in a pincer formation, attempting to intercept this ball of light and pry into its mysteries. After a series of efforts, just as they were about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, a violent and dangerous aura radiating from this figure landing in front of them. The earth shook violently. Who goes there? The leader roared. Xing Zong. The man reported his name, his voice low and deep, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Anyone could tell that he was somewhat unhappy. Xing Zong? The leader's expression changed greatly when he heard this name and quickly stepped forward, but after seeing the face of this man, his expression immediately became respectful, cupping his fists and saying, "Sure enough, it is Sun Luo Temple's Hall Master Xing." Sun Luo Temple was the only super force in Tian Lang dynasty, so the status of Sun Luo Temple's Hall Master was incomparable. Although these people were all well-known figures in Tian Lang dynasty, in front of Xing Zong, they couldn't help lowering their posture and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Xing Zong nodded lightly. The leader of this group smiled and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that Hall Master Xing has also come to the abandoned earth to seek opportunities?" Xing Zong coldly snorted, "I don't have time for that." "Then why has Hall Master Xing come here?" The leader asked curiously. The abandoned earth wasn't a good place, so if he wasn't here for opportunities, why would he come here? "My son was killed by 2 Great Han's cultivator. Since you're here, have you seen those 2? Xing Zong asked sternly. The leader's face went pale when he heard this. The young hall master was killed by a Great Han's cultivator? The other masters also suddenly became indignant. Although Sun Luo Temple's reputation wasn't very good in Tian Lang dynasty, the fact that their hall master's son was killed by 2 Great Han's cultivator raised the issue to a whole new level. No matter where a cultivator was, when faced with an enemy from another place, they would feel a sense of solidarity. "I haven't seen them, but since they dared to enter this place, they must have some ability," the leader muttered. How could a person without ability dare enter the abandoned earth to seek death? "Hall Master Xing, do you need our help?" Xing Zong pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I can track them down." All of you come with me. If those two try to escape, help me stop them. It's an honor to serve Hall Master Xing, the leader shouted, no longer caring about the light orb and quickly calling out to the others to follow Xingzong. Selling a favor to Xingzong at this time would always be beneficial in the future. After flying for a short distance, they encountered another group of Tianlang dynasty cultivators. This group was relatively small, only 4 or 5 of them, but after hearing Xingzong's words, they immediately expressed their willingness to help. Gathering together, a transcendent and more than 20 immortal ascension boundary masters quickly approached Yang Kai and Shui Ling. With the tracking insect leading the way, Xingzong didn't have to worry about not being able to find Yang Kai. The male and female characteristics of the male tracking insect allowed it to accurately find the female no matter how harsh the environment was. Yang Kai and Shui Ling continued to walk towards the depths of the abandoned earth, their speed not too fast nor too slow, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger behind them. After an unknown amount of time, a deep darkness suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai gently breathed a sigh of relief as a look of joy appeared on his face. Treasurer Meng's final message had been too hasty, and although it had provided some guidance, Yang Kai had still been worried about getting lost in the abandoned earth. Now that he saw this deep darkness, he finally relaxed. We've arrived. Inside this darkness, there was a void corridor. After passing through this void corridor, one would arrive at Tongxian realm. Yang Kai, I have a bad feeling about this. Shui Ling's tender body trembled as she stared forward. She didn't know why, but a strong sense of impending doom washed over her, as if as long as she dared to set foot in this place, she would die without a burial. It's not good, Yang Kai nodded lightly, but there was a hidden meaning behind his words, suddenly turning around and squinting his eyes to look behind him. In front of him, a group of looming figures could be seen. The two sides were only about 1,000 meters apart, but these people were clearly standing still, as if they didn't dare to approach this place. Shui Ling exclaimed, not having expected to encounter such a group of people at this critical juncture, and judging from their auras, it was clear they didn't have good intentions. Chapter 6:14. Catching a cold and feeling weak all over, 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai and Shui Ling, the 20 or so immortal ascension boundary masters and Xingzong all stopped and stared forward with solemn expressions, a deep sense of dread flashing across their eyes. Hall Master Xing, that is the abandoned Earth's absolute death zone, are we really going to enter? The burly man from before asked in horror. The so-called absolute death zone was a place where once one approached, no matter who they were, they would not leave alive. Even transcendent realm masters were no exception. In the past, a Tianlang dynasty transcendent realm master had attempted to uncover the hidden mysteries of the abandoned earth and had fallen near this place. When this news spread, the entire Tianlang dynasty was shaken. Since then, this 1,000-meter area had become known as the absolute death zone. Anyone who came to the abandoned earth in search of opportunities would avoid this zone. None of them had expected that the two burly cultivators they were chasing would actually end up here, making them feel a little embarrassed. Xingzong was also somewhat hesitant, learning from the mistakes of others. He had no choice but to be careful. After a while, his expression suddenly became firm. What are you afraid of? Since they are safe and sound, the rumors are not true. If you do not have the courage, just watch from the outside. These two trivial Great Han Dynasty cultivators, I can easily deal with them. The reason why Xingzong had brought these 20 or so people with him was because he was worried that something unexpected might happen. Although he was a transcendent and dealing with two cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty wouldn't be a problem for him, in the abandoned earth, nothing could be measured by common sense. Saying so, Xingzong stepped forward, his face filled with anger and hatred. The 20 or so people hesitated for a moment before quickly following. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. When Xingzong arrived within 5 meters of Yang Kai and saw his and Shui Ling's faces, he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. He hadn't expected that the two burly cultivators he was chasing would actually be so young. Sun Luo Temple's temple master? Yang Kai tilted his head, an expression of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth as he asked casually. Xing Zong coldly snorted, the muscles on his face twitching as his eyes turned red. Since you can recognize my identity, you should be the one who killed my child, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It wasn't me, she was the one who killed him. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards Shui Ling. Shui Ling straightened her back, not showing the slightest trace of cowardice, hiding behind Yang Kai's back like a fox pretending to be a tiger. She didn't know why Yang Kai wasn't afraid when facing a transcendent realm master, but it was because of this calmness. Shui Ling realized that Yang Kai had some backing him. Xing Zong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Shui Ling's face. Transcendent realm master, no matter which one of you is the culprit, you will pay the price today. Yang Kai looked at him calmly and chuckled meaningfully. I wonder what price punishment hall master wants us to pay. A life. A life. Ling S's blood bloods Earth's heavens. Can't we discuss this properly? Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, although I don't find your son pleasing to the eye, I don't have any intention of killing him, but this female companion of mine has a violent temper. Your son tried to flirt with her and was killed by her in a single blow. He only has himself to blame. Bastard. Xing Zong roared, interrupting Yang Kai's explanation. Just because he tried to flirt with her, you want my son to pay the price with his life? If I didn't kill him, his fate wouldn't have been as simple as being flirted with. What kind of character your son is, you should be clear about it, Shui Ling snorted. Xing Zong took a deep breath as he swept his eyes over Shui Ling. From her dusty face, he could see a hint of delicate beauty, so he immediately understood that Xing Bao's flirting with her was not without reason. So, it was my son who was in the wrong first. Yes, Shui Ling nodded. Good, then I'll give you a choice, choose how you want to die. The group of masters behind Xing Zong suddenly burst into laughter, staring towards Yang Kai and Shui Ling with ridicule, secretly shaking their heads, thinking that the cultivator of these two burly men really had eyes but couldn't see. Of all the people he could have killed, he actually chose to kill Hall Master Xing's son. Serves him right. Then there's nothing to discuss. Yang Kai shook his head bitterly. I came to Tian Lang Dynasty only because I was passing by. In fact, I don't want to have any conflict with you Tian Lang Dynasty's people, nor do I want to kill anyone. You still want to kill? Hearing this, Xing Zong stared at Yang Kai like he was a fool, coldly snorting, you won't have that chance. After today, you'll be nothing but a corpse, you'll never be able to kill anyone again. Yang Kai grinned. Suddenly, a huge bone shield appeared in front of him. This bone shield was the size of several houses and had a strange shape with sharp spikes protruding from its edges. From the beast's mouth, a shocking amount of energy fluctuations pulsed. Rest in peace. Yang Kai waved his hand towards the Tian Lang Dynasty's group through the bone shield. Xing Zong and the 20 or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters suddenly felt a sense of unease. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the beast's mouth suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering power. A beam of energy visible to the naked eye shot out from the beast's mouth, containing a massive amount of void power, and shot out 1,000 meters, creating a vacuum in the surrounding area. Within this distance of 10,000 feet, everything was shattered in an instant, cut into countless pieces of fine powder by the power of the void. The Tian Lang Dynasty's group of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't even have time to react before they were turned into dust. Only Xing Zong was able to resist for a moment, but in the end, he was unable to withstand the endless shockwaves and died with a pitiful scream. Shui Ling was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was so calm because he had something to rely on, she hadn't expected it to be so cruel. Before she could recover, all her enemies had died, including the Transcendent Realm Masters. Shui Ling had never thought that even Transcendent Realm Masters could be so fragile. A mass of spiritual energy was pulled into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by the attractive force and silently flew into his mind. The huge bone shield in his hand, after this eruption, quickly shrank back to its original size. Kacha, countless cracks quickly appeared on the bone shield, causing Yang Kai to frown and quickly put it away. Last time, under the central capital, when he had used the bone shield to resist the energy from the void corridor, it had suffered some damage, so this time, the damage to the bone shield was even more serious. If he didn't find an artifact refining Grandmaster to repair it, it was likely he wouldn't be able to use it again. Suddenly, the chaotic energy around them began to undergo some subtle changes, as if the blow just now had triggered some kind of change, causing Yang Kai and Shui Ling to feel a sense of unease. Looking back, Yang Kai and Shui Ling's expressions changed drastically. What they saw was that in the direction of the void corridor, there were signs that the energy was about to erupt. Follow closely, Yang Kai didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed over, with Shui Ling hurriedly following. While rushing towards the void corridor, Yang Kai constantly released his Yuan Qi, allowing his Yuan Qi to attack the surrounding environment in a special way and rhythm. This was the method Meng Wuya had passed to Yang Kai at the last moment. Only by using this method could they break through this final line of defense and reach the location of the void corridor. If they didn't know this method and rashly rushed in, they would only be killed by the mysterious martial skills. Sure enough, this method was effective. Although the chaotic energy was still raging, under Yang Kai's control, wherever he passed, there was no danger at all. Crossing a sea of fire, breaking through ice, crossing an electric net, experiencing all kinds of dangers, Yang Kai and Shui Ling finally arrived in front of the void corridor. Reaching out and pushing forward, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into it. That deep darkness suddenly opened up, and a heart-palpitating feeling of emptiness spread out. The way home. Shui Ling's eyes lit up, her excitement reaching its peak. Let's go. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grabbed her, and threw her into the void corridor. The next moment, he also jumped in. Surrounded by darkness, the void corridor was wrapped in chaos, as if the heavens and earth had never been separated. An unbearable sense of weightlessness spread out, causing even the normally calm Yang Kai to feel his heart palpitate. A small hand reached out from the darkness and tightly grasped Yang Kai's hand. It was Shui Ling. She was also nervous and afraid, unconsciously trying to find some support from Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently squeezed her hand, comforting her. The feeling of passing through the void corridor this time was different from before. In the past, they had only been transported within the Great Han Dynasty's territory, so the distance wasn't too far, but this time they were transported to a foreign territory. Falling, as if there was no end in sight. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang suddenly felt the darkness in front of him disappear and was replaced by a clear blue sky. His mouth and nose were filled with the clear fragrance of earth. Papa. The two of them tumbled to the ground one after another, the mud covering Yang Kai and Shui Ling's faces. The two of them hurriedly stood up and looked around. Beneath his feet was a muddy swamp. There were some small trees scattered around, and occasionally, some strange beasts shuttled back and forth in the swamp. There was no danger here, but Yang Kai's expression was a bit strange. Because the world energy in this place was extremely rich, even surpassing that of the central capital after the great changes. Here, the hundreds of millions of pores all over one's body opened up, and the true Yang's secret art buzzed as it madly absorbed the surrounding world energy. Haha. Shui Ling froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. I'm back, I'm finally back. Is this Tongxian realm? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Shui Ling nodded excitedly, the mud on her hair scattering everywhere, making her look dirty, but she didn't seem to care, instead rushing over and giving Yang Kai a hug, sobbing, thank you for bringing me back. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he looked up at the blue sky, a smile appearing on his face. Tongxian realm, he had finally arrived. Su Yan and his little senior sister should also be looking at this sky, and they should also be setting foot on this land. There was also Treasurer Meng and the old demon. Now that they were under the same sky, there was finally a time to find them. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly calmed his excitement. Chapter 6:15. Inside the swamp, Shui Ling didn't care about her sloppy appearance at the moment and instead danced around excitedly. Seemingly infected by her joy, even Yang Kai's mood gradually brightened. As soon as his mood relaxed, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, because his body felt lighter than ever, as if the shackles that had been binding him had suddenly disappeared. Circulating his true Yang secret art even faster, Yang Kai's aura fluctuated as his meridians and physique began to rejoice. Shui Ling. Yang Kai frowned and called out. What's wrong? Shui Ling stopped dancing and looked at him curiously. I'm about to break through. Shui Ling couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. Right now? Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged. Shui Ling thought about it for a moment before clapping her hands. There is a layer of shackles that has been restricting the development of your cultivator, but after coming to Tongxian realm, this shackle disappeared. It was probably because of this that you were able to break through, but here, suddenly, the two of them had just arrived, and they didn't even know where this place was. They didn't even know if there were any dangerous people or powerful demonic beasts around. If they were to be disturbed during the breakthrough process, it wouldn't be a joke. Can you hold it back? Shui Ling suggested. Yang Kai struggled to open his eyes, rolled his eyes, and closed them again, calming himself down. Just pretend I didn't say anything, Shui Ling smiled bitterly. Breaking through was something that could only be encountered by chance, it wasn't something that could be held back. In desperation, Shui Ling could only release her divine sense and explore the surrounding area to see if there were any potential dangers. After a brief investigation, she found no abnormalities within a 10-kilometer radius, allowing Shui Ling to relax and wait quietly. While Yang Kai was breaking through, she also wanted to observe the situation around her to determine where the two of them were. More than a dozen kilometers away from where Yang Kai and Shui Ling were standing, a small group of people was quietly lurking behind a patch of grass. There weren't many of them, only 7 or 8 of them, and all of them were immortal Wander State cultivators. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman, dressed like a young married woman. She looked like a ripe peach, with full breasts, a voluptuous figure, bright eyes, and white teeth. She wore a light blue dress with a slit under her skirt, revealing her slender white thighs. This shape was convenient for her to move around, but when she moved, the beauty between her legs could be faintly seen. This seductive spring scenery made the group of men accompanying her a little thirsty. The men who were lying in ambush behind her all stared at her exposed snow-white skin, as well as her perky round buttocks. This seductive shape and posture made their blood boil, making them unable to restrain their inner desires. However, due to this woman's status, many men only dared to look at her secretly, not daring to have any improper thoughts. The woman dressed like a young married woman seemed to enjoy the gazes directed at her from behind. Not only did she not show the slightest trace of nervousness, but instead wore a calm smile. Your breathing is too heavy, all of you should restrain yourselves, otherwise that guy will run away and you'll be held responsible. Suddenly, the woman gave a light warning. The men behind her all nodded awkwardly, no longer daring to peek at her beautiful figure. Do you know what our goal is this time? The young woman asked softly. Everyone nodded. It's good that you know. The young married woman expressed her satisfaction and nodded. The scarlet blood orchid is a world spirit treasure and has its own consciousness, don't underestimate it. According to the information I've obtained, this scarlet blood orchid has already sprouted 7 leaves, which is a world spirit treasure that is at least 1,000 years old. As long as we can obtain it, the benefits will naturally not be small. One of the big men with a full beard chuckled. Young lady, if we succeed, what kind of reward will we get? 20 crystal stones per person, the young married woman replied. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became heavy, as if 20 crystal stones was a huge fortune for them. In an instant, everyone's fighting spirit soared, no longer paying any attention to the beautiful young married woman, instead all of them holding their breaths, waiting for the appearance of the scarlet blood orchid. Soon, the young married woman muttered. The young woman murmured, every month, it will come out and absorb some sunlight. Today is the day it appears. You won't have to wait long before you get what you want. Don't worry, young lady, the barriers and traps we've set are more than enough to capture it. As long as it dares to appear, it won't be able to escape, the big bearded man said confidently. That would be for the best. Langya Blessed Land's young master is injured and urgently needs this scarlet blood orchid to heal. You should also understand that if our bold independent union can establish a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land, it will bring us many benefits. The young married woman took a deep breath, her breasts bursting out of her clothes, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone nodded solemnly. Although bold independent union's strength was quite good, it lacked masters, so it wasn't valued by any of the other great forces. On the other hand, Langya Blessed Land was a famous great force, so if they could establish a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land, it would be quite beneficial to the development of bold independent union. It's coming out. At that moment, someone called out softly from the side. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all turned their gazes towards the source of this voice. What they saw was a faint red glow emerging from the muddy water of a nearby swamp. As time passed and everyone waited anxiously, this red glow grew brighter and clearer. Gradually, a strange orchid with 7 red leaves, a blood-red body, and well-defined meridians emerged from the swamp. Everyone's breathing suddenly quickened as they stared at the scarlet blood orchid that was over 1,000 years old. Everyone's heartbeat thumped loudly in their chests, but they were all forcefully suppressing it. After a while, the scarlet blood orchid gradually revealed its full appearance. Although it was a plant, it was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness and thoughts, so it was able to perceive danger and instinctively make actions to avoid it. Young lady. The big bearded man couldn't hold back his excitement and called out softly. Wait. The young woman quickly said, it's quite a crafty hedgehog, this time it's only showing itself to test the waters. Sure enough, as soon as the young woman's voice fell, the scarlet blood orchid suddenly sank back into the swamp and disappeared. As time passed, the scarlet blood orchid still didn't show any signs of reappearing, causing everyone to become suspicious, wondering if their whereabouts had been exposed, causing it to become vigilant. Only the young woman had a confident expression on her face. After about half an hour or so, the swamp once again lit up with a bright red light and a moment later, the scarlet blood orchid finally appeared for the second time. This time, it had escaped from the swamp and arrived at a nearby grassy area, taking root there, its 7 leaves all spread open and absorbing the light of the sun. Begin. The young woman shouted. Now was the best time to begin as the scarlet blood orchid would be most relaxed. As soon as the bearded man heard the order, his hands moved quickly, and mysterious energy shot out, activating the traps and restrictions they had set up before. But before these traps and barriers could play a role, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared more than a dozen kilometers away, causing everyone's complexion to change greatly. The young woman didn't hesitate, her tender body turning into a stream of light as she quickly flew out, her target being the scarlet blood orchid. But it was too late. By the time she noticed this energy fluctuation, the scarlet blood orchid had already disappeared back into the swamp, causing the young woman's pretty face to distort as she stood there in a daze, her anger reaching its peak. A group of people slowly walked up, each of them showing a look of disappointment. 20 crystal stones had just passed by them, so no one was in a good mood. How could there still be people here? The young woman was enraged. She turned her head and looked at the bearded man. Didn't you say that everyone within a 50-kilometer radius had been dispersed? In order to successfully obtain the scarlet blood orchid this time, their bold independent union had begun preparing a month ago, designating this 50-kilometer radius area as a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to set foot in. Before taking action, this group of people had also checked their surroundings and found no outsiders, but now, this energy fluctuation was clearly the result of someone breaking through. The big bearded man opened his mouth, his face flushed red as he submissively said, "We dispersed everyone within a 50-kilometer radius." "Then what's the situation now?" The young woman shouted, "We already promised Langya Blessed Land that we would deliver the scarlet blood orchid to them half a month later. What do you want us to deliver now?" The big bearded man was speechless, so Ming Ru said, "Let's try again, try again." The young woman sneered, the scarlet blood orchid has already escaped into the swamp. After being frightened this time, it won't appear for at least half a year, so how do you plan on trying again? Are you going to go down and look for it? Everyone was scolded harshly, but none of them dared to refute, all of their expressions becoming extremely ugly. The young woman took a deep breath. It seemed that she was truly angered. Seeing victory in sight, a sudden change like this, allowing the fruit of victory to slip through her fingers, the young woman naturally flew into a rage. Standing in place, the young woman thought for a moment before turning around and walking in the direction of the energy fluctuation, sneering, "Follow me, I want to see who ruined my good fortune. If I find him, I'll kill him." The big bearded man quickly expressed his anger. The young woman glared at him fiercely, causing him to immediately shut up. More than a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai gently clenched his fists, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. He had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th stage, and after arriving in this world and not being able to unlock his knowledge C's spiritual energy, he had instantly broken through and absorbed all of the spiritual energy he had absorbed, obtaining many benefits. "Congratulations," Shui Ling walked over from a short distance away and offered her congratulations. Chapter 6:16. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, in the Great Han Dynasty, such a cultivation was probably not bad, but after coming to Tongxian Realm and learning about the mysteries of the Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai didn't dare think so. In front of a Transcendent, such a cultivation was still somewhat weak. Yang Kai needed to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to survive in this vast world and find Su Yan and his little senior sister. Without strength, no matter where he went, it would not be safe. "Have you found out where this place is?" Yang Kai asked. While he was breaking through, Shui Ling had also been investigating the surrounding terrain, wanting to determine where they were now. Hearing this, Shui Ling shook her head sadly. Although this swamp is somewhat special, there are many swamps in Tongxian Realm. I don't know where exactly we are for the time being, but we should be in human territory. Human territory? Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little confused. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, in Tongxian Realm, there is not only the human race, but also the demon race and the monster race. These two races are both extremely powerful races and stand on equal footing with our human race. The human territory is called the human territory. In addition, the demon race resides in the demon land, the monster race resides in the monster race, and in the middle there is a neutral zone. In addition to these three races, there are many other strange races. You will slowly learn more about them in the future." Shui Ling explained casually, not wanting to go into too much detail. After all, this was just common sense. As long as Yang Kai continued to live here, he would gradually figure it out. Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling smiled and explained, "Don't you have a 7th order monster beast, the Spider Mother? If it can take human form, it will be a part of the monster race, but that requires the power of the beast transformation pond, which is the monster race's supreme treasure. Don't make a fuss, you will see many things here that you would never have thought possible before." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "It's me who is making a fuss." Suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked, "Demon General Meng Gu, have you heard of him?" Hearing this, Shui Ling's expression changed greatly. "You know him? Is there really such a person?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had just asked casually, but looking at Shui Ling's reaction, this person should be a very powerful character. When Yang Kai had gone to the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil cavern for life experience, a strange change had occurred inside the evil cavern. The four masters under the profound Yin Ghost King's command, Qi Mei, Wang, and Qi, had entered the evil cavern to investigate the truth, but a powerful existence had emerged from the evil spirit spring, instantly killing two of them and severely injuring the other two. In the end, Yang Kai had used the demon's sealing chain to destroy that powerful existence. Before he died, he had said that he was a strand of the demon General Mungo's divine clone. He had also warned Yang Kai to be careful because he had remembered Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what the demon general's identity was, but now that he heard Shui Ling mention the demon race, he suddenly remembered. He's not a human, he's a master from the demon race. Shui Ling stared at Yang Kai, a look of horror appearing on her face, smiling bitterly. You're really strange, you've obviously been in that world all this time, so how did you come to know the demon general Mungo? Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened inside the evil cavern. Shui Ling's face went pale as she directed a sympathetic look towards Yang Kai. You actually injured a strand of his divine clone. If you ever hear his name in the future, avoid him at all costs. This master from the demon race is not someone you can afford to provoke. How powerful is he? Yang Kai asked. According to what you said, his divine clone has the cultivation of a transcendent realm master, while his true body is a peak saint realm master. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but many masters in the human territory fear him. Yang Kai took a deep breath, never having expected that the one he had offended in the past would actually be such a master, gently nodding, I understand. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold and he quickly stood up and glanced to the side. Shui Ling also frowned and followed his gaze. In that direction, the auras of some immortal ascension boundary cultivators were rapidly approaching, and although they were doing their best to conceal themselves, they couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Moreover, from the direction they were moving, it was obvious they were targeting the two of them. Looks like we'll have a chance to figure out where we are. Yang Kai winked at Shui Ling. Shui Ling smiled knowingly, her expression calm. She found that following Yang Kai, her courage seemed to have grown a lot. In this situation, if it had been before, she would have definitely left this place quickly to avoid getting into trouble. A moment later, the figures of 7 or 8 people appeared in front of Yang Kai. The one leading them was a woman with a mature figure, full and slender, wearing a light blue slit robe that accentuated her wonderful figure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a playful expression appeared on his face. After arriving in Tongxian realm, the first thing he saw was actually a beautiful woman. This was quite a pleasant surprise. The gloomy expression on her face made her seem somewhat unhappy. The 6 or 7 people behind her also wore menacing expressions, but after seeing Yang Kai and Shui Ling, they immediately released their anger. The bad attitude of this group of people made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled, wondering just how he had offended them. However, with great skill and courage, Yang Kai simply stood there quietly. The woman leading the group quickly arrived a few dozen meters in front of him and coldly glared at him and Shui Ling, her face filled with annoyance. Who are you and why are you here? Not allowing any explanation, she coldly asked. We're just passing through. Yang Kai replied casually, we accidentally strayed into this swamp and lost our way. May I ask where we are? You're asking me where we are? The woman became even angrier. You dare ask me where we are? Because we really can't find our way out. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When he and Shui Ling came from the Tian Lang dynasty, they had suffered a lot in the abandoned earth, and when they fell into this swamp, they had also rolled around in the mud, so now they both looked extremely sloppy and travel-worn, as if they had lost their way. If it's convenient, can you tell us where we are? Yang Kai smiled pleasantly and continued to ask, flashing his white teeth, looking completely harmless to humans and animals. Convenient, why wouldn't it be convenient? Sneering, she waved her hand and said, Ji Hong, capture these two. If we can't obtain the scarlet blood orchid, we'll take them back. Yes, young lady. The big bearded man heard this and immediately led the others to take action. Wait. Yang Kai raised his hand. Although he could see the hostility of this group of people, after all, he had only just come out, so Yang Kai didn't want to easily provoke trouble. This group of people all had immortal ascension boundary cultivations, and acting together, it seemed like they were all from the same force. It wouldn't be difficult to kill them, but if he got into trouble because of this, the gains would not be worth the losses. What's more, those few words had left Kai Yang extremely confused. Being targeted like this for no reason, Yang Kai felt wronged. What scarlet blood orchid? Yang Kai frowned and asked. A world spirit treasure? Shui Ling was quite knowledgeable and immediately pointed out the mystery. That's right, it's a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it's a 1,000-year-old 7-leaved scarlet blood orchid. What does it have to do with us? We didn't see this world's spirit treasure, Yang Kai defended himself, thinking that these people wouldn't think he had snatched their treasure, right? I didn't say you saw it. Huh. Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly feeling that it wasn't right to capture these two people without any explanation, so he patiently asked, let me ask you, just now you two broke through your bottleneck and broke through, right? And, what's wrong? Kai Yang was a little impatient. She looked beautiful, but her words were all over the place, without any focus, making him more and more confused. The commotion caused by his breakthrough had been too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't try to hide it, naturally admitting to it. That's right, because of the commotion caused by your breakthrough, the scarlet blood orchid was scared away, wasting our efforts over the past month. Tell me, isn't that your fault? Ah. Yang Kai was stunned, exchanging a glance with Shui Ling, both of them somewhat helpless. Connecting the dots, Yang Kai quickly realized what was going on. He had seen world spirit treasures before. The yin-yang monster ginseng and the 9 yin-yuan condensing dew were all world spirit treasures with their own consciousness, capable of avoiding danger, seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. If the commotion caused by his breakthrough had indeed alarmed the scarlet blood orchid, it was possible. Originally, Yang Kai was quite annoyed, but after understanding the situation, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, we didn't know you were interested in that world spirit treasure. If we had known, ahem. Yang Kai said helplessly. Even if they had known, breaking through wasn't something he could suppress. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he was still responsible for it. It could only be said that these people's luck was really bad. Apologizing is useless. Sneering, that scarlet blood orchid is of great use to us. It's not something that can be solved with just a few words. Then what do you want? The apologetic look on Yang Kai's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a somewhat cynical one as he sneered at them. If this group of people had been polite, Yang Kai might have been willing to compensate them for their losses, but their aggressive attitude made Yang Kai feel very disgusted, so there was no need for him to show weakness. If they really wanted to fight, Yang Kai was confident he could kill these people within 10 breaths. It was just a matter of whether they were tactful or not. Yang Kai's sudden change in attitude caused Shui Ling's expression to become cold. What's wrong? In my Bold Independent Union's territory, you want to start a fight? Bold Independent Union? Shui Ling suddenly laughed. So you're from Bold Independent Union, so this place should be Western Jersey Swamp? Nodding, Yang Kai stared suspiciously at Shui Ling. Your eyesight seems to be quite good. Who are you? Shui Ling smiled. I'm from Water Spirit Temple. Hearing this, all the other 6 or 7 people's expressions changed as they stared at Shui Ling in shock. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation and secretly felt that Water Spirit Temple's influence here wasn't as weak as he thought. Chapter 617. Shui Ling had revealed a lot of information to Yang Kai before and even bluntly admitted that if one were to compare the forces of the Great Han Dynasty, Water Spirit Temple could barely be considered a first-class force because it had a Saint Realm Master. Her modesty had caused Yang Kai to mistakenly think that Water Spirit Temple wasn't anything special. But now, seeing the expressions of these people from Bold Independent Union change, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the force Shui Ling came from wasn't too bad after all. At the very least, when the leader of this group heard the words Water Spirit Temple, his expression became dignified, the hostility in their eyes diminishing significantly, replaced by a trace of dread. Glancing over at Shui Ling hesitantly, the leader of this group stepped back a few steps and began whispering to each other. Not knowing what they were talking about, Yang Kai didn't intend to pry into their conversation and simply waited quietly. Shui Ling's expression relaxed. She hadn't figured out where she was before, so she didn't dare reveal her identity, but after hearing these people say she was from Bold Independent Union, she no longer had any scruples. Because Water Spirit Temple wasn't too far from Bold Independent Union, a round trip would only take half a month. On top of that, the two sides would occasionally trade with one another, so they could be considered friends. The people from Bold Independent Union whispered to each other while glancing over at Yang Kai and Shui Ling, seemingly trying to determine the authenticity of Shui Ling's words. After a while, one of them let out a sigh of relief and called out to Shui Ling, "Girl, you say you're from Water Spirit Temple, do you have any proof?" "I do," Shui Ling smiled, taking out a blue jade token and tossing it over to Yang Kai. Catching it, Shui Ling examined it carefully, her expression becoming more and more dignified as she nodded. "This jade token does contain a trace of water attribute, so it should have been carved by a water attribute master. Unfortunately, we have never seen such a jade token, so we can't be certain you are a disciple of Water Spirit Temple." Saying so, she tossed the jade token back, the hostility on her face converging greatly, but she was still somewhat vigilant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "How about this? If it's convenient, can you two come to my Bold Independent Union for a few days? If we can find out that this young lady is indeed a disciple of the Water God Temple, then today's matter will be treated as if it never happened. If not, you know." She used both the carrot and the stick in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. It also displayed her meticulous thinking and ability to adapt on the spot. "Good," Shui Ling giggled, not refusing. In any case, her identity wasn't fake. As long as these people from Bold Independent Union inquired about it, they would definitely understand. "Yang Kai, what do you think?" Shui Ling also consulted Yang Kai's opinion. After all, Yang Kai's personality was one that was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Now that the two of them were obviously under house arrest, if they provoked Yang Kai into a fit of rage, they might end up fighting. Yang Kai shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I don't know where to go anyway." Shui Ling couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Geng Wen nodded, "Please." Saying so, she led the way while Yang Kai and Shui Ling followed behind. The other 6 or 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters followed behind Yang Kai and Shui Ling, forming a circle around them. This action was enough to show just how cautious they were. Walking through the swamp, they were intentionally or unintentionally asking Shui Ling for information. Shui Ling wasn't afraid and naturally didn't try to hide anything. The more they talked, the more they felt that Shui Ling wasn't lying. "By the way, what was that scarlet blood orchid you mentioned?" Shui Ling asked casually. Smiling bitterly, Shui Ling didn't try to hide anything and immediately explained what had just happened. After listening, Shui Ling turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. Yang Kai wore an innocent expression, not knowing that the others were at a critical juncture. Once it escapes, it won't appear for at least half a year. It's very likely that it will leave this swamp, making it difficult to find it again, Geng Wen sighed. "Is the scarlet blood orchid very important to you?" "It's not very important to us, but it is essential to the young master of Langya Blessed Land. We promised to hand over the scarlet blood orchid to Langya Blessed Land after half a month, but now that we've lost a world spirit treasure, we don't know how to explain it." "Langya Blessed Land's young master, Mu Hui? Is he injured?" Shui Ling was surprised. "Does young lady know young master Mu?" I do." Shui Ling nodded. Her eyes flashed and she suddenly smiled, her attitude becoming much more amiable. "It seems that young lady really is from Water Spirit Temple." "Of course, our Water Spirit Temple has a good relationship with Langya Blessed Land. Since Mu Hui needs it, I can help you." Pausing, Shui Ling stared at her curiously. "That scarlet blood orchid disappeared into the swamp, right?" Take me to where it disappeared, I'll see if I can find it again." The group from Bold Independent Union stared blankly at Shui Ling for a moment before shaking their heads and smiling wryly. "Young lady, we appreciate your kindness, but the bottom of this swamp is muddy water several thousand meters deep. Even a water attribute master wouldn't be able to find it. I know that all of you from Water Spirit Temple specialize in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, but I'm not only proficient in water attribute secret arts. Shui Ling smiled confidently. Shui Ling possessed the water spirit body, a special physique that allowed her to display 10 to 20% of her full strength wherever there was water. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Ling nodded and turned in a different direction. Then come with me. With things having gotten to this point, she decided to let Shui Ling give it a try. Even if she didn't succeed, it didn't matter. If she succeeded, then Bold Independent Union would be able to give Langya Blessed Land an explanation half a month later. A short time later, the group arrived at the place where the Scarlet Blood Orchid had escaped. In this swamp, Yang Kai felt some barriers and traps and immediately understood that these people weren't lying. They really had been trying to capture the Scarlet Blood Orchid but had failed at the last moment. It's here, Yang Kai pointed to the swamp in front of him and said. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and probed the ground nearby but didn't find much. I'll go down and take a look, Shui Ling said, her figure flickering as she dove into the swamp and disappeared. The group from Bold Independent Union glanced over at Yang Kai but didn't pay him any attention, simply waiting anxiously. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the swamp in front of them suddenly began to bubble, causing everyone's spirits to rise as they secretly looked forward to it. Shui Ling rushed out of the swamp, her clothes not wet, but her face was pale and her lips were blue. She was constantly shivering from the cold, clearly having been frozen to the point where she couldn't breathe. The group from Bold Independent Union quickly turned to look at her. Shui Ling simply shook her head. These people immediately showed a look of disappointment. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in amazement. He found that Shui Ling looked as if she had just stepped out of an iceberg, her body so cold that it was almost impossible for her to bear. There were even faint traces of frost chi visible to the naked eye from her tender body. I'll tell you later, Shui Ling quickly circulated her secret art to dispel the chill in her body. After a while, Shui Ling finally calmed down and took a deep breath before standing up and saying, although I wasn't able to bring it back, I found it. You found it? Shui Ling's eyes lit up in surprise. But by myself, I couldn't do anything to it. Why? She asked anxiously. Because there's a layer of ice flame star sand underneath it. Ice flame star sand? The group from Bold Independent Union exclaimed, each of them showing a look of greed on their faces. What's that? Yang Kai immediately understood that this ice flame star sand was a very precious treasure. It's a spirit-grade top-rank artifact refining material with an extremely low temperature. Many Transcendent Realm Masters dream of obtaining it, even Saint Realm Masters need it when refining artifacts, Shui Ling explained lightly. The expressions of the people from Bold Independent Union became excited. So it's Ice Flame Star Sand. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Although I know that a place with world spirit treasures is bound to have some kind of treasure, I didn't expect it to be this. It should be this Ice Flame Star Sand that facilitated the birth of the Scarlet Blood Orchid, Shui Ling smiled, but the ice below is very thick, I can't break it. I'll help you. A chubby man from Bold Independent Union immediately stepped forward and walked over to Shui Ling, waving his hand and summoning a ball of hot flame, proudly declaring, I cultivate the fire attribute, it just so happens to be the nemesis of ice. Shui Ling shook her head, you can't, your strength is too low. I'm an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. The chubby man was not convinced. Shui Ling still shook her head, I already have helpers, there's no need for you. Yang Kai, come down with me, I'm afraid only you can break this ice. The chubby man glanced over at Yang Kai and suddenly became angry, if I can't, how can an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator like him? If I say he can, naturally he can. Do you still want the Scarlet Blood Orchid? I'm helping you now for free. The chubby man immediately shut up. Quickly smiling, he said, don't be angry, we'll do as you say. Although the Ice Flame Star Sand was precious, what Bold Independent Union needed the most right now was the Scarlet Blood Orchid. Naturally they didn't want to provoke Shui Ling. Shui Ling nodded and pulled Yang Kai back into the swamp. After they disappeared, the bearded man from Bold Independent Union, Ji Hong, suddenly recovered and slapped his thigh. Damn, young lady, those two shouldn't have taken advantage of this opportunity to escape, right? Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help going pale, suddenly feeling that this was a possibility. There was no reason for others to help her for no reason. Faced with the temptation of a world spirit treasure and a spirit-grade top-rank material, they really might not be able to return after taking those two treasures. That's unlikely. Ji Hong was also dumbfounded. Then why did she only ask that man to help her? She was clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to meet up with him so she could leave after obtaining those treasures. These words were quite reasonable, causing the people from Bold Independent Union to be filled with righteous indignation, each of them cursing loudly. Ji Hong's expression became uglier and uglier, wanting to chase after them to see what was going on, but without a water attribute master, it was quite dangerous to move around in the depths of the swamp. Ji Hong spread out his divine sense but was unable to detect any aura. His heart instantly turned cold. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.